Today, good to see our new faces that have joined us for presentations today. We've got a long day, another long day of presentations, and we're moving to a different category with dispensaries. But thank all of you for coming today, and we'll probably have people coming in and out as different presenters make their way in. But before we start, I'll ask Mr. John McMillan, our director, to have the roll call of our commission members. John?
Chairman Vaughn.
Here.
Dr. Soliski.
Here.
Dr. Blakemore.
Present.
Mr. Gamble.
Here.
Dr. Martin. Dr. Jensen.
Here.
Ms. Skelton. Judge Price. Ms. Hatchett.
Here.
Mr. Harwell.
Here.
Dr. Saflarski.
Present.
Dr. Harvey. Mr. Robinson.
Here.
Good deal.
We have a solid quorum, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. McMillan. That's a great turnout today. We've had a good turnout all week long. We've called our commission members to a great task this week, but they've all been very faithful to try to do their best to join in either in person, as most of these have been, and those online as well. Just a few remarks. Thank all of you for joining us today. And we have another full agenda of presentations today, and we'll work hard to stay on schedule to keep all of you on your schedule that we've allotted your time to address. I do want to cover a few items before we get started with the presentations. We'll keep the time in display. Ms. Peters will have the computer up here to show your allotted time that you requested, either the 20 minutes or maybe a little less. Some have requested 10 or some 15. The timer will be presented up on the shelf, so you'll know what your time remaining is as you give your presentation. All of the presenters who provided a PowerPoint presentation, just the clicker will be on the little table here as you need to progress that as you need. Commission members will have the opportunity to ask questions. Sometimes we may interrupt you in a presentation, but more than likely it will be after your presentation is given that we'll ask questions or make comments. The materials for each applicant, including their full application, written briefs, videos, and presentations, have been provided to each commissioner in advance of today's meeting. As a reminder, you have received all materials, I'm talking to our commission members now, from the applicants, regardless of whether an applicant has requested to make a presentation or not, and all applicants are subject to be considered for an award of a license. Also included in your materials today is a summary sheet for each applicant, which includes the information regarding proposed facilities, the ownership, and the pass-fail notations. And as we move forward, I'll ask Mr. Justin Aday to make a few comments on each application. These summary sheets also include the requirements of applicants as provided for in the statute and the AMCC rules. Any commissioners have any questions or comments before we get started? Without wasting any more time, we'll begin our morning with CCS of Alabama and LLC, the first dispensary category, and I'll introduce Mr. Vincent Scalesi. Is that right?
Scalesi, yes, sir.
Scalesi. Before you get started, Vincent, if you don't mind, I'm going to let Mr. Justin address a few items pertaining to your application.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is applicant number 1611 CCS of Alabama LLC. You have for this applicant their full application, the applicant summary, also a brief that they submitted in support of their application, and there were no pass-fail items identified in this application.
Thank you, Justin. Go ahead, Ms. Peters, and set the computer up for him. You have an allotment of 20 minutes. So thank you, Vincent.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Mr. McMillan, commissioners, thank you so much for giving us the time today to come talk to you about our application. We've had to deal with one application for the last year, which has been tough. Y'all had to deal with 90. So we really appreciate this hard work. We know you have jobs. We know you have other lives. So thank you so much for taking time to meet with us today. As you mentioned, my name is Vince Scalesi. I'm an owner, the general counsel and chief compliance officer of CCS of Alabama LLC, one of the applicants for a dispensary license. I've got here in our first slide our mission statement, but I want to kind of take a step back and talk about the dispensary. One of the things we're so excited about this opportunity is because we will be the face of this industry to the patient. That's not to say we're any more important than the commission or the processors or the cultivators or the transporters. We all have a part to play, but we take it very seriously that we will be the forward face dealing with our patients day to day. And so giving them the best experience as possible is very important to us. And our mission statement, I'm not going to read it out to you, but you'll see some words that we thought were important: safety, effective, informed access. You know, those are the core tenets of our business. We think the core tenets of any dispensary should be education for patients and employees, professional dispensing manners, safety and security plans for our patients, our employees, the product, and the public, and also something very important that people sometimes overlook: tax collections and remittance and compliance. So we think we put together a team that can handle all of these tenets, and we look forward to working with you in the future. I don't want to get too far. We all know the application process. I think industry veterans and industry experts throughout the country have said Alabama put together the most rigorous application process. And you know, you asked us to put forth a business plan, a number of exhibits dealing with facilities, dispensing plans, standard operating procedures, and we went through that. Once this program was passed in 2021, and especially when the application was released in October of 22, we spent thousands of hours making sure we knew the rules and regulations. And on December 21st, we applied, we put our application in. Well, I think it's important for y'all to hear this. We did not ask for a 10 megabyte workaround, which I know is a popular item of discussion these days. We didn't ask for extra placeholders. We didn't ask for extra USB to be included. We submitted our application per the rules, got it in a timely manner. We believe we put forth an exceptional application. And of course, at your June 12th meeting and at the August 10th meeting, this board unanimously approved us and awarded us a license for a dispensary. So what I want to take the next few minutes to talk about is the reasons why y'all did that and why we believe we have a great team. Real quick, we have our team here. Real quick, I'm going to go a little bit further in, but I just want to mention our team that's here right now. We have David Bush, a pharmacist in Birmingham, Alabama. He's one of our certified dispensers. My father is an owner, Judge Vinny Shalacy. He's one of the owners and board managers, a lifelong resident of Alabama. We have Ernie Crowmer, who is our COO, has a vast experience, which we'll talk about later in medical cannabis industry. Sandy Young is another board member and owner. A lot of experience in opening up, starting up dispensaries. We have Dr. Jim Bryant, our chief medical advisor here. Matthew Hogan, our CEO, also my cousin and owner. And then last but not least, although he's not a member of our ownership team, Gary Young, that's Sandy's husband. So we couldn't get our entire team down here, but we wanted to at least have a good showing this morning. So we have a great group of seasoned individuals, not only in the medical cannabis industry, but also in highly regulated industries already in this state. We'll start with Matthew Hogan, our CEO. Matthew is the owner, president, and CEO of a company called All Things Good Distribution, originally called Bama Budweiser. It is a Budweiser distributorship here in the state of Alabama. He has 15 years. He knows what it takes to deal with a highly regulated industry and working day to day with a partner, a very highly regulated agency in the ABC, Alabama Beverage Control. Next is Ernie Crowmer. Ernie is our COO, has years of experience opening, starting, and successfully running medical cannabis dispensaries all over the country, currently right now in Colorado and Maryland. He has a ton of experience. He was one of the original founders and original investors in a very well-known dispensary brand throughout the country called Starbuds. And then continues to run these operations both in Colorado and Maryland. Obviously, my name is Vince Shalacy. I'm an attorney here, a lifelong resident of Alabama. I'm an attorney here with Maynard Nexon. I have a lot of experience dealing with a number of highly regulated industries, including I was once general counsel and chief compliance officer of a large multinational consumer fireworks company. I can assure you there are a lot of regulations both at the state and federal level. In addition, I serve as outside general counsel for All Things Good Distribution, where I'm used to dealing with complex tax remittance matters and highly regulatory industry of beer wholesaling. Sandy Young is another owner and board member. Again, she's had as much experience as anyone in this space in opening and starting medical dispensaries, including dispensaries in Colorado, Maryland, Louisiana, all over. Last but not least is my father, retired Judge Vinny Shalacy. My father grew up in Alabama in Bessemer, attended the University of Alabama as a kicker, was a starting place kicker for the University of Alabama. After graduation, he served in the Air National Guard in Birmingham, where he was a jet mechanic. Upon graduating Cumberland Law School, he became an assistant district attorney in Jefferson County, Alabama, and then in 1981 was appointed to the bench as a district judge for the family court, where he served for nearly 25 years until he retired in 2006. So as you can see, we have our owners have so much industry and so much experience in highly regulated industries, including the medical cannabis industry. But we also have some key personnel. We are a patient-driven organization. And what does that mean? Be patient-driven. We need medical and pharmaceutical advice to help with that patient and employee education. Dr. Jim Bryant, who's a surgeon, actually a professor at UAB, a urologist by trade, one of the foremost experts in prostate cancer treatment. He's going to be our chief medical advisor. He brings years of experience to where he knows how to deal with patients, what that patient care looks like. In addition, we have our director of patient education, Dr. Itzel Harriet, who couldn't be here today. She's a psychiatrist down in Florida. She has a lot of experience in dealing with things like post-traumatic stress disorder and has actual experience using medical cannabis to treat those disorders. We'll talk about this in a little bit. We're going to have a special place on our site where our patients will be able to ask her one-on-one questions through a web portal, which is something I think is unique that we can offer to our patients. Our head of pharmacy is Dr. Verdreen, or Eric Verdreen out of Louisiana. He owns currently 3 of the 8 medical dispensaries in Louisiana and has 28 years of experience, not only in pharmacy dispensing, but also in the dispensing of medical cannabis. And last but not least, on our medical advisory board is Dr. Elliot Casas. Unfortunately, he could not be here as well. Again, he is an OBGYN by practice, but for the past 5 years has worked with numerous patients in Florida, prescribing medical cannabis as a for qualifying patients and has a wealth of knowledge there. Last but not least, we mentioned security is an issue here. We want to make sure our facilities are the most secure. And so we were able to hire Robert Haley and his firm Veritas to be our director of security. Robert Haley is a U.S. Marine Corps veteran, also served for 25 years in the FBI, including as assistant special agent in charge for the Birmingham office. He brings a wealth of knowledge and can help us protect not only the physical facilities we have, but also more importantly, the cybersecurity threat that our patients' information may have. Our ability to operate, I think from what you've seen, we have put together a team of experts in just about every area that I think we can cover our core tenets that I mentioned: education, dispensing, safety and security, tax remittance. In addition to all that expertise, we hired Andrew Livingston, who is one of the few cannabis industry economists in the country. We wanted him to come here today. Unfortunately, he is at the convention in Las Vegas. I think it's called MJ Biz, which is the biggest cannabis convention in the world, speaking on the economics of the cannabis industry. We took our experience, we worked with Andrew to come up with what's the right number we need to successfully operate. To date, we have committed, our 5 owners have committed $5 million because that's what we believe it will take to operate a successful dispensary operation here in the state. The question wasn't how much money you have. Right now, I can say with no hesitation, we could put 2 to 3 times that amount today if we needed it. But that wasn't the question in the application. The application is, what do you need to successfully start and run these dispensaries? And with our experience and with Andrew's experience, we believe 5 million is the right number there. So again, with dispensaries, we believe it's such an important role because we are the face. We will be dealing with the patients every day. And so we have 4 core tenets of our business model. And we think all dispensaries should have that. I think a lot of people kind of say, oh, the dispensary is just a retailer. No, we're so much more than that. Our 4 tenets are patient and employee education. That'll be driven from our medical advisory board. Dispensing in a professional manner. We have great certified dispensers, and with Eric Verdreen and all of his experience as director of pharmacy, we believe we'll be able to dispense in a very professional manner. Providing a safe and secure environment. not only to protect our patients and employees, but also the product itself. We know this product is something that people will want to get their hands on, perhaps in illegal and illicit ways. So we have a duty to protect that by going above and beyond what the regulations are for security. And finally, again, probably one of our most important roles, particularly for the state and our host communities, that's timely tax collection and remittance. With education, we plan to exceed all regulations that the state has put in front of us. For instance, the state, I believe, requires a 15-hour or 10 hours for 15 hours for our certified dispensers. We're going 20 hours each year. For our salaried employees, I believe it's 20 hours of education, including the board members. We're saying 25 hours. We're going above and beyond everything the state has put in front of us because we know it's very important that our employees can educate our patients. Also, with the patient education, we're going to have a state-of-the-art website that provides information. We're going to provide one-on-one consultants with our patients. We're working with a nonprofit called Americans for Safe Access. They're a large nonprofit that puts out research and pamphlets about this medicine. We're going to have that stocked in each one of our facilities. And of course, we'll have the ability for our patients to ask questions one-on-one with our director of patient education, which we think is a value add to each one of our patients. Dispensing, again, a lot of people, I think, are nervous that they're going to see this and it's going to look like, you know, these stores are going to look like vape shops or what people would call head shops. That's not it. When you walk into our facilities, you're going to think you're in a pharmacy. This is a medical cannabis program, and that's what we're focusing on. We're going to have a professional facilities. We've also contracted with Dutchie. Dutchie is probably the best software. I'm sure you'll hear a lot of people mention that come today. They have the best software system for point of sales and inventory tracking. In addition, with Dutchie, of course, we'll train all of our employees to understand the metric system, which is the seed to sell inventory system you have passed, and also how to work in the Alabama patient registry, so we know we're getting the correct doses and not over-prescribing our patients. One thing that's interesting, I wanted to show kind of a picture of what these products are going to look like. And I know some of you may say, how much is this going to cost? What is a product going to cost? We worked with Andrew. We did studies from other states with similar programs. We looked at our own programs in states we're in. We believe the cost to start off is going to be anywhere from $50 to $100 for a unit. So for instance, a unit, you know, whatever that gelatinous cuboid is, maybe it's 10 or 20, I'm not sure what the dosage is. We believe that'll be around to start off with about $50. The inhalers and the nebulizers, they're probably gonna be about $100. We expect, we've done this, we've looked at that, you know, gelatinous cubes will probably make up about 40 to 50% of our sales early on. And so we see that costs anywhere between $50 and $100. The transdermal patches may be a little less, topical may be a little less, around $30. But that's about the price range. We predict that our patient will probably have a monthly spend of about $80. But as this industry matures, we predict there will be about a 4% decrease in price as the processors, the cultivators, everyone kind of gets up and running and gets better, if that makes sense. Of course, here's what our packaging would look like. All of our packaging will be in accordance with all rules and regulations. Childproof will have all the correct signage and everything like that. So it meets all regulations for Alabama. Security, like I said, we plan to exceed the security requirements that the commission has put forth in regulations. One way, for instance, it's not enough just to have armed security there while we're open. We plan on securing our facility with armed guards 24 hours a day. Yes, it's an extra expense, but we don't want this product falling into the wrong hands. That goes above and beyond. We've got some great software that allows us to give our employees with different access to different areas. And anytime someone goes into a secure area, they have to swipe their card, so we'll know who, when, and why they go into that secured area so we can protect that product. Our tax plan, this is something near and dear to my heart as a tax lawyer. This is just something we know how to do. Our family, Matthew Hogan, I should have mentioned, is a cousin. His family has been in the beer industry for 50 years or more. We know how to collect taxes. We know how to deal with our regulator. We're used to our regulator coming in once a year for a week or two long audit to go through all of our receipts. We always pass with flying colors. This is such an important job because this is what's going to help fund our state and fund our communities. So we want to make sure we get that done in a timely manner with no issues. So when we first decided to jump into space, we kind of focused in on the areas that we wanted to open up our facilities. And we quickly reached out to a number of folks there. You can see here, City of Talladega, we met with the city manager, city councilmen, and the mayors. Same with Montgomery and Coleman. And you can see in the application, I won't read these for you, but we got a number of letters of support, not only from folks in the host communities, but also other folks, other statewide leaders. We're very proud to have such wonderful letters of support from our folks, especially in the host communities, because they know we're going to be good partners to them. This is just a location, if you want to see the geographic area of our facilities. We're in kind of central to East Alabama. That's where we want to focus. And they're communities we know well. Matthew grew up here in Montgomery. Talladega is a county that we know well because we distribute there already in the beer industry, and we have so many connections and work so well with the folks in Coleman. We're really excited about those three communities. Just to give you an idea of what the front of our store could look like. Again, it's going to be a pharmacy. It's all in accordance with rules and regulations. I think this is important. This is our original kind of draft of what our Montgomery dispensary would look like. As you'll see, I'm not sure if the laser pointer will work that far. You know, our patients aren't really going to be able to move too much. All the security and everything is going to be in the back. We'll have a patient consult room, but we have our secure man trap and waiting area to make sure that whoever comes in, oh, I'm sorry, I should have pointed back here. You see the man trap, of course, they cannot come in unless they show us they have a patient registry card and they're able to take our product. This is something very near and dear to our heart when we decided that we wanted to do this, particularly, you know, since we are an Alabama primarily owned Alabama company. 51% is owned by 3 individuals, my father and my cousin. Another important issue, two of the top officers in this group are Alabama residents, and 3 of the 5 board members of this group are Alabama residents. This will be an Alabama controlled entity. But one thing that was very important to us early on is we wanted to give back to the state that's given so much to us. And so we dedicated early on that we were going to take a share of our EBITDA and donate it to nonprofits each and every year. We expect in our first year, our first full years of operations, based on our projections that you can see in Exhibit 5, about $800,000 to $900,000 in EBITDA that first year. Maybe we do better, which would be great. But that is from day one, $15,000 to $20,000 that we put back in our community each and every year. And as it grows, we want to put more back into our community. Again, this state has given us so much, we feel it's necessary to give back. And last but not least, I want to talk about a timeline. We were fortunate to be awarded twice before, and so we had this timeline already started, and we stopped, and we started, and we stopped. But based on the current situation, if, you know, when awarded a license December 1st, we already have our engineered plans. They're ready to be stamped. We want to work and go ahead and apply for permitting so we can start construction as soon as we are issued the license. What we don't know is some cities may say, hey, we're not giving you a permit until you have the license in hand. So some of that is, it just depends on the timing. Once the final license is issued, we believe we can begin construction. I'd like to say January 1. I guess it depends on if Alabama's in the CFP or not and people are watching the playoffs. But we think early on in January, we'll be able to start our construction, begin pre-operation training in February 15th. We think our construction will be complete by April 1st. Then with the commission can come in, we believe we can be open and selling product if it's available as early as May 1st. Again, we thank you for this time. We thank you for awarding us twice before. We hope we've shown that you can award us again and trust us with this important job. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Scalesi. Is that how you say it?
Shalacy, yes, sir.
Shalacy, I'm sorry. Thank you. Some of our commission members may have some questions for you. Anyone want to start off? Ms. Skelton.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here.
you.
Excellent presentation, excellent application.
Thank you so much.
Very informative. You can tell y'all put a lot of work into it.
Thank you.
Just a few boring questions.
Sure.
About the facilities.
Mhm.
The three sites that you reference in your presentation, in your application. Back when you filed your application a year ago, you stated on two of them. We'll just go through the list.
Sure, absolutely.
Montgomery lease rent.
Mhm.
Is that a lease you have in existence?
We
an
do.
option to
We
lease?
have drafted the lease and it is ready to sign. Of course, it's optioned on being issued the license. We know the landlord very well. It happens to be our CEO's mother, so she'll probably be our toughest landlord, but we know the landlord and we're ready to go there.
Okay.
Mhm.
And in Talladega, the agreement's contingent on receipt of the license.
We went ahead and
Okay.
bought we went ahead and bought and closed on that property, so we own it now.
Okay, so you own
Hmm.
Talladega. And then in Coleman, there's a parcel, so yeah, I presume it says lease to rent.
Yeah, so we're working with, actually, believe it or not, a pharmacist in Coleman that I've worked with before. He has this property and he is wanting to build a facility with us as the anchor tenant. We've stayed in touch. They have plans ready to go. Again, they're hesitant to break ground until we get the license issued since we're their anchor tenant. But they believe, again, this, because of the building, it's not a huge building they're building. It's a very flat site that's ready to build on. They can get that constructed.
Okay. All of these you reference 184 days, and again, certainly cognizant of the fact this was a year ago. Do you feel like that's a good date to be able to commence operations?
Absolutely. In fact, I think because we've gotten so much work done, and I'll be honest, when we were awarded in June and we were awarded again in August, we went ahead and invested more on the believing that we still should receive an award. And so we've gone ahead and invested. We went ahead and hired our engineer just so we could be ready. Once we get issued, we can hit the ground running. The only thing we do worry about with a May deadline is, will there be product available by that time? Because I do know there's also the cultivation, which from our, depending on how they get what into the state, could be 8 to 10 weeks. And then with the processing, one of the things that concerns us is, will there be a bottleneck with only one state testing laboratory? That's one thing that concerns us, but we definitely feel like we'll meet the 180. In fact, we'll feel like we'll be ahead of that 180
Okay.
in our application.
And I'm sure, excuse me, you've confirmed this previously, but if you could just confirm that those three facilities are not within 1,000 feet of any school, childcare, any daycare?
Absolutely.
all-
We went through and did when we were looking for location, these communities, that was one thing that we had to make sure of. And so we used one of the groups we worked with. They went through, double checked using Google Maps and other, mapping, GIS mapping, to make sure we're well without 1,000 feet of all the what I would call prohibited locations. So
Thank you so much.
thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Skelton. Any other commission members have a question? I know Dr. Blakemore, our pharmacist on the commission, has one. Sam?
Yes, great presentation.
Thank you.
We really appreciate it. Can you discuss the day-to-day operations in the dispensary? Will it be pharmacist driven? I know Mr. Bush is one of your certified dispensers, but I just really want to understand who's going to be in control of the dispensaries.
Yeah, so this is a great question. We will obviously have certified dispensers in every single one of our locations. From a compliance standpoint, day to day, I will be handling the compliance issues. Obviously, our CEO will be handling kind of the overall operations, but we do want to get certified dispensers. We prefer to get pharmacists if possible, because we think, again, this is what we're doing here. We're essentially a pharmacy. So that is our goal, is to have all certified dispensers, pharmacists if we can be, but at least in the, having the 2 years of experience in the sciences, chemistry, biology. But the plan is to have is pharmacists if we can. Yes.
And you hit on it a little bit with discussing your software. I know software is such a sticking point for most pharmacists.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think that software will help?
I think Dutch is a
drug diversion.
I'm so sorry. Yeah.
No, you're fine.
I think Dutch is a great solution because it adds in not only point of sale tracking, so our actual sales and collection of tax, it's also an inventory management piece, and it will tie in. I can't say that they exactly speak to one another, but it will be tied in both with metric and the patient registry. But we have a lot of faith in Dutchie. I think Dutchie is the premier software suite for dispensaries. This is all they do. And so we feel very confident with the inventory tracking. Add that with the scan and making sure we have limited access. For instance, not every employee will be able to get into our secured area. We'll have different levels that our employees can do. So that, along with the inventory tracking and Dutchie, we feel like we're going to have a great view of where that product is going and make sure it's not getting into the wrong hands.
And just to close the loop on that, what would you guys do to handle any potential diversion? How would you handle that? Would you report it immediately to AMCC or?
Absolutely. That's part of our standard. I think we have in our standing operating procedures. You know, we try to provide a procedure for just about everything from opening and cleaning the facility to closing. Being in touch with our number one, and it was on a slide, and I didn't get a chance to really dig into it. From day one, we will be on a first name basis with law enforcement in our community. That's very important. We know we have a very we have a product that a lot of people will want to get their hands on for the wrong purposes. So absolutely, we have a plan in place. If there's any internal theft or anything like that, we have a plan where we notify law enforcement immediately. We notify the commission immediately. I think we say within 24 hours, but the goal, just from other industries we've been in, the sooner you get in touch with your law enforcement agent, the easier it is to run that investigation. So that's all in our part of our standard operating procedure. I hope I'm answering your question.
Oh yeah, definitely. The other point, my banking friend, Mr. Gamble, I don't think he's here today. Is he on?
Maybe online.
He's online. How are you guys going to handle cash transactions?
That's a great question. You know, early on, that was one of the issues we were running into. What bank would bank us? And a lot of banks that we talked to, we have a lot of relationships with some great banks. Luckily, we partnered with Service First. Service First Bank, based in Birmingham. They, along with Commerce One, probably the two big banks in this state that have said, you know what, we understand the federal rules that are out there, but we know the Alabama State Banking Authority wants us to get into this the right way. What we think, so it is an all cash business. There are some software out there where you can do it's credit card based, but it's all using cryptocurrency. I'm not sure that we want to be the guinea pig there. I know it's worked in some places like in Mississippi. I think it's worked in Colorado and Maryland. We primarily see us being a cash basis business only because of the federal laws that are out there. And hopefully we'll get some help from the federal level with the SAFE Act and things like that will make it easier. But some of the solutions we've talked to the bank about is, I know Loomis has a program where they have a safe where you insert the cash, it counts the money. They then put the money in your bank account for a fee, of course, and then they come every day to get the cash. I think that would be a very safe way of handling that. We're trying to make sure Loomis is comfortable with doing that in the state. We believe they are. I think they're waiting to see who all is going to be the licensee so they could talk to everybody. But that's one of the ways we'll handle that cash issue.
Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you.
One question on the nebulizer, you mentioned a while ago, you estimate maybe $100. Would that probably be maybe a month's worth of?
Yeah, that's how we see that being a month, not per unit, but and when I say per unit, I mean a per sellable unit. So about a month's work, correct?
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else have a question? Yes, sir, James.
Appreciate your presentation. Very good.
Thank you.
Do you have any relationships already built with processors?
Absolutely, we do.
You're the last stage. So.
Yeah, we do. So again, in our application, we had talked to the processors and cultivators, and we have some LOIs. Once we were awarded in June and then awarded again in August, we talked to a number of the other awardees. You know, I don't want to mention too many by name, just I don't want that to be unfair, but we have great relationships so far. Great relationships with other dispensaries that were awarded that, you know, we call and we're talking. We believe that we can have our, you know, we started talking early in June to say, hey, we want to work with y'all. We're ready to get a contract in place. And so we know whoever is awarded, we know quickly we'll be able to have those relationships and get going. But yes, in our application, we did have, I think, a LOI with a processor and a vertical entity. Since then, I've talked to a number of vertical entities, talked to a number of cultivators, and I feel like we'll be in a great space to get product fairly soon. One of the things they love about us is that we're in communities that don't have a lot of competition. So I think they're looking to get into our dispensary there. So.
Thank you, Mr. Harwell. Any other commission members, either here or online, have a question? This is CCS of Alabama.
Thank you so much.
You mentioned you didn't want to be a guinea pig. I think all of Alabama is going to be a guinea pig in the game.
That's good. Well, maybe on a federal level, I didn't want to be a guinea pig with the Banking Act. So banking issues.
understand.
So thank y'all so much.
I have a question.
Yes, sir, Eric.
So you have dispensaries in other states. Have you had any issues, regulatory issues?
No regulatory, no fines. I can safely say we've had no regulatory issues, no fines in any other states that we're operating in.
Okay, and are any of you currently under any investigation by the Attorney General's office?
No, none of us are under investigation.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions before we allow Vincent to sit down? Great presentation. We
Thanks
thank
so
you
much.
and your team for showing up today.
Thanks so much.
Great ideas and great presentation. We appreciate you giving your time to us today.
Thank you so much. Y'all take
And
care.
thank you.
Thanks.
Moving on, we're almost on time. We'll have Yellowhammer Medical Dispensaries, another LLC, to come forward and make preparations. Before you get started, I'll ask Mr. Justin Aday to provide a couple of comments on your application. So Justin.
All right, this is applicant number 1616 Yellowhammer Medical Dispensaries LLC. You have their complete application, applicant summary, along with a brief in support of their application that was submitted by the applicant, and there were no pass-fail items identified in this application.
Thank you so much, Justin. This is Jeffrey Smith, is that right?
Yes, my full name is Keith Jeffrey Smith, but I go by Jeff.
Okay, well, good to have you here, Mr. Smith.
Thank you
You're
so
the
much.
primary owner, is that right?
That is.
Okay, well, the floor is yours, and Ms. Peters will show you the 15 minutes that you've requested for making a presentation today. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having us. I appreciate all of your time. I'm Jeff Smith, and I'm the founder and CEO of Yellowhammer Medical Dispensaries. Yellowhammer Medical Dispensaries went through a rigorous process and was awarded as a dispensary license. We were subsequently awarded a license again in August. At that August meeting, we were the only one to win a unanimous approval from the commission. We submitted our application with no workaround. We also submitted our application 2 days before the due date. All of this is just to show how intentional we were. What I was excited about being a part of this process was how intentional the program was set out by the state, and it was something desirable to me. I wanted to be a part of it. I was born in Birmingham, Alabama. I'm sorry, I was raised in Birmingham, Alabama. I've been there my entire life. Drove down from Birmingham this morning, and I'm the son of a local entrepreneur. I was raised in a fast food restaurant. Later on, my dad had a chain of cellular telephone stores, about a dozen of those. So I've always been super interested in retail. I've hired well over 1,000 employees in the state of Alabama. When I say hired, that's interviewing, training, and developing them, and watching them go on to succeed in our company and other companies across the state. And some of them have started their own companies as well. I've been regulated in some companies that I've started by the Alabama State Banking Department. I've been regulated by federal agencies such as FinCEN, which is the Department of the U.S. Treasury. I've complied with acts such as the Bank Secrecy Act, anti-money laundering, suspicious activity, are just a few of the things that I've been a part of. while we do this, I also want to make sure that this is something that I have not done before, medical marijuana. So I'm bringing on a consultant, Daniel Freed, who has 13 years of experience in the cannabis industry. He has built, opened, and managed dispensaries all across the country. He would be here today if he wasn't opening up stores as we speak. He's helping to get all of our operations together for Yellowhammer. He will be here on the ground alongside me, interviewing employees, learning the software, which is Dutchy, and opening all the stores. Some companies that I've been a part of, Insight Card Services. We were a prepaid issuer for Visa, had over 200 employees. We sold that company to a publicly traded company, Green Dot, in 2015, and that company is still in business today. It's also a part of Shipped. That was started in 2015 here in Birmingham. We sold in 2018. I stayed on for 2.5 years after the sale. And that was a great run. We had over 1,000 corporate employees, 7 of them here. We had 300,000 independent contractors, which were shoppers that shopped in over 300 of the largest metropolitans in the United States. Our locations, we will have a location in Birmingham, Demopolis, and Owens Crossroads. I wanted to make sure that we not only served large areas, but we are also willing to serve all smaller towns in the state. I think that was something that the commission set out for, to make sure that we have access to this medicine. I want to talk about some of the things that I think that I bring to the table that's going to make us successful. I've been involved with opening over 80 retail stores, many of them with bank level security. I dork out on things like bullet resistant glass, different types of vaults, many things that we'll be dealing with, cash handling procedures, audit control. These are things that are not unfamiliar to me. We've got a great team. Many of the people that are on our team are people that I've worked with in the past, hand in hand in companies that I've mentioned. They're here in Birmingham, and they're people that I trust and I know will represent the state well. For example, our head of security, I've known for 15 years. He's been consulting with me for 15 years, Thomas Wallace. He has 28 years of law enforcement experience, including working for the ATF and the DEA. I feel like we've got a great marketing plan. Everything that we do for marketing will, of course, be first approved by the commission. We will have in-store monitors with educational material. We will have leaflets that will only be distributed in the store and to registered doctors. We will host community outreach webinars that will not promote our company, but will promote the efficacy of the medicine. Here's an example of one of our locations in Birmingham. This is a location that we are currently have under lease. We're paying the lease every month now since June. That's a store that we can have open in 120 days. We have permit ready plans that are ready to go live. We're ready to start demoing at a moment's notice. I have a contractors lined up. We're super excited about it. Here's an example of the inside of the store. We've consulted with some of the best designers in this space to make sure that we have something that is safe, secure, compliant, and something that we can all be proud of. In conclusion, we have a great team. We are in place to create a great company and something that we can all be proud of. I appreciate your time, and I'm welcome to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Anyone have a question for Yellowhammer Medical Dispensaries?
Hey, Mr. Smith, thank you for your presentation. In the discussion, when I initially looked over your application, there was a discussion about gentleman by the name of John Balk, being associated with the application. I saw he was previously a member of the Maryland Board of Pharmacy. Is he still going to be involved?
He will be.
And then, can you speak a little bit about your certified dispenser, John McKay? Will he be involved with operations as certified dispenser?
He will.
Okay. Can you speak about the general operations of the dispensary, how you're going to handle drug interactions, consultations with patients regarding drug interactions or potential drug diversion violations? Could you discuss any of that today?
Sure. So when you walk into the store, there is a receiving area. You'll first make sure that you have your card with you. You'll have an opportunity, if it's your first time there, to go into a private consultation room where you can ask questions and speak one-on-one with someone. And then after that, you'll be shown the dispensary floor. As far as diversions, we'll have standard operating procedures to make sure that we remain compliant as outlined in our application. But if we find that anything is awry, we will first contact the commission, and we have a process to take care of that.
What type of products will your dispensary offer?
We will have lozenges, nebulizers, tinctures, and creams.
And do you know about like the general cost of those items, like a 30-day supply?
Yeah.
What do you,
Sure. It'll be $50 to $100 per month.
do you have anything related to any standard operating procedures related to how you're going to handle cash
We
day to
do.
day?
We do, when we submitted that, but we've been dealing with cash for over 15 years. I've had financial service centers that would routinely have over $200,000 a day in cash. So there's a lot that goes with that. So just making sure it's all about being set up from success from day one, making sure that you have that everybody is onboarded correctly. They're trained. They know what to do if anything goes wrong, have whistleblower standards, and just make sure that we're compliant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Blakemore. Any other commission member have a question? Yes, Ms. Hatchett.
Thank you again for being here today.
Thank you so much.
Do you or any of your business partners or associates have dispensaries currently in other states?
We do not.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hatchett. Any other commission? Yes, Ms. Skelton.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. Just want to confirm the consistent status of what your application represented on your facilities, if we could go through that list real quick. And Birmingham on Green Springs, you still have the agreement in place contingent?
No, we
Oh,
already
is
have,
that's the one you bought? Okay.
no, we have a lease in place and we've been paying rent now for several months.
Okay. So that one is still good. In Crossroads, Owens Crossroad, agreement contingent on receipt of lease?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then Demopolis,
Yes,
same thing?
I'm paying rent on that and we're looking to close in January as soon as we find out.
So you've already got a lease in place on 2 or 3 of these?
2 of them.
Okay. And you referenced 120 days to commence operations at all of them. Do you have significant renovations, additions that you're going to have to work on and you still feel that's a good number you can accomplish?
I do. Yes, we're going to use the most modern quick deploy tactics to make sure that these get online.
And so 2 out of 3, you're already there. That's
Yes, ma'am.
great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Skelton. Any other commission member? Any of you online? Well, thank you, Mr. Smith. Great
Appreciate your
presentation.
time.
Thank you for
Thank y'all
coming
so much.
today and telling us about Yellowhammer Medical Dispensary.
Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We're pretty well on time, maybe a little bit ahead. If Mr. Travis Wisdom is here, we can go ahead and get you prepared to go. And before you start off talking about Capital Medical and LLC, I'll ask Mr. Justin Aday to give us a few remarks about your application. Justin?
All right, this is applicant number 1631 Capital Medical LLC. You have their full application along with the applicant summary report and presentation materials that were submitted. And there were no pass-fail items noted for this application.
Thank you, Justin. All right, Mr. Wisdom, you have the floor, and I think you asked for a 20-minute allotment, and Ms. Peters will have it here in front of you up here on the shelf.
Okay. I don't know if I'll use it all, but we'll use it for questions at the end if I don't. Commissioners, thank you for having Capital Medical today. Figure out how to. Is our PowerPoint available or not? See, I don't have it.
Sometimes we have some technical shortfalls from time to time.
Longleaf Medical is our DBA. We plan to do business as Longleaf. When we first formed the LLC as Capital Medical, I think later it came into effect that could violate one of the rules about naming the state or having an involvement with the state. So plan to do business as Longleaf Medical, but as an applicant, we are Capital Medical. My name is Travis Wisdom. I will be the Chief Compliance Officer for Capital Medical LLC. Quickly, I know you guys are going to hear a lot of repetitive information. So what I'm going to try to focus on with our presentation today is what differentiates us from some of the other applicants. And maybe that won't, hopefully that won't put everybody to sleep. But Capital Medical, we are an Alabama LLC. We are 95% Alabama owned. When the legislature passed the Darren Wesley Otto Compassion Act, we decided we wanted to go at this maybe a little differently. And we wanted to have a very central focus on being Alabama owned, Alabama based, and Alabama small business centric. That said, we believe in the act. We understand why the legislature enacted it. We think there is a dutiful purpose for it. Obviously, all of you do as well. You would not be sitting on this commission. We believe in the commission. We respect the rules you've promulgated for the applications for this entire process. And we thank you for your service in this regard. I know all of you have other jobs, other things you could be doing besides sitting on this commission. So we appreciate your time. As I said, moving on, we are Alabama owned. We are Alabamians. Our CEO, James Robert Brantley right here, is the vice president and partial owner of Capital Container Company. If any of you are from Montgomery, you're probably familiar with Capital Container. It's a large manufacturing and distribution company. Each of our owners provides what we believe are one of the 5 necessary components to be successful as a dispensary for Capital Medical. Robbie, as he goes by, is in the manufacturing and distribution business. That's going to be highly important for us when it comes to working with the growers, the processors, and the transporters. Robbie knows about manufacturing, which leads, naturally into the growers. Also, logistics for distribution of manufactured goods will also be key in working with our transporters. Second, we've got Jeffrey Dunn. Mr. Dunn is the owner and COO of Best Glass, which is also here in Montgomery. Obviously, one of the purposes of the legislative act in this regard was to get this product to Alabamians as quickly and as efficiently and safely as possible. In that regard, your real estate locations are going to have to be outfitted for the proper security, the proper patient interaction, et cetera, for the patients that are going to come through. So we wanted somebody to be on part of our team that was skilled working with general and subcontractors in the construction business, inspectors, city staff, things like that. Jeff is our guy there. He'll be integral as far as constructing and getting our locations up and running. Next is me, Travis Wisdom. I'm a practicing attorney. I've been a licensed Alabama lawyer for 23 years, attended the University of Alabama School of Law. What I bring, I think, to Capital Medical is twofold. One, I've practiced largely in business law. but also maybe sort of adversely to that, for over 20 years, I've worked hand in hand with law enforcement. I've represented the National Sheriff's Association before the United States Supreme Court. I'm licensed to practice in every federal and state court in this state. I've represented Alabama sheriffs, Alabama chiefs of police, individual Alabama officers, fraternal organizations. And we think one of the benefits of that will be you've got to have a good relationship with your community law enforcement. There's obviously criminal activity that is a potential for a dispensary, but more importantly, I think you want to have a working, open relationship with your law enforcement agencies in each of your locations so that this operation is something they have confidence in, something that they respect, and that they understand is highly ethical and, of course, medically competent. Almost last, we have Gene Cody. Gene works for More Property Management, which is here in the Montgomery area. Gene's company's been around Alabama for over 100 years. Gene is an expert in retail and commercial leasing. So we added Gene to the team to help us with marketing, with site selection, with landlord tenant solutions, and meeting all the retail and licensing requirements that are promulgated by this commission. Finally, we brought in our one non-Alabamian, Sarah Gullickson. Sarah owns a business called Cannabis Business Advisors. One of the things I've always enjoyed reading and trying to pattern my own business practices as the works of King Solomon. And King Solomon once wrote, "Plans go wrong with lack of advice. Many advisors bring success." We believe that at Capital Medical. Sarah is an actual expert in the cannabis business arena, specifically medical cannabis. She's asked to speak nationally as a true cannabis entrepreneur. She has herself handwritten standard operating procedures, come up with security plans, patient manuals, employee training guides. She is an expert. The rest of us, the 95% of us that I spoke on before, are all Alabama residents, have been forever, and we're 95% Alabama, but we would have been a little bit remiss if we didn't bring someone in, as the chairman mentioned, so that we're not just a complete guinea pig in this new industry to our state. So we brought somebody in a small regard that is a true expert, and that is Sarah. We at Capital Medical are going to attack the dispensary business a little bit differently than some of my competitors. Capital Medical is going to have a licensed pharmacist serving as the chief dispensing agent at each facility. And you'll see here, we've got 3 that have already contracted with us. All 3 are Alabama pharmacists. All 3 are currently working in Alabama. I've brought with me today Miranda Smith, who will be our lead pharmacist. Miranda is, of course, state of Alabama pharmacist licensed. She's licensed in controlled substances. She attended the pharmacy school at Auburn University. So we're real proud to have Miranda and Kimberly and Maria Wright. All 3 are licensed Alabama pharmacists, again, continuing Capital Medical's theme of we want this product for Alabamians to be provided by other Alabamians. The pharmacist will work under our medical director, Dr. Michael Ingram, as you'll see in our application, also practicing in Alabama. We have secured local contractors to get our 3 sites ready. We believe if we were awarded a license on Friday, Capital Medical would be up and running, ready to run within 60 days at all 3 locations. We've got the plans drawn, the architectural drawings submitted. We are ready to rock and roll. Jeff, as I mentioned earlier, is in the contracting business. So we already have selected our general contractors and subcontractors, and we can have our dispensaries ready 60 days from Friday. Our real estate locations, as you see, we chose 3 locations as of course directed by the commission. We chose those locations based on where we live and where we operate our small businesses. My partners grew up and live in Montgomery, so obviously Montgomery was a natural decision. I practice law and live in Auburn, so the Auburn Opelika market, and then we chose Dothan. And the reason for that, commissioners, is as the owners of small businesses here in Alabama, we understand one thing, and that is you cannot be successful running a small business if you run it remotely, or if you're out of state, or if you're not hands-on. So we wanted to naturally pick places that were close to our businesses now, so that the owners, as owners, we can be involved in the day-to-day operations of this dispensary business. Dothan would be the farthest from us, and that's only about an 80-minute drive. So that was the reason we chose those. Obviously, I've given you a sample floor plan there. Everybody's done that. I don't want to waste your time with that. We have a full security system. This is where Ms. Gullickson, our 5% out-of-state owner, came into play. She has written these for dispensaries all over the United States very successfully. We also will be using the Dutchie software. We've contracted with them. We have a agreement in place with Troy Bank and Trust, which is a state of Alabama bank, again, continuing Capital Medical's theme of being Alabama run, Alabama handled, and Alabama operated. Troy Bank and Trust will be handling the cash, and they've already assured us that all the safety protocols are in place for that. Last but not least, I just want to mention again, Capital Medical is an Alabama-based ownership company, 95%. We do have a 5% out-of-state owner, but she does provide very much needed expertise. We believe in the act as the legislature has passed it. In our location area, you'll see in our application that we went directly to the legislature and had Senator Jay Hovey, who's in the area, and House Representative Joe Lovern write letters of recommendation on behalf of our company. We've spoken to them. They believe in us. They trust us, and they've seen our plan. They've actually sat down with us and discussed our plan to have these 3 dispensaries, and they felt confident enough to write you all a letter supporting us. Last and final point I want to make. I think this commission is going to hear, like I said, a lot of things about security and standard operating procedure. All of that is certainly very important. We take that extremely seriously. But I think you should also consider that Capital Medical has real viability. We have the real ability for longevity in the business. If you awarded us a license, we're not going to finish up in a year and say, oh, it didn't work out for us, or we didn't know it was going to be this hard. That's not us at all. We're 4 small Alabama business owners. All of our businesses have been in business in the state over 2 decades at least, in some cases over 5 decades. We're not going to fail. We're going to succeed at this. And that's the reason we've picked these areas. We live in these areas. We're part of these communities. We go to church in these communities. We're in civic organizations in these communities. And again, we understand how small business works and how it should be run. So we will not fail you if we were granted a license. I'll open it up to questions. I got 6 minutes left.
Thank you, Travis. Any commission member have a question for Mr. Wisdom?
Hey, great job.
Thank you.
You know, as a pharmacist day in, day out, you got plenty of pharmacists on staff. I like that. But one of the biggest issues that I see day in, day out, supply chain issues. You know, I always have so many medications on back order. You know, I was reviewing your application here. Can you discuss some of the memorandum of understandings that you have in place with other licensees?
Well, I think, and I haven't researched it fully, but I think we have more MOUs and LOIs with potential other licensees than any other applicant. But we have had conversations with growers, processors. I don't want to name their names. It probably wouldn't be appropriate, but also the testers, the lab guys, and several of the integrated companies. We know them. Obviously, a lot's going to depend on what this commission does with regard to granting licenses to them. But the ones that we think will be granted licenses, we have great relationships with. I think you'll see that in the application. If we didn't have a relationship with somebody, I don't think that would be a barrier. We would forge a new one readily. We're very, like I said, we're open. We live in this state. We are the state of Alabama, just like you guys are. So we know how business works here. We know how government works here. We know, like I said, I have great relationships with law enforcement here. My children have all been to public school in this state, so have theirs. We're highly confident that relationships among fellow licensees are in place now. And if for any reason they weren't, they would be formed.
What do you expect your product mix to look like? Like capsules, tinctures, like what do you think you're gonna have as far as dosage forms?
What I think is, as one of the owners and the chief compliance officers, I want to rely on our medical director and my three Alabama pharmacists for that. They're going to be seeing the patients. Pharmacists are going to be interacting with our patients. They're going to help guide us on the inventory we need. Obviously, Miranda and I have talked. We talked on the way over here from Auburn this morning. There are epileptic cases. Can't have anything orally. So maybe we need to carry suppositories. There are cases of folks that need this medicine into the bloodstream very quickly. So maybe we need a few more inhalers. I think obviously we want to have a wide berth to begin with, but as we get going forward in each location, I think it's incredibly important to rely on our pharmacists and have them tell us, these are the patients we're seeing, these are the needs we need to meet.
How do you expect to handle when a patient thinks something's cost prohibitive? Like, do you have anything in place as far as patient assistance
We do.
programs? Or
We do. We have a full patient assistance plan. Obviously, that can be tender, for lack of a better term. You don't want to be beguiled by somebody who's just looking to get over on the pharmacy, but I think those cases are few and far between. The folks that need the medicine and can't afford it, we have assistance plans in place. We have payment plans and, that can help diffuse some of that. And we also have some charitable benefactors we think that can help share in the cost of some of these patients' needs. 501c3 companies have reached out to us and told us, if there were assistance needs that they, would love to help fulfill those.
thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Blakemore. Any other questions from a commission member?
I've got two questions.
Yes, Ms. Hatchett.
My first one is, just for the record, do you or your business associates or partners have ownership or association with cannabis dispensaries in other states?
We do not. We're only Alabama.
Okay.
And we don't have anything yet here.
My second question is, what do you see the look or style of your dispensaries being, both that's visual outside as well as the style on the inside?
The style on the inside, obviously, we submitted a floor plan. It'll be highly secure, but we want it to be welcoming and comfortable. I think obviously marijuana is going to be used a lot of times for pain. So I think you're going to have to be sensitive to folks coming into your business that are in an excruciating amount of pain. So we want it to be comfortable. We also want it to be safe. On the outside, we certainly, as you'll see, I can go back to it'll say medical. This is not going to be a head shop or a vape store. Of course, this is a professional medical pharmacy run by Alabama pharmacists. So we're really hoping to give it a feel of a professional pharmacy type of experience. I'm a patient. I've gotten access to this from a doctor, and that's the reason I'm making the trip to this particular dispensary. But
Thank you.
certainly not something that we're trying to attract. One of the locations is Lee County. We're not trying to get the college kids over there. So this is a full medical professional pharmacy facility.
Thank you, Commissioner Hatchett. Anyone else have a question from Mr. Travis Wisdom? Anybody online? Thank you, Travis. Great job today.
Thank you,
Nothing.
Commissioner.
Thank you for coming and making your presentation. We appreciate your time and willingness to do so.
Okay, we appreciate it.
Thank you. Let's see.
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry to correct that. I was, Commissioner, the Miss Gullickson, who I mentioned was she does have an ownership in a dispensary in Arizona.
Then
It-
a follow-up question to that, if I may, Chairman, would be, do you know that if there are any regulatory problems? Has she had any?
Oh, no, absolutely not. No, she's in fact the keynote speaker at the big thing in Vegas.
Okay.
She's squeaky clean. So, sorry, I thought you were asking about the four of us, if we had any interest.
Okay.
I wasn't trying to
I
mislead.
appreciate the clarification.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
Thank you, Travis. All right, we're pretty much, I think we're on time. Brittany, if the GP6 Wellness Group is here. I think we've got them all done. I think, John, I think everyone has a copy. I think I think we've got all that on hand. But as they make their way to the podium and make their presentation, I'll ask Mr. Justin Day to make the appropriate comments pertaining to your application. Justin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is applicant number 1635 GP6 Wellness LLC. You have their full application, the applicant summary. Also, you have a written brief that the applicant submitted, and there were no pass-fail items noted in their application.
Thank you, Justin. Anand, is that how you say it? Anand?
That's me, yeah.
Anna, okay, who's going to kind of be the lead presenter today?
Oh, we're all going to be presenting today.
Okay, well, as each one of you come to the microphone, please state your name. That way we'll know who you are and our reporter can make note of it.
Absolutely.
So thank y'all for coming today. The floor is yours, and Ms. Peters will show you your time allotment up here on the shelf in front of you. So just kind of keep that in mind as the time winds down from that 20-minute allotment. So go ahead, Ms. Peters.
All right. Good morning, Commission members. We appreciate you guys giving us the time today to put a face to our name, GP6 Wellness. My name is Ivani Patel, and present with me today are other members of our team. I've got Mayan, Anand, Ginjal, and Jay. I went to Cumberland School of Law at Sanford here in Birmingham, and I'm a licensed attorney in Alabama. Just as you all have worked hard to ensure that this program is a success, we've also worked hard to ensure that we can meet your standards to deliver quality patient care to Alabamians. Our application that you saw was written by us. No consultants were utilized at any point in the process, including searching for our locations, interpreting the rules, meeting with the towns, and writing our application. Our presence today even is 100% by us. We drew from our own experience in the industry to prepare our presentation that we're going to give you. We've worked day in and day out to not only write the application, but to also understand and interpret what the rules meant so that we could remain compliant to provide the best quality and care. We believe that we're the best fit for implementing Alabama's medical cannabis program for 5 reasons. One would be our professional and experienced team. Second is our commitment to Alabama and its local communities. Third is our strategically placed and selected locations in Alabama. Fourth are our operational strategies and facility designs that we're focused on patient care. And fifth will be our financial strength. We are 100% minority and family owned and operated. The individuals that you see here today are going to be the ones that are going to run this thing. Our team's not only comprised of family members, but also with highly educated and specialized individuals, including 3 pharmacists, 2 attorneys, and a dentist. We all share the same goal, ensuring that we implement this program in a successful way so that the patients of our state can receive appropriate treatment, but while also running a successful operation. Combined, our family has 30 years of direct experience in this industry of both running and operating medical dispensaries around the nation. Our backgrounds in regulated industries, our expertise in the law, and our market experience makes us an excellent candidate. Our experience and our success in other states will ensure efficiency, regulatory compliance with the law, and a commitment to Alabama's patients if we're awarded a license. I'll pass it off to my husband, Mayan.
My name is Mayan, and I reside in Birmingham. I'm the Director of Dispensary Operations for GP6 Wellness. I practice pharmacy as the pharmacy manager at Birmingham Apothecary, one of the oldest pharmacies in the whole state of Alabama, also a member of APCI. I was raised in Selma, Alabama, and I went to the University of Alabama and Auburn University. I then completed my doctorate of pharmacy at Samford University. When it comes to Roll Tide or War Eagle, it's kind of confusing in my household, but y'all know what happened last weekend. I'll leave it at that. My sister, Kinjal, who was born and raised in Alabama, also lives in Birmingham, where she practices dentistry. She is a member of the American Dental Association as well as the Alabama Dental Association. We're not only family owned and operated, but we also have deep, strong roots here in Alabama. My background in pharmacy includes experiences in various settings, including specialty, retail, and compounding. We know individualized patient care. As a pharmacist, I've been driven by the need for patient care. I pursued my career as a pharmacist not only to deliver that, but also to have a focus on patient safety, counseling, and educations toward their health and well-being. Because of our background in healthcare, we have a deep understanding of the approved conditions and how medical cannabis can aid in the care of these patients with these chronic conditions. Throughout this process, we have communicated and developed many relationships with other applicants, including dispensary applicants, as well as integrated cultivator and processor applicants. We're also a proud member of the AMCA. We're committed to working with other applicants to make this program a success in our state. Being raised here in Alabama, my team and I have a strong commitment to focus on the Alabama community as a whole and to give back to its patients. Now I'll let Ivani go over the locations.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, I thought there must be some further information that we didn't have. We thought we had all the, that's okay. We're gonna pause your time to pass that information out. I thought we already had that, John. My bad.
It's just the PowerPoint so you can see it.
Thank you. You need one? You got one? I don't got enough. Thank you for being spot on, Ms. Gelston. We were kind of went to sleep at the wheel. Okay.
I
Thank
don't want you to go to sleep now.
you. Go ahead, Ivani.
Okay. So I'm gonna talk a little bit about our locations. We carefully selected and vetted these 3 locations that we felt would maximize patient access, convenience, and efficiency with local community support. These 3 locations are in Birmingham, Attella, and Athens. They're all in compliance with the rules that were regulated by the AMCC, and we currently have control of all 3 of these locations. Because we understand that patient access is important to you all, we took this into consideration when we selected the locations. We could have picked the 3 largest cities in Alabama, but we didn't. We picked 3 cities with the understanding that patient access is number 1. We chose locations that were located off of major highways, which made it convenient for patients. And our locations are existing buildings, which means we're ready to roll. We built relationships with each of these towns by engaging and meeting with city officials. On this screen, you'll see Birmingham. Our Birmingham location was picked because Birmingham's our backyard. It made sense to us. We live there. We know Birmingham in and out. It's located off the edge of Jefferson County, which makes it accessible to other towns in and around Birmingham that may or may not have opted in. The second location that we have up here is our Athens location. It's in the second fastest growing county in Alabama, Limestone County, and it's in northern Alabama, so that patients up there can also have access. Our third location is in Atella, Alabama. We chose Atella because we thought small but mighty. It's located off of I-59, and it has an underserved population that will touch rural area patients. We actually presented in front of City Council, and we're one of the reasons that they chose to opt in to this program. Not only are our 3 locations convenient to patients, but since we're the ones with the boots on the ground, we thought we would choose locations that would allow us to run them successfully.
Hi, good morning, commissioners. My name is Anand, and I'm Mayan and Ivani's cousins. I have a bachelor's degree in biomedical engineering, and I'm an attorney as well, and I have an MBA from Duke University. I am also one of the many members of our team that has actual direct experience running and operating a dispensary in a legal market. I'd like to speak a little bit about how our past experiences will help us succeed in Alabama. In particular, I want to focus on a few important strategies that we believe help lead us to success and will make sure we're successful here in Alabama. One, the patient experience. Patient experience is a number one priority for us. From the moment they walk into our dispensaries, we want them to feel confident that they're in the hands of knowledgeable professionals. 2, security. We take patient and employee security seriously. Whether it's security cameras throughout the facility, strategically located panic buttons, products stored in vaults, from planning to implementation, we take security is fundamental to our success. 3, compliance. As pharmacists, lawyers, dentists, and operators of other legal medical dispensaries in other markets, our team is no stranger to regulated industries. Just like in any other regulated industry, maintaining compliance is not only important to our success, but it's important to the success of the program as a whole. And lastly, our systems. Systems and knowledge, our knowledge and experience with different cannabis systems is important not for helping us be successful and maintain compliance. For example, Alabama has chosen to use Metric as their seed-to-sale tracking system. This is a program that we have direct experience using in other markets. Now, to better illustrate some of our experience, and how that can translate to a successful operation, I want to quickly walk you through one of our floor plans. This is a blueprint of one of our facilities that we're designing for here in Alabama. Now, although there are certain key features that you might see on this feature that on our blueprint that aren't required by the AMCC, based on our experience, we've included things that we feel will help make our operations efficient and successful. Now, patients, when they first enter our dispensary, they enter through a man trap. Here, one of our security guards would check their IDs and allow them access into our waiting area. Having a waiting area allows us to maintain the traffic through our dispensary. Once on the dispensary floor, patients have the opportunity to speak with a certified dispenser in a private consultation room. From our experience in other medical markets, we find that a lot of patients do have questions, especially early on, and they want to ask those questions in private. From the back of the house perspective, we have a secure delivery room where we accept all deliveries through the back. Rather than having security delivery drivers waiting out front while deliveries are being processed, it's a lot more secure to have them come in through the back where we can process any deliveries. Once processed, all our product is stored in a secure vault. We also have a day storage area where for the products that we need for that day only, we pull out from the vault. This helps limit the number of people that are going in and out of our product vault. At the end of the day, all our product is put back into the secure vault overnight. Now, each room of our blueprint and the layout of our blueprint was thoughtfully researched and considered and based on our own experiences running medical dispensaries. Now I want to touch a little bit on our finances. First, I want to highlight that we have shown that we have access to $9.15 million in liquid capital. I want to emphasize that this is liquid capital. This is capital from our team members. We don't have any loans. We're not taking out mortgages. We're not taking out lines of credit. This is liquid capital that we have access to. And if we need, we have more available. Now, for our budgets, for both our pre-operating and our operating expenses, we drew on our own experiences running dispensaries in other markets, as well as our conversations with our architects and contractors here in Alabama to develop our budgets. For pre-operating expenses for all 3 dispensaries, we estimate that we'll need about $1.5 million. This includes both our build-out costs and our pre-operational expenses up until the day that we open. For our operating expenses, we estimate that we'll need about $1.6 million to cover just our expenses for the first full year of operation. Now, this does not include any revenue that we're expecting to generate. And we left that out on purpose because I want the commission to understand that we have more than enough capital to be able to sustain our operations in the long term, regardless of how the market ends up reacting in the first year. Now, my cousins and I spoke today for some of the reasons why we think we should be awarded a license. Throughout this process, we carefully researched the law, the regulations, and we tried our best to understand what it is that the commission is looking for and what are the most important factors for the commission in awarding these licenses. We feel that we check all these boxes and more. Our team is family-owned, minority-owned, and diverse and professional. We have 3 pharmacists, 2 lawyers, and a dentist, and over 30 years of combined experience running successful dispensaries in legal markets. We have Alabama roots. We have strong Alabama roots. Members from our team are from Alabama and plan to stay in Alabama. Our locations, we have 3 compliant locations that are ready to go and strategically located throughout the state with patient access in mind. Our proven operations experience. We've drawn our past experiences, and I think we've proven that we know how to run a successful dispensary. And lastly, our strong finances. We are well financed with $9.15 million in liquid capital. We are more than sufficiently capitalized to make sure that we're successful for the long run. Now, before I close out the presentation, I'd like to leave you with a few final thoughts. Everything that you see today, including our presentation, our brief, our application, was 100% written by us and drawn from our own experiences. We didn't hire any expensive consultants or have our attorneys draft any of our briefs or application. We did everything ourselves. And I say this because I want you to understand that we're drawing from our own experiences. If you award us a license, we will hit the ground running from day one. There is no learning curve with our team. And if you choose us, you can be assured that you will not need to defend why you chose us. I think we've demonstrated today that we check all the boxes. Now, we appreciate you giving us the opportunity today to showcase our experience, and we hope that you will grant us a license. Thank you.
Thank you. Tell me once again, Anand, is that how you say it?
Yes, Anand.
Okay,
Yeah.
Anand, okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Anybody have any questions for the GP6 Wellness Group? I think y'all have enough college degrees to spread around. That's a lot of years in a university. Anybody have anything? Dr. Blakemore?
Hey, Mr. Anand Patel, thank you for your presentation. Just reviewing y'all's application. How many dispensaries do you guys run in outside states?
So myself and one of my other teammates or team members, we currently operate a dispensary in Massachusetts.
Okay.
We have other members of our team who've operated medical dispensaries in Connecticut and Ohio.
How do you guys foresee your experience in Massachusetts translating to Alabama?
I think it's going to translate really well. I think Massachusetts is one of the most regulated industries. So I think we'll draw a lot from what we've learned in Massachusetts and bring them here to Alabama. There are certain things that that we've learned in Massachusetts. For example, we use metric in Massachusetts. That's like vital for success here in Alabama. That's actually the program that Alabama chose as their seed to sale tracking system. So I think there's a lot of experiences that can translate that can translate to success.
Are they fully medical or do they have adult use as well?
They have adult use in Massachusetts as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just looking at your financials, in general, what do you think your revenue is going to be per dispensary?
Per dispensary. So that's a good question. So in our projections, in our first year, I think we have about $2 million in projected revenue for the first year for each dispensary. Now, a lot of this, I think, Alabama it's hard since it's a new industry, and especially new in Alabama. It's hard to know for sure exactly what those revenues will be. And we've drawn on our experiences in other states, but it's important to know that Alabama is not like other states. Most markets have products that Alabama does not allow, right? So most markets allow vapes, flower. Those are things that are expressly prohibited in Alabama. So it's hard to have an accurate number, but we think we've taken that into consideration in terms of where we think our revenues will be here in Alabama.
So you think that like EBITDA is going to be 50%?
I wouldn't say 50. Yeah, I guess EBITDA before taxes. Yeah, about 50%.
Gotcha. Dr. Patel, my Farm D.
Yes, sir.
What do you expect to do, like in regards to consultations with drug interactions? Have you been preparing yourself to clinically, like with continuing education, and
Yes,
what also do you expect at each dispensary regarding operations? Do you expect there to be pharmacists at
Yes,
each
sir.
dispensary, or do you just going to have certified dispensers and train them?
There will be pharmacists at every dispensary. And in terms of drug interactions, I mean, I work with that all day, so it's not anything new to me. I mean, we have, and if there's something that me or any of the certified dispensers do not know, we have resources like Lexicomp Up to Date, where we can validate and then make recommendations to doctors based on that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Blakemore. Anybody else have a question? Ms. Skelton?
Just one clarification, and thank y'all for being here. Excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, you have the 3 facilities. You said you're ready to go. In your application, you referenced 158 days. I'm guessing that number might have been reduced. Obviously, you have to have the product, but once you have the product, how quickly would y'all be able to commence operations?
We'll be ready before product's available. That's for sure.
That's kind of what I thought. Okay.
I think the bottleneck, I think that the commission will find is what was going to be with the cultivators, not with the dispensaries.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Skelton. Anyone else? Any of our commissioners online?
Got a quick question.
Yes, Ms.
With your
Hatchett.
dispensary in Massachusetts, have you had any regulatory problems there? Any warning letters issued, non-compliance?
No, we've had 0 issues. We actually have a great relationship, not only with the commission in Massachusetts and our investigators there, but also with the local police department in the town.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hatchett. Anyone else? Any of our commission members who are online? Do you have a question before we let the GP6 group?
Just one more.
Yes, sir, Dr.
Do
Jensen.
any of you have any current issues being investigated by the Alabama Ethics Commission?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Does Massachusetts use metric?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Massachusetts does use metric.
Okay.
There's typically 2 companies that states use, metric being one of them.
Yeah, I think they're one of the largest, maybe the largest.
Yeah, I think so. And it's a great system, and it's not only good for the commission, but it actually helps us help maintain our inventory, because it forces us and it forces dispensary owners to make sure that they're keeping track of their inventory.
That was one of the easy decisions we made early on.
Oh, yeah. It's a great system, and a lot of the POS systems, especially like the ones that we use. I know Dutchy was mentioned here. That's one that we plan on using. They integrate directly with Metric, so it's very seamless in tracking your inventory.
Okay, thank you.
I got one more.
Yeah, Dr. Jensen, go ahead.
Similar to Connecticut and Ohio, is that,
In terms of Metric or
metric, but also any issues in any of those?
any what? Sorry.
Any kind of,
Oh, issues. Oh, yeah. There's no issues with any of the regulating authorities in either of the states. And all our businesses we've had no issues.
okay, thank you.
Dr. Salisky, I have a
Thank you,
question.
Dr. Jensen. Anyone else have a question?
Dr. Salisky?
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Salisky.
Hey, I was wondering, based on your Massachusetts interactions, did you have much in the way of feedback from your PharmDs to your physicians that were prescribing cannabis?
Not anything in particular that I'm aware of. Our Massachusetts one is a recreational one. The ones that we've been involved in with the medical were a couple of other markets.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize for that. But I'm just, being new to this, we're wondering, our physicians are asking us now, what kind of interactions are we going to have, with our pharmacists? And I'm not quite sure I know what to tell them yet. So I was wondering if you had any experience with that.
Like interactions in terms of just like being able to communicate with the pharmacist?
Yeah, feedback, concerns, things like that, once a script is written.
The way that we plan on running ours is going to be just like a pharmacy. So I would imagine that their interactions with the pharmacist are going to be very similar to how physicians currently interact with pharmacists at a typical pharmacy.
Right. But certainly you'd be available should a physician need to contact you about a concern.
Oh, absolutely. So Mayan's actually going to be our director of operations. So he's a pharmacist himself, and we plan on having pharmacists at each one of our dispensaries. So the main point of contacts will be Mayan as our pharmacist.
Great. Thank you very much, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Salisky. He's one of our commission members, a pulmonologist.
Oh,
so that's why he's zoned in on the medical aspect with our physicians. And we also have Dr. Harvey here, an oncologist right here that y'all maybe, we introduced him the first time, I think 2 days ago. So he's kind of new to our commission, but very well versed. Yes, he's learned a lot quickly.
Oh, well, welcome. Yeah, we have experience with medical markets. So we have plenty of people on our team that have experience interacting with.
Okay. Anyone else have a question for this group? Anand, Ivani, Mayan, thank you for your time today and your presentations. Excellent. Thank you for coming and sharing with the commission today. We appreciate your time. And you can, I think you used all your time up.
Thank you again for having us.
Y'all have a good day. Thank you so much. The commission will now take a break and we will resume at 10:25.
Hey, Sam. Hey, Sam, can you hear me? Hey, Sam.
Yes, sir.
Hey, buddy, can you do me a favor this afternoon? Would you give me a call, if you don't mind? I'm sure Britt has got my cell phone number. If you don't mind giving me a buzz.
Yes, sir. Will do.
I appreciate it. Thanks, buddy.
Did you want me to call you right now?
Yeah, that'd be great if you don't mind.
Okay.
Yeah, get off mic because I'm going to talk bad about Alabama. So.
All right. Thank you.
All right. We'll be vacating morning office hours. Today is 11:29. First one is Barbara Stewart. You copy her files from 4/19/23 and the medication list. Barbara's done quite well from a pulmonary standpoint.
Bill, your speaker's on. Hey, Bill, I don't know if you can hear me, but your speaker is on.
I hear you. I'm shutting it down. Thank you.
All of our commissioners are back on pace. We'll go ahead and kick off our second round for today prior to lunch. We're scheduled to start at 10:25, so we're just a couple of minutes off. But Alabama Sexual Medicine Specialist and LLC Group is our next dispensary presentation. So Mr. Ben Moultrie.
No, I am.
I'm sorry, wrong one.
I am Dr.
Mr.
Brian
Dr.
Stone.
Stone, Dr.
Yes,
Brian
sir.
Stone. I'm sorry, had the wrong dispensary. But before you start, Dr. Stone, I'm going to ask Mr. Justin A. Day to make a few comments pertaining to your application that our commission members need to hear. So, Justin.
All right, this is applicant number 1641, Alabama Sexual Medicine Specialists LLC. You have their complete application, the applicant's summary report. They were sent a pass-fail show cause notice and submitted a response, and that response is included in your materials as well.
Good morning.
Thank you, Justin. Dr. Stone, Ms. Peters will put your time allotment right up here, and that way you can kind of keep track of how much time you have left as you're going through your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for being here.
All right, I want to thank the chairman and the members of the commission for giving us an opportunity to state our case. This has renewed my faith in the possibility of a fair process. I am the founder, president, and CEO of Alabama Sexual Medicine Specialists and Jasper Urology Associates. Our plan was not to go into the cannabis business, but here we are, and I can explain why we are in it. I was honorably discharged from the Air Force in 1995. I served for 19 years. Throughout my career, I have had multiple leadership positions in multiple medical institutions, both large and small. I am currently the incoming chief of staff at Walker Baptist Medical Center. My partner, Dr. Alan McCool, is the current chief of staff and chief of medicine. We really appreciate the opportunity to provide medical cannabis in the state of Alabama. It is sorely needed. We really felt that physicians have the expertise and training necessary to run a facility of this type in the state of Alabama. Myself and my partner, Dr. McCool, have over 50 years of experience in clinical medicine and surgery. We are homegrown. Our pass-fail was related to our state residency, which I'm going to address. We also understand the need to have access to medical cannabis in Alabama from my experience with severely ill cancer patients and patients with chronic pain. We both had personal experience with cannabis products. My partner, Dr. McCool's wife, had a terrible struggle with advanced breast cancer, and the only product that provided her relief of nausea in her last year of life was THC products. His father died of gastric cancer. He is a resident of Gadsden, and in that last year, the only products that helped him in his palliative care was cannabis. My experience and my training in New York City as a uro-oncologist is that a product called Marinol was one of the few products that would provide relief for patients who couldn't eat. But let's deal with the residency issue. I was born and raised in Birmingham, Alabama. I'm a product of the Birmingham City school system. I graduated from John Carroll High School in 1977. I received a full academic scholarship through the Air Force. I returned to Alabama to attend medical school at UAB School of Medicine. I graduated in 1985. I spent the first 25 years of my life here. And after that, out of my control, I matched in general surgery and urology in New York at Montefiore Medical Center. I had extensive training. I took an academic position at Columbia University where I served on the transplant team, the trauma team. I served in multiple leadership positions, including therapeutics at the institution, but my plan was always to return to Alabama to bring my skills home. I got my license to practice medicine and surgery in Alabama in May of 2008. I was heavily recruited by Baptist Health Systems of Alabama. I signed my contract and we began immediate construction of my 7,000 square foot office space in Jasper. And I've been practicing urology here for the past 15 years. My partner, Dr. Alan McCool, is a product of Gadsden and the Gadsden City School System. He attended UAB where he got his undergraduate degree and also his MD from the UAB School of Medicine. He spent his first 25 years here continuously until leaving to do his residency in general surgery and urology at the University of Indiana. He returned to the state in 2006, where he has continuously practiced urology in the state of Alabama, and he has been my partner at Jasper Urology for the past 10 years. Our other partner, Mr. Charlie Angel, well-known businessman in the Birmingham metropolitan area. He is a product of Birmingham. He attended the Birmingham Public School System and the University of Alabama. He has been a business owner and resident of Alabama for the past 61 years. He currently owns, he's the founder of the Angel Bag Company, the Angel Distributing Company, Sounds Great of Hoover, Rickwood Radio, and the Hoover Gallery Shopping Center. He has always been in Alabama. We understand that you guys want to be fair, and 80% of our ownership is from Alabama. That should be no question. We also know that the AMCC wants to provide opportunities to minority-owned companies, which we are. Prior to applying for this, I submitted an application to the Alabama Department of Economic and Community Affairs Office of Minority Enterprise to be recognized as a minority-owned company. And after a few months, we did receive our certification by the state of Alabama in November of 2022. I also felt it was very important that we have cannabis experience as part of our team, and that person is Justin Morris. He has been in the cannabis industry for the past 10 years. He is a nationally known executive and multimedia person in the cannabis industry. He was the vice president of Weed Maps, which is the largest software company servicing cannabis companies in the country. He was also the former CEO and founder of Canavea, which is a cannabis logistics platform focused on compliance, and also the founder of Concurrent, a cannabis integration platform, both of which were purchased by Weed Maps. He is deeply committed to providing medical cannabis to the public, and he understands the importance of what we're trying to do here in the state of Alabama. One thing to know, this is medicinal cannabis and not recreational. My experience as a surgeon, on a daily basis, we deal with drug-to-drug interactions. And just recently, last week, I dealt with a patient who had smoked, taken cannabis before surgery, and it can have a significant impact on anesthetic medication. So this is a very serious thing that we have to consider as we move into this market. On a day-to-day basis, Dr. McCool and I deal with drug-to-drug interactions of all types. We have years of experience in dispensing, securing, and managing controlled substances, which I think is very important for this industry. This is more than just opening up a door and providing access to the public. And even for a pharmacist who doesn't deal on the clinical side, which we deal with on a regular basis, this could be a daunting task. THC interacts with over 400 prescription medications that we know of now. Many of them are commonly used. Xanax, which is an anti-anxiety medication, sleeping medications like Ambien, pain medications, seizure medications, very importantly, blood thinners, Plavix, Eliquis, and Coumadin can have prolonged action with interaction with THC. So our pharmacists really don't provide information to the public on potential interactions with THC. And this is going to be the responsibility of the dispensaries to provide this education. This is a very serious responsibility. As far as our financial capability, we provided $18 million in assets, some of which were not liquid in our original application, but we've added an additional $4.5 million in cash assets to allow us to hit the ground running. These are the locations of those assets, and they're available for immediate use. We have facilities that were a part of our application. The one in Birmingham has changed. We have a location at 120 Railroad Square, Suite 101, that is finished and ready for business. We still have access to the sites in Montgomery and Opelika. I chose these sites, number one, because we have a son that graduated from Auburn last year in engineering, and he pushed me to consider this area. My family originated in Opelika, so Opelika was on our board as well as Montgomery. I have many friends here, and I'm very fond of this city. So our business approach, my approach is going to be that we treat this like a medical practice. Patients come first, patient safety comes first. We're going to maintain a safe and secure environment, much like we do in our practice. Jasper Urology has well over 50,000 patients. We service 5 counties. We have a lot of experience in dealing directly with the public as it relates to medical issues. We understand HIPAA regulations and how to protect patient information. We're going to place a heavy emphasis on recruiting staff that have past clinical experience, just because this is medical cannabis and not recreational. I think it's very important that we have people that understand the potential drug-to-drug interactions and understand how to educate patients and empower them with information that's going to keep them safe. As part of our routine, we're going to review patients' medication lists, and some of the nutraceuticals that may not be considered prescription medications should also be reviewed for potential interactions with THC. Public safety comes first. The personnel, myself, I'm going to be in charge of most things in marketing. My partner, Dr. McCool, will be the Chief Medical Officer and Medical Director. Mr. Angel, who has a significant amount of experience in retail and commercial real estate, will be our business manager. Justin Morris, due to his experience as a technology person in the cannabis space, will be our Chief Technology Officer. We have recruited 3 well-trained certified nurse practitioners who are from the state of Alabama, with whom we've worked for several years, who will be our clinical cannabis specialists. Mr. Jake Barnett, who is a pharmacist with over 25 years of experience, currently practicing in the Walker County area, is going to be working with us as our Director of Pharmacy. Sergeant Gary Clark, with over 30 years of law enforcement experience, will be our Chief of Security. We have 2 cannabis sales specialists that we've known forever. And Mr. Otha Jones, who is a friend of mine who worked for UPS for over 30 years, will be in charge of our cannabis supply chain management. Our operations, security, security, security. We understand the issues surrounding cannabis, and we know that people will have bad intentions as far as trying to access the product. So we're placing a heavy premium on having a good security system. We have a relationship with Black Hawk Security, and our in-house person will oversee security at all of our sites. We will utilize certified state cannabis transporters. Once the licensing application is complete and we know who's available, we will establish those relationships. I have a working relationship with a local bank, the president of whom is involved with the Cannabis Advisory Committee for the state of Alabama. He has assured me that they will work directly with us as we deal with our cash generated from this business. We have established relationships with potential cannabis providers, 3 of which are on the slide. I won't mention their names, but we are pretty sure that we will be able to access cannabis based on who's licensed. We have a relationship with Dutch EH Verification and Inventory Control, which you've heard repeatedly this morning. And we have established a good quality control program. We guarantee to test representative samples of all products at our expense to ensure quality, consistency, safety, and purity of all the products that we provide to the public. We understand the restrictions that the AMCC has placed on marketing. We are gonna, however, have a well-designed educational website for our patients. We feel that education is going to be a major component of this business. Patients are going to need to understand the benefits and the risk of using these products. And based on their medications that they're already taking, they're going to have a very good understanding of potential drug interactions and those side effects. We want all of our prescribers to know that we care about their patients as much as they do, and we want to empower our patients with the knowledge that they need to safely integrate cannabis into their treatment protocols. We're going to have a focused and compliant marketing campaign, and we take very seriously the responsibility for the care of Alabamians who may need to use medicinal cannabis. So in closing, our team represents the fabric of Alabama. We are a majority minority-owned company. We are led by physicians with years of experience in clinical medicine. We understand what it takes to take care of very sick patients who are complicated, who may be on multiple medications. We understand that we need to protect the patients from harm because there's a potential for harm with these medications if not used properly. We understand the meaning of high quality care and safe prescribing. And we intend to be patient-centered and results-focused. Thank you for this opportunity, and I am here to answer questions.
Thank you, Dr. Stone. I know we've got some commission members who probably have some questions. Anyone have any? Go ahead, Ms.
Yes,
Skelton.
ma'am.
Good morning.
Yes.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for your presentation. Would you just confirm for us on the new facility that you referenced, the new site?
Oh, it's at 120 Railroad
Railroad
Square.
Yes, sir. Could you confirm that that's not within 1,000 feet of any
Yes, ma'am.
school, childcare?
It's within walking distance to UAB Medical Center.
Okay, great. And you had reference on your days to commence operations. I just want to give you an opportunity if you want to clarify some of these numbers. On the Montgomery facility, you had 240 days. And then Opelika was 320. And I realize it's been a year since this was
Yes.
submitted. So would you like to?
Right. So we know that owners can't perpetually hold real estate available. My friend is at Shannon Walcheck Commercial Real Estate. He has confirmed that those spaces are still available. So that amount of time, it will be a true build out because those spaces are empty. The space in Birmingham is already built out. It just requires some minor modifications and we can hit the ground running within 45 days if product is available. Yep.
Thank you, Ms. Skelton. Anyone else? Any other commission members? Dr. Blakemore.
Dr. Stone, excellent presentation. Thank you for your time.
Yes, sir.
Can you discuss, I think you discussed a little bit about your financials. Can you discuss some of your financials as it relates to the dispensaries?
We have cash, 4.5 million of cash on hand. All of the cash and assets provided are by all 4 team members. We're not getting outside financing. I am also a real estate owner. I own about 12 properties. I'm prepared to liquidate. Just been waiting to know that we have the license. Charlie Angel owns significant commercial real estate. He as well is prepared to do the same. But with the $4.5 million in cash that's available, we're ready to hit the ground running and launch the first facility in Birmingham.
You know, with your background in oncology, which patients are you attending to initially capture? Are you looking mainly for urology patients, like urology oncology, or are you like gonna expand to seizure,
Yeah,
seizure patients?
I don't
whatnot?
think we have much control over who prescribes. I'm currently a PAC leader for Alabama Medical Association. One concern I have is based on the materials that we get is that physicians have not received enough educational information as far as how to go about being certified. So I'm concerned there's going to be a significant lag in getting all the physicians on board. I'm on the peer review committee for Brookwood Baptist Health, which has 1,500 physicians. And I don't think many of the doctors have a great idea about how to go about participating in providing medical cannabis. If we get a license, I'm going to volunteer to be involved in trying to educate to ramp things up because you have thousands of physicians in the state that are going to need to participate in the process and understand what they need to do. And patients as well are going to need to understand how to get certified. So we're open to everybody, but I think the major part of this is going to be a focused and targeted education process for physicians so they understand what to do and how to participate.
Was there anybody on your team that had a previous history in the cannabis industry in other states?
Justin Morris, not an owner, but he's provided and created a lot of the technology that's being used at facilities throughout California, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. So he has a 10-year background in the workings of the cannabis industry, both medical and recreational.
And probably my last thing, obviously, pharmacists. Who's going to do your day-to-day operations? Is it solely going to be that one pharmacist?
Well, we intend to require a pharmacist for each site.
Okay.
But he's going to run the operation in Birmingham and oversee the other pharmacists.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Thank you, Dr. Blakemore. Anyone else? Yes, Dr. Harvey.
Dr. Stone, would you mind expanding just a little bit on the use of nurse practitioners in these? Is there going to be one at each clinic, and what's their role going to be?
I just in my experience in our practice, we have nurse practitioners, and I think because we're dealing with medical cannabis and all the potential for interactions that we have individuals with good clinical background to help when you do a patient consultation, someone who can go through their medications and have knowledge of these medications and understand the potential interactions. That's like a personal preference.
Thank you, Dr. Harvey. Yes, Ms. Skelton.
I'm sorry, Doctor. I just want to make sure I have these numbers right.
Yeah.
On the Opelika, you referenced 320 days. Do you still expect it to take 320 days for the build out?
No, it'll be shorter than that, but there are a lot of moving parts with this, as far as availability of product. Without the product, we don't understand pricing. There's a lot we don't know as a business owner myself. In order to build a good business model, we're going to need to understand how much products are going to be from the sellers, what the actual markups that are going to be allowed. So I anticipate, once we get Birmingham up and running, we'll get a better understanding of the metrics, and things will probably ramp up faster.
But you could safely presume it would be less.
Yes, ma'am.
And would that be consistent with the Montgomery site?
Yes, ma'am.
240 days. You think you could do a lot quicker than that?
I think so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Skelton. Anyone else have a question for Dr. Stone? Any of our folks online? Dr. Stone, thank you so much for being here today. Great
Thank you for allowing me to
presentation.
speak.
Great job. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
If our folks from RJK Holdings of Alabama and LLC are here, we'll go ahead and let you be coming to the podium and prepare. And as you're doing so, we'll ask Mr. Justin Day to give us a couple of comments pertaining to your application for our commission members' benefit. So Justin?
Okay, this is applicant number 1643 RJK Holdings AL LLC. You have their complete application, the applicant's summary, and there were no pass-fail items noted. And you also have in your materials a written brief submitted by the applicant.
Thank you, Justin. So I think we have Ben Moultrie
Yes, sir.
and Melanie Davis,
Yes, sir.
Randa Kanya, Condra, gotcha. Okay, and Paula Givens.
Yes, sir.
Thank y'all for coming today, and we look forward to hearing from you. And Ms. Peters will post the time allotment up here. I think you've asked for 20 minutes, so you'll have that 20-minute allotment. So just kind of keep track of it up here, and that way, as you're taking turn about at the podium, you'll kind of know what to expect. Thank y'all for joining us today.
It's so great to be here this morning. We thank you all for allowing us this opportunity to come before you. We appreciate the opportunity also to outline the reason why we believe we've been awarded twice the opportunity to operate a medical cannabis or 3 medical cannabis dispensaries, and the reasons that, once again, we are asking for your nomination and vote in hoping to serve Alabama's medical cannabis patients. I'm Ben Moultrie. I am the Chief Medical Officer, founder, and one of the owners of RJK Holdings Alabama. I'm here today with Melanie and Paula and Rhonda, as you've already met. And, it's our mission to provide patients suffering from debilitating and life-threatening illnesses with compassionate service, and access to high quality medical cannabis from accredited medical professionals. We aspire to advance scientific understanding, clinical care, and patient education by incorporating medical and pharmaceutical industry best practices coming from both sides of the spectrum into dispensing research, development, and education. And I really feel like who better to advance clinical care than an established member of the healthcare team, the pharmacist. One point I'd like to kind of pause on before we move on is having pharmacists as certified dispensers is really important to me, and it's the core of our business model. We're already innately familiar with patient care and coordinating information between patients and physicians and being able to find solutions that uniquely meet the needs of specialized populations that we will be serving through this. We're natural born dispensers. It's the basis of what every pharmacist does, no matter what clinical realm you operate in. The home front of that still to some point and goes back to dispensing. When it comes to regulated products, we already oversee purchasing, dispensing, tracking, and reporting on those. The DEA already trusts us with Schedule 2 through 5 controlled substances, and we deal with those on a daily basis. I feel like for me and my pharmacies that I already have, the DSCSA, the Drug Supply Chain Security Act, is a big forefront that we're facing right now, and I think that really parallels cannabis and seed to sale tracking when you look at the way that we're now having to track each individual tablet as it leaves the manufacturing process and enters the wholesaler's inventory all the way until it makes it to a patient lot number basis, serial number basis, knowing exactly where that bottle has traveled to is going to be very similar. So I feel like that gives us a big strength in that because we're already implementing those programs in our pharmacies. We eat, sleep, and breathe patient privacy, and I feel like that's something that's also really important and something that often gets overlooked in this. We are Alabama resident owned. We see ourselves as Alabamans creating jobs for Alabama. Our goal is to keep as much money as possible, as much of the proceeds from this in the state, and to use that to invest back into the state. I'm a really proud lifelong resident of the state. And we really want to invest back into our local communities, not only with our money. Obviously, we want to contribute back to charitable organizations, but also we've said that we would happily invest time, and we've made contacts in each of the communities where we will have dispensaries. Our overall goal is to give to the state, not necessarily just take. We're not here just to make revenue, but we also want to help Alabama and help our state grow and be better. We want to shine a beautiful shining light on this state and say, this is how you can do this correctly. So to further introduce our ownership, myself, I'm as Alabama as they come. I am a married father of four. I have four young boys, ages 12 down to 5. I'm really busy running after them on my days where I'm not helping patients already. And, you know, my life goes really fast. I graduated pharmacy school in May of 2012, and I was licensed in June, and then actually bought my first pharmacy in October of that year. Opened my second location in 2017. I shut down my largest competitor and purchased his pharmacy in 2021. So I know what it's like to move quickly, and I know that we have a quick timeline on this. Paula will touch on that later. But I know what it's like to move quickly, and we think that, you know, within 120 days, we should be able to open our Daphne and Oxford locations. And I feel really confident in that. I have extensive experience in build outs and remodels. So I think that that will play a key role, which we've also brought on experts for that. So, you know, also growing things I feel like is a specialty of mine. We started with 3 employees and now we have 33, you know, so, you know, that's an 11-fold growth that we've had. And being able to wear a lot of hats, I think, is something that I'm also really good at. My passion for cannabis goes back a long way. During the opioid epidemic, I was miserable with trying to treat patients who I felt like could benefit from other forms of treatment. And it's really such a great opportunity for us to be able to dispense medicine. I mean, this is medicine that has the potential to greatly benefit those patients as well. And it's proven to be safe and effective. And I'm also really passionate about this because I had a patient who was personally affected by medical cannabis. As a pediatric patient, can go into a tremendous detail, but she was part of a study and was able to be treated with medical cannabis. She has severe epilepsy, and it provided a 3-fold decrease in the amount of anti-epileptics. And you can imagine the amount of side effects that she was experiencing. She was on very high doses, and that allowed her to live a normal life. This is a patient I was having to get up in the middle of the night and fill emergency meds for, or open up in the middle of the night. I can't tell you how many times to help her parents mitigate these stressful situations on the way home from the hospital and make sure that I could bridge her therapy over with components and medications I already had in stock in my pharmacy, because she was on such specific medications. And the drug interactions there were just an absolute nightmare for a child that young. You know, patients like her are why I'm here today asking you to trust me with Alabama's most fragile patients. We want to be there to be a resource for people, not necessarily just here to make money, but we're here to help. And that's the core of who I am, to the very center. I just really want to help people. Paula's going to discuss our team in detail, but I wanted to take just a minute to discuss kind of how the team came to be, the ownership team. Melanie is a lifelong friend of mine. She's been a mentor for me. She has extensive retail pharmacy experience, and I knew I needed someone to partner with as an owner that was going to share my mindset. I have a spotless record. I'm very proud of how hard I've worked to maintain the reputation that I have in pharmacy. And I needed someone who was going to uphold those values and wasn't going to tarnish my name or my reputation in any way, because I've worked really hard for that. And I'm really proud of it. I put my own name on my pharmacies. So that's important to me. And I know that Melanie can bring that to the table. She, you know, pharmacy is already a really tightly regulated sector. It just is. There are so many governing bodies. But when you look at, you know, her experiences mainly in retail pharmacy, there's a whole corporate umbrella there that makes things incredibly more scrutinized. And I need someone who is accustomed to thriving in that environment so that she can, you know, bring that to the table and help round out my perceptions and who I am. And it's the longest story ever, and so I'll keep it short. I'm just rambling on sometimes, but I met Rhonda through a mutual connection in pharmacy, actually. It was a fill-in pharmacist, and he knew I was really interested in cannabis. He was too. We had talked about it a lot. He filled in for me a lot at the time. And he had gone to a lot of industry events and met her. He just wasn't, you know, in a position where he could be much of a leadership or a leader in the sector. So he was like, let me get you in touch with someone that has experience with this. And talking to her about it, she just shared her amazing life story where, you know, she had to seek refuge in America from religious persecution. She's a conservative Christian, and that just wasn't tolerated in her home country. And that's just the American dream to me. And I feel like someone that's came here, she already owns a dispensary in Ohio, has extensive experience with that, spotless record with it, which was really important to me. And being able to bring somebody on, I know how to run a business and I know how to dispense. I'm really good at those two things. And I know that about myself. What I'm not good at is cannabis. I don't have any experience with that. I've studied need. I've tried really hard to educate myself, but I need someone who has all this experience and connections with cannabis, and she's brought that to the table, and we're like-minded and we work really well together. And she's brought so many connections that I just didn't have the propensity to bring, and I feel like we've really rounded out a tremendous team here of hard hitters and industry leaders, and I'm really proud of the work that we've done and proud of the partnership that we have. And Paula is one of those people that she brought on, our chief compliance officer. She's makes us walk the straight and narrow. She has so much cannabis experience, and knows what you can and can't do, and what which roads we can and can't take, and how to make sure that everything we do not only maintains our reputation, but maintains the reputation of the state and the cannabis industry in our state as well. And we want to make sure that everything we do is on the up and up. So one thing that is really important to me is education. Like I was just talking about, it's really difficult to educate yourself on this. There's a lot of misinformation out there. And so one thing that we will be highlighting is patient education. I hope you've had a chance to check out our website, put a lot of work into it. I critique the mess out of it. I think they're tired of me with the website, but it's been up actually since we even submitted our application. Before then, you'll see that we already have shown all of our patient, or not all, but a good selection of our patient education materials. And we outline how to become a patient, qualifying conditions. We have a list of intended live webinars that we will host, and they'll be recorded on there. You can already see the schedule for that. One thing that we also want to do is take it off, not just online. A lot of people learn better one-on-one. So obviously patients that come in the dispensary are going to expect to be educated one-on-one. And obviously all of us will be providing that. But we're also going to have patient education days where if the commission allows, we'd like to set up in our waiting room. Rhonda already does it in her dispensary in Ohio. People really take to it, where the processors can come in, set up, talk to patients specifically. We feel like this provides a lot of benefits for patients. It allows them to have face-to-face contact and to know who's actually making their medication, which is really important for feedback to the processor of, well, this doesn't really work for me. What could we do different? How can we streamline this? How can we make this better? How can we improve? And I feel like it empowers patients to have conversations with their certifying physicians about other options that might be available as they're educated on them. We also have patient education materials already live on our social media channels, both Facebook and Instagram. They're live now. Our Instagram handle is at RJKHoldingsAL. If you wanted to check it out, you can get an idea of the good taste and the way that we hope to position ourselves to be professional and effective. We'll also be developing a physician education program in coordination with our medical advisory board chairman and training director. We're going to hope to pick up with where the 4 hours of medical cannabis course from the state for certifying physicians drops off. So how can we take that further and further educate our physicians? We know there's going to be a deficit there. And so we hope to be able to further round that out, not just for physicians that we partner with at our local dispensaries, but for physicians statewide to be able to access. And I also hope to take the actual state of Alabama's medical associations physicians course on medical cannabis, so that I myself am more acutely aware of that, because it's so normal for me to have everyday conversations with physicians as it is. Paula's going to talk more about this, and I know I'm running over your time. I'm really sorry. But I just want to say, I feel like the Alabama medical cannabis industry should not just be for multimillionaires. I don't think it should be. I think it should be for everyday people. I'm an everyday person. I don't have, $5 million in capital to put on the line. It was really important to me. Also, when I met with Rhonda and we were able to work out a partnership, that she was able to bring that to the table. I felt like it gave her skin in the game. I'm invested. I want this to be successful. I really thrive on local small business. That's just who I am. And having someone from out of state made me wary, but it makes me feel so much more comfortable knowing that she has skin in the game and that she's invested too. She loves Alabama. We're trying to get her to move down here. But, she's taken a lot off of me, so I didn't have to worry about securing capital and tying up resources from my other 3 pharmacies, because those 33 mouths have to eat too, and I don't want to do anything that compromises their livelihood. So this allows me to keep it separate and just to be able to help run the business, which is what I'm good at.
We're skipping that.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. I'm Paula Gibbons. I'm a Michigan licensed attorney. I've been in the cannabis industry since 2014. I'm a former federal attorney. I've owned every kind of license in the supply chain except for a testing facility. I currently co-own a manufacturing facility. I am Rhonda's Director of Compliance in Ohio. She manages the executive functions. I manage compliance. There we work in conjunction with the Board of Pharmacy. We have a close compliance partnership with our regulator. You know, compliance is a 24/7 job, right? Sunday at 8 o'clock when I was working on our PowerPoint, we get a text from our designated representative there, who's the equivalent basically of a certified dispenser, right? It's a responsible party, who explained that the PMP was down, right? The prescription monitoring program that we have there. And so at 8:90, 8:59 on Sunday night, I'm banging out a new procedure on purchasing limitations, right? And this matters because on Monday morning at 10 o'clock when we opened, the employees had a procedure that was far more defined than the brief email from the Board of Pharmacy. So my role here will be, I will write the compliance procedures and policies. I'll provide the compliance training. I'll do here what I do in Ohio. I'll serve as the liaison to law enforcement, to the municipalities, to the commission. You know, one of the things that we did in Ohio is before we open, having the community embrace us is really important, right? Because when you have medical cannabis come into your community, in your small community, like two of our communities, it's really important that they get to know us. So for that reason, actually, Ben and I met with the mayor and some of the other leadership in Oxford in May, right? And he met with Daphne a couple times. So what we do is we'll have police chief, the fire chief, right? We'll have the mayor, whoever wants to come to the facility, right? And they can get a feel for our operations. And so I serve in that role as the liaison. I think that with the remaining time I have, I'd like to tell you what I think is unique about us. I mean, obviously, pharmacists as owners, pharmacists as certified dispensers, the team that we have is deep stacked with people who have substantial cannabis experience. Lindsay Jones, former CEO of Curaleaf, Patrick Vo, who handles information technology for us. He was the CEO of BioTrack. BioTrack does in some states what Metric does. It's a similar program to our statewide seed to sale system here. Our security director, Tony Gallo, he's a national all-star in the cannabis industry. You might have even heard his name. He did our security schematic, which I hope you looked at in our security plan because it's exceptionally detailed. And I think it gives you some idea, just looking at that schematic and even our facility schematics of the type of detail that we actually went to in presenting to you how we're going to serve Alabama's medical patients, how we're going to do that in a timely manner, and how we're going to do that in a safe and effective manner. Again, I do hope you look at our website. We wanted to go above and beyond. We wanted to show you that we knew how to start the discussion of patient education and guide patients. Our commitment to physician education, you know, when we were here, I met with Mark Jackson of the Medical Association of the state of Alabama and talked to him just a little bit about the course that they're going to have, and hopefully can follow up with him if and when we benefit from your nomination and your votes. With little time remaining, I want to talk a little bit about the operational timeline. I know that that's one of the questions that you've been asking. So our application says 4 to 6 months, right? Two of our communities are small communities, and planning and zoning in small communities typically can go a little bit faster than a larger community. And for the smaller communities, we anticipate a period of 120 days, okay? If you look at our facilities plans, our architects have, it's an 11-page detailed document. And our architects have, they're halfway there, right? I mean, of course, construction-ready plans take a little time, but they are halfway there. And we believe that we can quickly get these submitted, get them through the planning and zoning process, and get this thing done. He has supervised construction. Rhonda and I just supervised the construction a year ago of her Ohio dispensary. I served as the city's representative. I came to the inspections, right? I met the regulator there for the inspections. And so I really believe that for our at least 2 of the dispensaries that we can get open in at least 120 days. And I'll say thank you. And we appreciate your time. We appreciate your attention.
Right on time.
Close my mouth.
Thank you, Paula. Don't go yet. I know we've got some questions from commission members. Anybody want to ask the first question? Go ahead, Dr. Blakemore.
Hey, Dr. Moultrie, great job. Can you discuss how you being a small business owner of multiple pharmacies has prepared you to have an ownership position in this cannabis industry?
I learned the hard way that you can't do everything yourself. Especially after I had 2 stores. I was a really good single store owner, really good. Not as good of a second store owner. Like once I brought on 2, once I got to 3, I learned, you bring on the experts, you pay people to do the jobs that, yeah, you could do, but it's much better to pay someone that is a subject area expert to do. That's why we assembled the team the way that we did. Because I knew that I needed people to make sure I was free enough to do what I'm good at so that they could excel in the areas they're good at. And that's the biggest lesson I can take from small business management and applying that over to this is that learning to delegate is of utmost importance. And that's why we have the team that we have. And that's why we attracted the people that we did so that it would allow each of us to thrive. And I think it's set the business up for success.
So in the delegation of the dispensaries, each dispensary will essentially have its own person in charge?
Correct.
Okay. And then could you briefly talk about your financials as it relates to potential gross profit margin and when do you expect to break even?
Sure. I'm going to hand that off to Paula because she was more present in the preparation of that.
So that's a really complex question. The easy answer would be look at Exhibit 5 of our application where we say that we project, $1.1 million in revenue and we expect to be cash flow positive in year 2. That I would tell you is the optimistic view, right? And I've been experienced in numerous cannabis states starting up, in particular in Michigan, right? Where I was a licensed attorney before they even passed the medical bill. And I've been through this. And so what I can tell you is that if the patient count is where we hope it will be, right? Then that is exactly true. But here, the real truth is that patient adoption is truly unknown. It really is. And where physician adoption is also unknown, and we're at such a place where we're not even certifying patients right now. I would say to you that that's an optimistic view. And if we're wrong, the really important thing is, the bottom line is if we're wrong, we have 3 times the money that we need. So the cushion that we have, if we're wrong and our optimism isn't proven, then we have enough capital to survive until that works out for us.
Okay. So you expect to utilize $5 million for all 3 dispensaries?
So,
and then complete the debt, because it's going to be debt finance, right?
Right.
And so then you're going to complete essentially the break even of paying off said debt in year 2?
The financial projections project that we are cash flow positive in year two. And I apologize, I'd have to look further as to when the repayment date is, but at least in year two, if everything goes according to plan and there's substantial adoption and we do have patients that we're servicing, that we can at least be positive in year two.
Okay. Hey, Dr. Moultrie, what type of software are you guys going to use for these dispensaries?
Yeah, well, basically it boils down to just BioTrack and Metric.
Okay. So you're going to use, is it going to be, you're going to solely use BioTrack and each dispensary is going to integrate with Metric?
Correct.
Okay. Do you plan on having any patient assistance programs? I know as pharmacists, day in, day out, cost is a burden. How do you expect to, assist your community and facilitating the patients that maybe can't afford all of these products? How are you going to help those folks out? Could you talk about that?
We will especially be starting out with programs for veterans. I feel like they're uniquely affected by this. And so I'm sorry that is so loud. Uniquely affected by this. And we already have plans in place to set aside certain percent of proceeds for patient assistance funds. And I do deal with that every day. All three of my pharmacies are in rural, underserved locations. So that is actually a major concern of mine, is the affordability of the medications that we'll be dispensing. I think that I'm glad you pointed that out. I was unable to bring it up earlier, but that's one of the bases too of being able to get back to the communities, is making sure that they can actually afford, even, all areas and all people can afford it.
And then one more question, I think, for you. We could probably talk all day, but in general, what's going to be your typical protocol for preventing diversion, and how would you handle an issue if you found out one of your employees stole medication?
I can address that, but it would be so much more eloquent coming from Paula, with her being the chief compliance officer.
I'm whispering that's me.
Yes, ma'am.
So we have really strict protocols, right? The strict protocols are, we commence an investigation and it has to be immediately, right? And because we do end of the day reconciliations with Metric, our point of sale, and an inventory count, okay? There's no day that goes by that we don't know if a single gram is missing, okay? And the second that we suspect Dr. diversion, the investigation begins immediately. Now, what happens is we have 24 hours under the rules to make that report. And so that investigation has to go extremely quickly. We complete the investigation, we make the report. Now, typically there'll be a follow-up report, right? We'll work with our agent on the follow-up report. Then there could be an employee response, right? If it was an employee, if it's a service provider or patient, there's another response. There'll be a procedure change, right? Because if that's never happened to us, okay? But you asked the question, you want to know what would we do? We'd have to change our procedures, right, in response. And so we would let the commission know what our new procedures were and work with the commission to ensure that our new procedures prevented that from ever happening again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Blakemore. Thank you, Ms. Givens. A while ago, you mentioned in the manufacturing, did you mean the cannabis manufacturing?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Just curious about that.
And we have, one of the things that's been nice about this is I've gotten to know some of the other applicants, and we formed a nice working relationship with Jasper Development. And I've actually known Ian, who was here yesterday, for quite some time in the industry. It's a very small industry, right? For those of us who are here. And, we have a lot of faith that we can bring in partnerships with these processors and partner with them to provide the medicine, to provide the education. And, in my background as a manufacturer, I built that facility. I know processing back and forth. And so I think that'll bring a benefit to the way that we deal with processors and relate to them.
Any other commission member have a question? Yes, Ms. Skelton.
Hi, thank
Hi.
y'all for being here.
Thank you.
Just a quick question. Could y'all confirm the breakdown of the ownership percentages, please, ma'am?
Oh, absolutely. Rhonda Kanja, 49%, Mr. Moultrie, 25.5%, and Melanie, 25.5%.
Okay, has that changed from your original submission?
Oh, no, ma'am.
Because my reference is showing 51%. Ms. Kanya.
Did I make that mistake?
I think that's probably a Scrivener's error on our part on the summary.
Oh, I'm very
We
sorry.
will confirm with the
Yeah,
application.
I'm,
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Sometimes we have new math, you know.
well, and you don't have to do math to go to law school, because if you did, I would have a different profession.
I'm right there with you.
Right.
But
It-
thank you. My numbers just, my summary showed something
Well,
different. so I just
and
wanted
you
to
know,
confirm that.
I think it's our exhibit that the ownership exhibit breaks down everybody's ownership percentage. And we fully adhere to the Alabama ownership and don't have any plans to change that.
Ms. Skelton, I will confirm it is an error on our part. I confirmed by looking at the application online that the numbers used by Ms. Gibbons are correct.
Thank you.
So you are a good mathematician and lawyer.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the commission members? So those of you online,
I've got a couple of quick questions.
yes, Ms. Hatchett.
On the days to commence, you did mention that the 2 locations would be 120 days. And what about the 3rd location?
So it's in Mobile, right? And in a larger city. So one of the things that we've done with these properties is we lease these properties and we have been paying on them every month until now. So they are ours to have. The second that we get the benefit of your nomination and votes, we're ready to go. But I didn't want to make a commitment to you that I can't keep with Mobile, because a big city planning and zoning department is really an unknown. And, they could welcome us, or, they could tell us that our bollard in front of the trash can needs to be moved 8 feet. And so it's a little more challenging with the larger city.
Okay, thank you. For your dispensaries in the other state,
Mhm.
are those adult use or medical?
So it's in Ohio, and Ohio has an extremely strict medical program right now. They just voted adult use. We're not adult use right now. We have a year to evolve into it, but they are so strict that the Board of Pharmacy regulates the dispensaries there. And so we've managed to do that, with flying colors. We have no blemish on our record there at all. And in fact, it's so strict there that they have a PMP, right? That interfaces with us to work with the daily dosage and dispensing requirements.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, I think we're going to wind the questions up. We're kind of running behind, so we need to get back on schedule. But thank you so much for bringing y'all's presentation today and spending your
thank
time
you.
with the commission.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Excellent job. That's RJK Holdings of Alabama, an LLC.
Thank
We'll move on right quickly to Guaranteed Dispensary of Alabama, another LLC. Are you folks here? Okay, I think it's Salson Hoswa and Diane Howard. So we have, I guess, 2 presenters today. So as they're making their way up to the podium for Guaranteed Dispensary, I'll ask Mr. Justin Day if he'll make a few comments pertaining to your application for the benefit of our commission members. Justin.
Okay, this is applicant number 1652, Guaranteed Dispensary AL LLC. You have their full application along with the applicant summary and a written brief that was submitted by the applicant. There were no pass-fail items noted on their application.
Thank you, Justin. Are you Diane, or am I guessing?
My name is Salson.
Salson.
Jaber.
Okay, well, thank y'all for coming today. So now, Ms. Peters will put the time allotment in front of you right here, so you'll see that. And so kind of be mindful of it as we move forward. Thank y'all for showing up today.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Brittany.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. We're pleased to be here at Present Guaranteed Dispensary Alabama LLC. We're here to tell you all about Guaranteed Dispensary Alabama and the medical cannabis dispensary we'd like to open in Jasper, Alabama. First, I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself, and then I'll turn it over to Diane Howard, who'll take you through the rest of the presentation and answer questions. My name is Salson Haswa Jaber, and I'm a majority owner of Guaranteed Dispensary Alabama, or GDA as we call it. I hold a residency in Alabama for about 20 years now. I earned my undergraduate and graduate degrees from the University of Birmingham with a concentration in cybersecurity. I work for the University of Birmingham as a programmer analyst, supporting applications across the campus and the hospital. Some of the departments that I support include facilities maintenance, product design and construction, environmental health and safety, transportation, and I work hand in hand with finance to develop reports for cost analysis and budgeting for fiscal years. Prior to my move to Alabama, I also worked for Microsoft Corporation headquartered in Redmond, Washington as a software test engineer. I worked in the Windows division supporting applications for security Windows updates and future operating systems. During my years here in Alabama, I also worked for Birmingham City Schools, where I was a technology specialist, delivering support across 43 public schools throughout the city. My responsibilities included software, hardware, and network support. I bring forth several years of professional experience in IT, systems administration, cybersecurity, and project management. Driving vision, strategy, and analytics are the core success to any business. That's what I do, and those are my favorite things to do. And I'd be thrilled to use my experience to improve the lives of the medical cannabis patients here in Alabama. When I started thinking about applying for a medical dispensary license, I immediately saw how my skills can translate into the cannabis industry. I believe the cannabis industry in Alabama should strive to build relationships with the best and the brightest in information technologies, because it's crucial to the success of the program as a whole. My experience in using data and making data processes is another skill set that GDA can succeed. And my expertise in IT infrastructure, cybersecurity in particular, will give us a leg up in ensuring that no patient will experience a privacy breach under our watch. I also want to add that I was happy to see that Alabama's commitment to diversity in the medical cannabis program as a woman and as a minority, it's important for me and that the industry in Alabama mirrors that demographics of its citizens. If GDA wins a license, you can trust me to make an Alabama proud. And now I'll hand it over to Diane Howard, who will continue with the rest of this presentation.
Thank you, Sausan. Thank you, everyone. I'm happy to be here today. Tough act to follow, but I'm glad we're partners and not competitors. I am Diane Howard, and I am a Director of Marketing and Community Relations for GDA. And I also will fulfill the role of site acquisition. I am a 20+ year multi-state real estate broker. I have a background in entertainment, and I am also a retail license holder in other states as well. At the end of our 20 minutes together, hopefully you'll know a little bit more about Guaranteed, which I'll refer to as GDA moving forward, and get a glimpse of the skills and resources that our team has that really positions us for success in Alabama. So as Sausan mentioned, she is majority owner of GDA. Our minority owner, Ahmad Shaban, he had a family emergency, so he could not be here today. But I do want to talk a little bit about Ahmad. He is the minority owner, and he has a long history of owning and operating businesses in the medical and adult use cannabis industry, with licenses in 5 states and more in the pipeline. And before entering into the cannabis industry, Ahmad spent decades owning and operating other retail businesses, including in the highly regulated alcohol industry. So our mission for Alabama is to provide Alabama patients and caregivers with safe, effective medical cannabis while creating jobs and giving back to the Alabama community that we love. To do this, our strategy centers around maintaining a compliant, secure, and sanitary facility equipped to dispense top quality medical cannabis products to qualified Alabama customers. We want to become a distinguished and clear leader in Alabama's medical cannabis industry. And our team will engage the community through thoughtful, compliant outreach to Alabama patients, caregivers, physicians, and local residents, as well as professional relationship building and networking with dispensary vendors in all areas. GDA will hire diverse, highly qualified staff to meet the needs of stakeholders. Needless to say, GDA is a woman-owned, person of color, majority-owned cannabis dispensary business. And I know for me personally, a decade ago, I probably would not have been in a room like this, or even have known of a room that even existed. And so that's one thing that we're really proud of. So diversity is definitely going to be at the core of our mission. And also being a women-owned business, me personally, and conversations that I've had with women patients and dispensaries across the US, there is a void when it comes to women-focused patient care, especially in the types of products that we would be able to sell in Alabama when it comes to tablets, oral gel tablets, tinctures, lotions. There are times when prior dispensaries just have not been set up for women to feel comfortable enough to even talk about the reasons why, the issues they were experiencing and why they wanted those products. And so even though we're not going to be a woman-themed dispensary, having training and having that focus is going to be at the core of our diversity as well. So our business, we are hoping to be cash flow positive in our second year of operations. Within 3 years, we aspire to be a top retailer and offer the full line of products approved by Alabama, employ a team comprised of people who have lived in Alabama for over 5 years, and roll out community training for local residents interested in entering the space. And I've held community meetings in different industries. And of course, people are always interested on the industry itself, dispensaries coming into their communities, safety. But a lot of questions we get from community meetings are people want to know how can they work in the industry? How can they be involved? And so that's something that we really want to be able to focus on and get Alabama involved in our business. Throughout all of this, GDA will have a local first operations policy. We will endeavor to use local suppliers, hire local employees, and build a business with roots in the local community. Dollars that are spent and earned locally will turn into and continue to be spent locally and serve the community. Similarly, we will hire as many members of the local community as possible. In our operations, existing operations, over 75% of our employees are hired from within the community. GDA has developed a pro forma with detailed projections of anticipated revenues and expenses for the first 3 years of operations. Now, these projections are based on teams' real experiences in standing up medical cannabis businesses in other states. So the financial models that we provided, right now we have, and we project we'll need about $5.5 million to stand up our 3 dispensaries. And that's going to cover initial capital build-out costs and other startup expenses, such as purchasing the equipment, security systems, et cetera. And we've also built in a cushion that will give us an operating runway as well. Right now, we have our capital commitments of over $7 million from one of our owners, and that will give us a little over 30% of our forecasted needs. So this will ensure the GDA's durability in the event of unforeseen challenges and threats not anticipated in our projections. You never know what can happen. So we've sort of built this into a healthy cushion for us. So our facility in Jasper, our facility is a former Planet Fitness facility. And we chose this facility because it is as near as turnkey as we thought we could get. And so right now, this space is already outfitted with plumbing, HVAC, electrical. And so because of that, we feel that within less than that 90 to 120 days, that this dispensary can be up and running. And I'll talk a little bit more about our training, but we also plan to train our staff concurrently as we're doing this build out to meet that timeline. So this is our floor plan, which is designed to comply with all state and local fire and building codes. Our days of operation will be every day from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. This is our organizational chart, which we have used in other operations and we found to be reliable, although we do have other team members, obviously, that we are going to bring on. And so for our products, we will choose to carry specifically chosen products that are authorized by the state of Alabama. We expect that through our relationships, which is something that I'm primarily responsible for, we'll build with our processors throughout the state. And ultimately, it will ensure that we're able to carry a full line of allowed products: capsules, tinctures, oral gel tabs, topicals, lotions, liquids, or oil used for inhalers and nebulizers. And all of these products will have a lifespan of 6 months or longer, which is an important part of our business plan, especially in the beginning as our sales ramp up. For our marketing, we found that the type that works best, the one that has the highest return on investment, happens to be educating our retail staff, our bud tenders, about products in dispensary. Customers form relationships with their bud tenders that they can trust, and they trust them to provide helpful and accurate information about the product features and benefits and use. We will implement a third-party menu integration program like Weed Maps or Leafly so customers can find the information they're looking for in the places that they expect to find it. And of course, we will not market to children. Our systems. For quality control, we have our inventory control system, which will track lot and batch information throughout the chain of custody and with other information like loss, diversion, adverse patient reactions, responses, testing results, and all sales and refunds. The ICS would automatically report required data to the state systems. Our quality management system will house infos like our SOPs, our audit reports, inspection checklists for products and equipment, our vendor reports, maintenance records, sanitation logs, and non-conforming event investigation records, recall records, and more. Our ERP, our Enterprise Resource Planning platform, will allow our management to consolidate and automate back office functions such as demand, forecasting, financial reporting, supply and equipment ordering, hiring, training, and other fundamental processes. So for our customer verification, we have a very detailed plan to ensure that all new patients and caregiver customers are verified, registered, and oriented to our dispensary and its services. We'll verify that the customer is a valid AMCC, does have a valid AMCC registry ID card holder, and is of proper age. And staff will verify prescription limits in the patient registry, and new customers will be registered and a profile will be created for them. For our product selection, the patient's profile will include the certified physician's recommendation for the patient, including the maximum daily dosage and potency limits. The dispensing process is designed with fail-safes to ensure accuracy. Transaction details will be stored in the point of sale system, and the transaction data will automatically be sent to the AMCC registry, ensuring real-time updates to purchase records and prescription limits. For our security, we have 3 main objectives: maintain a facility secure from unauthorized access, deter and prevent theft or diversion of cannabis and cannabis products, to protect our employees and the surrounding community, and operate a closely monitored, professional, and safe work environment. I'll go through a few of these measures now. Our vault will be stored in a moisture temperature control vaults, which will be locked and protected from unauthorized use. The vaults have state-of-the-art specifications: 8 inches of reinforced concrete, doors of a quarter-plate steel, very specific locking mechanisms. And these vaults will be equipped with an independently zoned alarm, which will allow management and the security monitoring company and the police of any intrusions. Our access control system will maintain a log of all entries in our secure rooms, including the vaults. Our alarm system, we will use an industry standard commercial grade security alarm from Honeywell to detect and prevent unauthorized access. Alarms will be integrated with our security system and monitored at 3 different command centers, including an on-site command center, which will immediately alert security personnel of any breach. We also have broadcast communications that will allow employees to talk in real time. We have audio and video surveillance that will be 24/7. And our cameras, we've noticed in other industries that, there are times when security cameras at dispensaries actually help law enforcement solve other crimes or issues that they have. So we'll make sure that our systems are fully available to Alabama law enforcement. And for our quality control, the most important thing we believe a company can do to ensure the products we sell are consistently of high quality is to make sure that all staff is consistently, continually, and adequately trained. And that includes verifying packaging, labeling compliance, testing verifications, emergency protocols, record keeping, all with the law and current good manufacturing process. A pillar of our quality control plan is a first in, first out inventory method. As received, inventory employees will verify that each product has a QR code embedded with the required information. And other aspects of our quality control plan include contamination prevention, product testing, step-by-step protocols, and procedures for product quality complaints, complaint investigations, and recall plans. For our internal quality control for our team, for the licenses that we hold in other states, medical licenses as well, we have been completely compliant. We don't have any restrictions or revocations of our licenses. So right now we have 100% track record in our operations. And I will end on our community engagement. I already talked about our local first strategy. In addition, our commitment to being a positive corporate citizen includes participating in and supporting neighborhood organizations on participating in two-way engagement opportunities with our community members. We're going to join business groups, support community activities, create consistent communication channels to make sure that our operations are in no way detrimental and offer the minimum benefits to our neighborhood. We'll give our staff paid time off credit for participating in certain community events. We'll support various substance abuse programs, especially those on preventing youth substance abuse. And GDA will organize annual lawyer-led expungement workshops and will provide educational materials to our local physicians, our caregivers, our nursing homes, our patient advocacy groups, and our community members. And these are things that we actively employ in our current practices. And lastly, GDA has a strong commitment of charitable giving. Our company will target an annual donation of $25,000 during the first year of profitable operations. And if all possible, we'll increase that support each year. And we're looking to community organizations and civic leaders to identify those causes for us. So I want to say thank you. I'm very grateful for this opportunity. Having a dispensary in Alabama and working here has been a dream of our owners for years. And our team is confident that we can run a safe, compliant, trustworthy, tax-generating business for the benefit of all Alabamans. So thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Appreciate y'all being here today.
Thank
Any
you.
commission members have a question for these two ladies?
Ms. Howard.
Go ahead, Sam.
Yes.
Ms. Howard, could you go over the ownership structure one more time? I think I got mixed up a little bit early in the presentation.
Yes, so currently there's just 2 owners. So Sawson is our majority 51% owner, and Ahmad Shaban, he's our 49% owner. So those are the only 2 owners that we have right now.
Is Mr. Shaban, is this debt financing or is there is this a
Cash.
gift?
No, yeah, he's we worked and actually sold prior businesses to be able to fund this. So this is actually cash in hand right now.
Gotcha. Are there any physicians, pharmacists, or healthcare professionals involved with the dispensaries?
So not as of yet, but in our core team, we do have pharmacists that are involved. So right now we have a medical dispensary in Ohio, which I just heard the last applicant mention, highly regulated. And so we just opened our dispensary there October 16th. That was our grand opening. And our GM of that is an Ohio pharmacist. So we
Okay.
have that in our network.
So I was just briefly reviewing your application. How many years of experience do you guys in total have in the medical cannabis industry,
In medical cannabis,
or just in cannabis in general?
well, me personally, I started in the space in 2019, and Mr. Shaban, he is licensed in 5 other states, so California, Oregon, New Jersey, Illinois, and Ohio as well. And so he has over a decade of cannabis experience.
Okay. And all those locations, are they dispensaries, or are they different types of locations, or?
They're different. So some are cultivation. Illinois is a recreational market. Ohio is medical retail. So there's a mix of cultivation and retail, recreational and medical.
I see that you guys, the plan is to have this one facility in Jasper. Are there any plans for other facilities, dispensing sites?
There is. So one of my partners, he loves to use this phrase, and I feel like I hear it too much. It's, crawl before you can walk, before you can run. So the thought was we'd get this dispensary opened. And again, we chose a location that we thought that we can get operational in what would be, considered a short timeline. Our landlord, I love to find landlords, one that want to work with us, that want us in our spaces and who have ties to the community. So we have a great developer that we are working with, and he owns about 20 properties throughout the state of Alabama. So we've already identified other sites that are going to be in similar condition. And what we wanted to do was get this one ramped up. Unless there's, direction from the administration otherwise, and kind of see how this dispensary goes. What are patients looking for? What is our patient count? What does the community want? And kind of use that as we build out our second 2 stores. But in terms of funding, we are fully prepared and funded with those 2 other locations.
One of the things I noticed in your discussion, I'm a pharmacist. Typically pharmacies are 2,500 square feet, maybe. How big is that Planet Fitness?
It's huge. So we're actually subdividing the space. So we're not going to use. We have a typical a 3,500 square foot floor plan. So we're not going to use the entire space, but we would have access to the space. So on our floor plan, it'll show that we've subdivided the portions off that we're going to use for retail, and then we just have access space for the rest.
So based on what you just stated, will that facility be able to be secure so that you can prevent diversion of product?
We believe so. Yes. Because we've been out, we've done spaces like this similarly in other states. And so far, we've been very fortunate to not have issues of diversions, break-ins, intrusions. So I believe we can keep the facility safe. Yes.
And then what is your direct role with
I'm director of marketing, community relations, and then I also help with site acquisitions, real estate, because my background's in real estate as well.
And how long have you been in the cannabis industry?
2019.
2019. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Blakemore. Any other questions? Mrs. Skelton?
Hi.
For being here. Thanks for your presentation.
Thank you.
Just to follow up on Dr. Blakemore's question, I had noticed in your presentation that you referenced the 3 dispensary locations in your financial projections, yet we only have 1 that's represented here on the summary. And you answered the first question I had, what about the other 2 that you could potentially have? But in identifying the 2 potential additional locations, have you come up with any specific cities or counties that you are looking at that you think would be involved? You would look towards that, and would that have any difference in the financial projections that you already included in your application?
So, I think that would be a better question for Ahmad. So I don't want to answer that just yet, but I do know that out of the 20 sites, the 20 sites that we have, We were looking for spaces that all had similar layouts in terms or construction needs. And so being able to do not necessarily turnover, but not spaces that we needed to go inside and do full guts. So the spaces that we have identified, they all would require about $1 million to become operational. So they have those similarities. They could change, but we also have a 30% cushion in case they do. Anything could change. So it could, but we've built into our model that 5.5 million has a cushion, but we've still allotted 7.2 million, a little over 7.2 million in case, for anything unexpected that can arise with us. Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Skelton. Anyone else? We need to move quickly. Thank you, Diane and Salson, for being here today. We appreciate you making the presentation before the commission. Great job.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank
Have a
you.
good afternoon, everybody.
As the group from Shangri-La of Alabama and LLC is, I guess you're here, make your way up to the podium. And as you're doing so, I'll ask Mr. Justin Aday to make a couple of comments for the commission members pertaining to your application. Justin.
Right, this is applicant number 1658 Shangri-La AL LLC. You have their full application, applicant summary, and there were no pass-fail items noted.
Good morning.
Thank you, Justin. I'll go ahead and just remind you, Ms. Peters will put the timer right up here in front of you, so keep track of the time allotment. I think you've requested 20 minutes, so you're the last one prior to lunch.
I understand that statement, and we will do our best to end as soon as we can.
I understand. We'll have time for questions and all that too. But anyway, go ahead, Brittany. You can set that up there and we'll begin. Thank y'all for coming. Go ahead and introduce yourself, please, guys.
Absolutely. My name is Michael Wisenant, and this is Jonathan Brown, and we're here on behalf of Shangri-La. And I do want to inform you, Kashik Patel, one of our owners, was supposed to be here, and he had a medical emergency this morning. So that's just unfortunate, and we're ready to proceed. Shangri-La, a company with a proven track record of success in the legal cannabis industry. That's what I want y'all to leave here today with, is that we are a reliable, trustworthy company that has done this in many other states, and we would be able to do so here in Alabama as well. Shangri-La is an independent, minority, family-owned, vertically integrated cannabis business. They have business in Missouri, Ohio, Illinois, Connecticut, and South Dakota. And we're ready to make a new footprint here in Alabama. Shangri-La was founded in 2019 in Missouri by the Patel family. The family has prior experience in many different industries, including the retail industry, such as convenience stores, liquor stores, healthcare industry as well. They have what we're here asking for, a dispensary license. And while we're only asking for a dispensary license, I think it's important for y'all to know the experience that this business has and Shangri-La has throughout the United States. They're in the cultivation business. They're in the manufacturer business, transportation, and retail businesses across the country. The retail business is the key to the value chain and to the customers and to the patients here that would be able to deliver the medicine in a safe, reliable way for Alabamians. Tell you a little bit more about specific places where we're at now. In Missouri, we have Columbia Superstore in Columbia, Missouri, and 2 stores there in Missouri, one in Jefferson City, one in Waynesville. We also have stores in Kirksville, St. Peters, Eldon, and St. Anne. So we have a strong footprint in the state of Missouri where we started. What's important to know as well is that this can be a trusted brand in those states. So not only are we have a footprint in these states, we have a history of doing business where patients and customers can trust the product and trust our service. And we have high scores. Our Google ratings here, much higher than our competitors. We see here 4.7, 4.8, 4.7, 4.6, and 4.6 for our high ratings and high Google reviews for our stores, showing that we provide a high quality product and a service that our patients and customers appreciate.
We also have our own brands. Obviously, we'll only utilize here the cultivators here in the state of Alabama, but just to let y'all know a little bit about our products, we're able to produce brands out of state. We have in Waynesboro, Missouri, a cultivation and manufacturing facility that produces a number of very popular and well-received brands in the state of Missouri. We have stores in South Dakota. Shangri-La owns and operates a small cultivation facility in South Dakota. It's one of the first grows to offer its products in the South Dakota market. We have secured license for 3 dispensaries in that state. Another important factor that I want to mention, and I'll go ahead and mention it now, is that we've never missed a timeline, ever. Each one of these states, South Dakota, Connecticut, Illinois, they all have timelines for us to get our dispensaries up and running and get product to the patients. We've never missed a timeline. Connecticut is our newest market. We're recently awarded 6 retail licenses, 1 cultivation license, 2 manufacturing licenses in Connecticut, and we have received planning and zoning approval for all the locations, for all 5 locations so far. The first location will actually open next week in December in Connecticut. And like I said, we have a 100% track record of opening within this timelines given by those respective states. Illinois, as you hear, the ongoing construction build out now, even in a difficult construction environment where construction is difficult to, workers are difficult to come by, we're opening up on time. Within the time frame that the state is requiring us to open, we're even ahead of schedule of many of our competitors in that state. Construction's well advanced, and we will have a dispensary open there in early 2024. Ohio. We're also operating in Ohio, dispensaries with our 4th location opening in Ohio. And once again, this is a track record here that we have high successful products and medicine for these patients in these various locations. Here we have high reviews, 4.8, 4.9 reviews, stars for our Google ratings versus our competitors with 3.9 and 4.0 reviews. So we're delivering quality medicine to patients that need it in a timely fashion that they can appreciate. The people that work at our stores, I think this is important too. Shangri-La is committed to using a significant Alabama workforce. It's important for us to bring on management that knows what they're doing from these other states. And we'll talk about them briefly, because so that they know how this industry works. But we're committed to hiring local Alabamians to work in our stores once they're fully trained and vetted, just as we've done in Ohio and other states. So Shangri-La Alabama LLC is owned by Dr. Kapil Patel and Kaushik Patel. Both owners have years of experience in various businesses, no criminal fraudulent record of any kind. They're minority-owned local company with ownership residing in the state for over a decade. Find out a little bit more about who we are. Our operating team, Dr. Kapil Patel is one of the owners. Dr. Kapil Patel is the founder of High Rise LLC and 32 Dental Urgent Care in Missouri. He has obviously a degree in dentistry and also a bachelor's in biological sciences and a minor in business administration. Kaushik Patel, the owner here from Alabama, has years of experience being involved in the hospitality industry, having hotels in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Michael LaFrida. I'd like to spend a moment here to talk about Michael LaFrida and also security. Michael LaFrida is our Chief Operating Officer, security expert with over 20 years of security industry background in the United States Department of Homeland Security. He's been involved with the Democratic National Convention as far as protection from that, or for security for that convention, also the 2020 Winter Olympics. He's well known in the security industry, and that's why he heads up our security department. And security is a real issue, and I'm glad y'all are concerned about that, because as we know in other states, there's been numerous thefts and robberies concerned with both growers and dispensaries. And so it's important for us to take a strong concerned approach about how to handle that, which is why we've trusted Trident Security, which is in our filings, which is owned by former Navy SEALs, and to head up our security specifically. I mean, Michael LaFrida heads up our security, but specifically the security company that will be the boots on the ground here will be Trident Security, which is owned by former Navy SEALs, and they're also committed to hiring veterans and local former law enforcement to assist in their operation. Our chief counsel, we're committed to being compliant. And the reason I can say that we have a trusted track record of compliance is we've never had any discipline, no fines, and we haven't ever had a single complaint from any administrative agency in any state. So Chris Bruneau, our general counsel, holds his Juris Doctorate. He's a lawyer from Georgetown Law, and he helps us maintain compliance. David Risley, our product expert, he's been doing this for many years, has many years of experience with the legal cannabis industry, as well as Zach Mercier. He's our project manager. Zach is a construction expert. This is how we get our businesses open on time, running and delivering product and medicine to our patients in a timely fashion, because he's there to make sure that our projects, our build outs are done in a timely fashion. And obviously Neville Patel is our finance and accounting expert, making sure that we actually make money doing this, and he helps us do that. Our experience. We have over 100 years of experience in the legal cannabis industry right now. We have experience in both medical and recreational markets, but all legal cannabis industry experience. So while we have experience, we have 7 dispensaries in Missouri, 1 cultivation facility, 1 manufacturing facility. In Ohio, we have 4 medical dispensaries active, up and running with high ratings on Google. South Dakota, we have a medical, which is 1 dispensary, 1 cultivation, and 1 manufacturing facility. In Connecticut and Illinois, we have, those are under construction, but we're on schedule to meet our timelines in both those states. We have 6 dispensaries or licenses we've been given, site planning done. We're ready to start the build outs on both of those, and some of those are already going to be open soon. Illinois, we have 3 dispensaries. And like I said, never had a problem with meeting a deadline faced by an agency, and never faced any action from any state due to our intensive compliance training, and never had a single complaint. So where there were some questions, I guess there's some issues that the commission found with our previous application, we've rectified those issues. So financial ability, I'm pleased to announce that we have an additional $4 million of credit available to us from Neville Patel, who's a family relative who's also in the industry and is willing to provide that credit line to us if needed. Frankly, we don't anticipate needing it. We've been doing this long enough to know how much it costs for us to do it, and we don't anticipate needing the money, but we got the availability of those funds just in case we do. Facility suitability and infrastructure. I want to tell you about where we're located, or where we would be located. We're using Helios Real Estate Company. We have 3 locations, 1 in Montgomery, ready to go, 2809 McGehee Road, Montgomery, Alabama. We're looking at a spot in the Hoover, Birmingham area, specifically we're looking in the Galleria Circle area. Helios has 2 properties they're ready to offer to us in that area. And then 4383 Courtney Drive in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. So we have those, and we will, like I said, we'll be ready to go on those facilities the moment cultivators are able to get us product. We expect to be ready no less than 120 days, and we can be able to provide product during that time frame if cultivators are ready to sell it to us. Why us? Why Shangri-La, not any of our competitors? We've shown success in every state we've been to. One of the very few of the multi-state organizations that is a minority family-owned business, and we hold high standards of efficacy and heavy compliant industry, which is unusual for this industry to have no complaints. We have successful history in working with the state and city. We know that it's important to have city partners, and we've made donations to our cities in areas that they need it. There's a donation that we gave for a city's opioid problem that they wanted us to donate to, and we did. And so we're committed to working with our city partners, our local leaders, in addition to our state leaders. We have never received a citation. We take such pride in that. We have won licenses in every single state that we've applied due to our dedication and willingness to work with individual state cannabis programs and state and local leaders. We have above average ratings for our dispensaries. You can count on us to deliver a quality product in a timely fashion in a way that's trusted by both state and local leaders. Our chief medical officer has given us proper direction for our medical markets so that we can make sure that our patients get safe and proper medication. We create a positive impact in our communities by giving back, as I mentioned earlier. And at this time, I will yield early for questions, and Jonathan Brown will be more than happy to answer some of your questions.
All right, appreciate that. Any commission members have any questions for the Shangri-La? Yes, Ms. Skelton. Ahmad Shaban. It needs to be Kapal. Let's clear this up, Mike.
Okay.
What are y'all thinking that the ownership should be showing, demonstrating?
What was in the filing, we can.
What was in our filings, the
It's
Patels, they own.
showing Kaushik Patel as 51% and Ahmad Shaban as 49.
No, it's
Is that in error?
the Shaban is incorrect. It is going to Mr. Kapil Patel is the.
Capel. Okay, okay. He should be the 49%.
Correct.
Got you. Okay.
That is not what's represented.
Is that not what's represented in?
That is not what's represented in your entity ownership individuals.
I will rest on the filing. The filing will be accurate.
That's what I'm looking at.
Okay, well, what it says, I will represent that's the.
You said Kapal would be 51%?
No, 49.
49? Okay, I have that.
Yeah,
And
Kapil Patel
and
is,
Kaushik Patel is 51. Is that right?
yes. Those are the two owners.
Okay, that is correct.
You got that. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. Yes, don't look at that. Look at Kapal Patel should be at 49%. That's right. Yeah, that's correct.
Sure, absolutely.
Is that your location in the pictures down here as you can reference that? And you said there were two other locations.
Lori, is your microphone on? So our online guys.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do I need to go back?
No, you can go ahead. Keep on going. You're fine.
Apologies. The other locations that you referenced, Tuscaloosa and then the Hoover, Birmingham, Galleria area.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you confirmed whether or not those locations have passed resolutions or ordinances to allow the dispensary?
I'm sure that the people involved in this with the company, with all their experience, have. So me personally, no, but I believe with all their history in every single state
There's Hoover.
that those have been.
Yeah.
And I think also it's important to know, pending approval from this board, that obviously that is the benefit of working with Helios and a company that can readily find space available. I know Shangri-La, all of their previous ones, and I think this board also prefers standalone facilities, and that's something, given I believe it's 5% or so of the retail space in Alabama would be able to be used for this. It is difficult to find, and that's why they've gone out of their way to work with a company that can help them find that.
So generally, the locations or the areas would be consistent, but the specific city, you say Hoover, for instance, you may not be able to have a location there, but in the general surrounding area.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what y'all are, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Skelton, for the clarification. Any other questions from a commission member? Dr. Blakemore?
Yeah, is there common ownership in Shangri-La, like with all of the facilities across the different states, or do you guys have a model that is kind of essentially follows like a franchise in a way?
Unfortunately, the one who'd be best suited to answer that could not be here. I'm sure that there is ownership. Me personally, off the top of my head, I do not.
Because when I'm looking at it, it kind of reminds me of a franchise in a way.
I don't know the answer to that question. I think unfortunately, Mr. Kashik out of medical emergency could answer that.
So in total, how much financing will you guys have for the locations here in Alabama?
It's $8.1 million available.
Yeah.
Sure. $8.1 million is available, but like I said earlier, we don't anticipate needing that based on prior build outs and operations.
Then what do you expect, like essentially your gross revenue to be for each dispensary?
We filed that for our filings, and our rest on the filings on that.
Yes, I know briefly, I believe it's year 2 that anticipate being profitable, obviously take a loss in year 1. And that would be with 3.
Do you guys have any examples of your product mix? Like, do you have capsules, tinctures? Like, what type of products are you guys going to offer public?
Yes, they would offer it. We would offer anything available from the cultivators. I believe, that's how Shangri-La has done it in the other states, is anything that's available, then that is what they would then sell to people.
Do you guys have pharmacists in the state of Alabama working for you on this project, or you're going to have pharmacists at dispensaries, or what do you think you're going to have?
Located at the dispensary, there are individuals with that knowledge within the company. As far as specifically in Alabama, that would be another question for Mr. Patel that unfortunately I just don't know the answer to that.
Any other healthcare providers associated with your application? I think I saw like a physician.
Yes, the ones listed in there, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Blakemore. Any other questions from a commission member? Any of our folks online, do you have a question for the Shangri-La group? Otherwise, Michael and Jonathan, thank y'all for coming today. Appreciate the presentation, your time with the commission today.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Be here.
Thank you. Commission and staff will now retire to the back for a lunch break and try to resume here at 1 o'clock.
Got a message from Judge Price to us.
If all of our commission members and staff are ready to go today, we'll go ahead and kick off our afternoon session. We've got a lengthy group to hear from this afternoon, but we'll start off with LeBlue Fields. And I'm looking for Aretha Dix, but I'm understanding she's not here today. So
Yes, sir.
can you give us your name?
My name's Rory Murphy.
Rory?
Yes.
All right, let's see. Before you start, Rory, I'm going to ask Mr. Justin Ade to make a few comments pertaining to your application
Absolutely.
for the benefit of our commission members.
Okay.
So Justin?
Okay, this is applicant number 1666, LeBlue Fields. You have their full application and the applicant summary, and there were no pass-fail items identified in the application.
Thank you, Justin. All right, Rory, it's all yours.
Hey, good afternoon, respected members of this commission. My name is Rory Murphy, and I'm honored to represent LeBlue Fields in place of our distinguished leader, Ms. Aretha Dix. Unfortunately, Aretha cannot be here today due to the sudden loss of her father on Thanksgiving. This has deeply affected our team. The funeral is actually being held today, and I just want to publicly state how much we care about her and send our deepest condolences to her family. Before we delve into the vision of LeBlue Fields, I'd like to take some time to introduce our entire team, our strongest asset. Please excuse the screen. I get a little fired up when it comes to this, so I have a tendency to ramble, and I just wanted to stay on time. So I prepared a few notes, but starting with the cornerstone of our vision and mission, Aretha. She's a mother, a veteran, a relentless advocate for community well-being, especially right here in Montgomery. She's been the driving force behind our endeavor to establish medical dispensaries in the state of Alabama. Her profound leadership and unwavering dedication are the bedrock of our pursuit of excellence in patient care, safety, and community engagement. Today, as I stand here to present our plans and commitments, it's with a deep sense of responsibility to carry forward Aretha's passion and our shared dedication. We are united in our goal to make LeBlue Fields a beacon of responsible, community-centric medical cannabis use in Alabama. Aretha's contributions to the state go beyond our organization. She has served as the Director of Medical Compliance for the Joint Commission in Alabama, where her responsibilities were critical and very wide-ranging. Her expertise has been pivotal in areas like hospital accreditation, both inpatient and outpatient, federal facility compliance, encompassing such sectors such as facility management, pharmaceuticals, as well as personnel. Her personal journey with CBD and hemp, particularly in managing fibromyalgia, led her to actively participate in the commission that introduced hemp cultivation actually to the state. The personal connection underscores her deep understanding and commitment of the potential benefits of cannabis. Her presence in our company for many years has been a source of inspiration and strength. We are incredibly fortunate to have Aretha Dix as an integral part of LeBlue Fields guiding us. I also like to share a little bit of my personal journey that brings me here today. My roots are actually deeply embedded in the soil of Alabama. I spent my childhood in Troy, just 35 miles down the road. Son of a medical doctor and businessman, I was imbued with the values and spirit of this great state. I then went to and graduated from University of Alabama with a finance degree, where I honed my skills and really solidified my aspirations. After university, my path took me across various states, where I immersed myself in finance mostly and service-oriented industries. But it was the world of medical cannabis, a field that's both challenging but very rewarding, that captured my dedication 7 years ago in Las Vegas, Nevada. This endeavor has been, I would say, more than a career for me. It's really been a calling, bringing me full circle right back here to Alabama. Today, I stand here driven by a lifelong dream to leverage my knowledge and experience to contribute positively to the state. This presentation isn't just a professional milestone, it's a personal one. It's an opportunity to bring fruition to a vision that has long been in my making of enhancing the well-being of all Alabamians through responsible and compassionate cannabis care. I am thrilled to present to you a plan that is not only close to my heart, but one that I firmly believe will be a very significant asset to the state. I'd also like to introduce Ms. Brenda Gonzalez. She's a true pioneer in the cannabis industry. A key member of our team. Brenda's not just an entrepreneur, she's a matriarch in the cannabis business world since 2014. Alongside her partners, has owned and operated Sahara Wellness, one of the first and only female-led medical cannabis dispensaries in the country, located just off the Strip in Las Vegas. Brenda's journey was fueled by her passion for helping people from all walks of life lead healthier and more fulfilling lives. A former touring tennis professional, Brenda has always been about action and service. Her pivot to the cannabis industry was inspired by witnessing the transformative impact of CBD on a friend. Driven by this experience, Brenda crafted personally an application herself against steep odds and won one of 12 highly coveted dispensary licenses from over 500 applicants, a very testament to her dedication and skill. Opening in Sahara in 2016 marked the beginning of our shared journey in medical cannabis. Alongside our team, we've been unwavering in our commitment to providing clean, safe, and effective medicinal cannabis. Her achievements don't stop there. We have expanded our footprint with Canistars, another dispensary, a 35,000 square foot cultivation facility that nurtures up to over 1,000 plants at any given time, and we're continually touching lives and healing patients. Under her leadership, Sahara Wellness has been recognized with prestigious awards, including 2017 Best Medical in the US, 2019 Best Retail, and additionally, she's been a finalist for the Best Dispensary Owner for the last 3 years, another testament to her skills and unwavering commitment. And Brenda, or Miss B as we like to call her, fondly, we have not just a leader, but a visionary who has been at the forefront of this industry, demonstrating what is possible with passion, expertise, and an unyielding commitment to patient care. Next, I'd like to introduce the backbone of our organization, Ms. Alex Davis. Alex is not only owner, but also the financial specialist and head of our esteemed security team within our organization. Her meticulous attention to detail and her comprehensive approach are the nuts and bolts what keep our operations running smoothly. Her journey is marked by discipline and excellence. She carved a distinguished path for herself in law enforcement, setting a remarkable precedent as the first woman awarded top honors in firearms, earning the nickname Eagle Eye. This accolade is a testament to her precision and focus, traits that she's carried into every aspect of her career. After an impactful tenure in law enforcement, she transitioned to the airline industry, where her skills and attention to detail were further honed. Here, she not only excelled in corporate security, but also developed a keen sense for operational intricacies. Her experience in these high-stakes environments have been invaluable to us as a company, ensuring that our dispensaries operate with the utmost care and precision. At LeBlue Fields, Alex's Eagle Eye is not just a moniker, it's actually a philosophy that permeates our entire organization. I'd also like to introduce Dante Frazier, the Director of Community Outreach for LeBlue Fields, and another proud son of Troy, Alabama. His journey and contributions are a source of inspiration and pride for our team. His athletic journey, marked by his time as a star for the Trojans, set the stage for his remarkable accomplishments. It was at Faulkner University where his talent truly shone, leading him to a basketball championship and earning numerous academic accolades. This combination of athletic prowess and academic excellence speaks volumes about his determination as well as his drive. He had offers to work all over the world, but Dante has been a steadfast figure right here in Alabama, particularly in Troy, dedicating himself to the betterment of our communities. His role as the Director of Transit in Pike County has been instrumental in building crucial connections and nurturing relationships all across the state, especially in the rural and underserved areas. At LeBlue, Dante brings these same values of community service and engagement as our Director of Community Outreach. His grassroots philosophy and in-depth understanding of the local needs are crucial as we really try to responsibly introduce cannabis to this state. His expertise and passion are key to our mission of spreading not only education, but also safety regarding cannabis use in Alabama. I'm delighted to introduce Ms. Diane Rowley. She's actually not going to be here today, but she's the financial cornerstone of LeBlue. She's our esteemed CPA, brings a wealth of experience and unmatched, really, expertise to our team. Since 1993, she's been navigating the complexities of accounting with professional license across the United States as well as Canada, a testament to her skills and broad recognition. In 2014, she transitioned to cannabis to specialize in the finances of their businesses, marking a significant turn in her illustrious career. Since then, she's played a pivotal role in the financial setup of companies successful in cannabis in Colorado, California, as well as Nevada. Having Diane as our financial architect for LeBlue is a privilege, and her keen insights and steadfast commitment to financial integrity and transparency are vital to our operation, ensuring that we navigate the complexities of cannabis finance with precision and confidence. As we conclude our introductions, I'm honored also to present Dana Benaway, a foundational member of our team and esteemed director of compliance at LeBlue. Her cannabis education began under the tutelage of industry giants such as Ed Rosenthal, Jeff Jones, during the groundbreaking era of Prop 215. Dana's expertise is not just the depth of her knowledge, but the breadth. Having worked with large corporations and in the federally legal Canadian market, she brings a global perspective to our company and a comprehensive understanding of cannabis operations. At LeBlue, we rely on her expertise to navigate the intricate landscape of not only compliance, but every other thing that we deal with operationally. Her ability to oversee this critical aspect of operations instills a level of confidence and integrity that is indispensable. With Dana at the helm of compliance, we are assured not just to adhere to the letter of the law, but also to its spirit, ensuring the highest standards of ethical practice in our dispensaries. Dana Benaway is more than a team member, she's a guardian of our true values. Now, as we set our sights on bringing our vision to life in Alabama, I want to share just a little short story that encapsulates, I would say, the essence of our journey, a journey that began for our team all at Sahara. It was during the second week of opening that we encountered a moment that I would say profoundly shaped our understanding of the impact that we could have. I remember vividly when this frail grandmother, grappling with the harsh realities of stage 4 pancreatic cancer and a very short prognosis to live, first walked into our dispensary. She was accompanied by her daughter, and she sought relief from the relentless nausea and, the inability to eat that really sapped her strength. It was in our private consultation room, a space of trust and openness, where we listened to her story. Her resilience, despite her pain, was really awe-inspiring. We carefully suggested a regimen of CBD rubs, some edibles, and as well as cannabis flower, hopeful it would alleviate her discomfort. Over time, something remarkable happened. This grandmother, who initially needed her daughter just to walk in, began pulling up to the front of our dispensary on her own. Her visits evolved from patient consultations to warm exchanges with familiar faces. She became a fixture, a beloved member of our dispensary, family, brightening our space with her enduring spirit. For 4 years, we were a part of her journey. We adjusted her treatments, celebrated her good days, and definitely were there when she had the bad ones. While we couldn't provide a cure, the connection we built and the comfort we offered, I would say made a very tangible difference in her life, and it certainly made one in mine. While we have since then seen tens of thousands of patients walk through those very same doors, it's this type of experience that encapsulates why we are passionate about bringing this vision to Alabama. It's not just about dispensing medicine. It's about nurturing connections, providing a haven of care and support. Our aspiration is to replicate this level of compassion and commitment in Alabama with this very same team, to become a place where every patient is treated with the same dedication and become a part of our larger family, united in healing and hope. Now, transitioning to our concrete plans at LeBlue, I want to highlight our strategic approach to opening our dispensary and expanding our services, particularly focused on underserved and rural communities. Firstly, we are immensely grateful for the support we have received from the city of Gadsden. Their backing is not just a vote of confidence, but a crucial partnership in serving the community. Our plan is to start with a dispensary there that sets the standard for patient care, transparency, and accessibility. We understand the critical need for medical cannabis in areas where it might be harder to access, especially in underserved and rural communities. So our approach is to bridge the gap, ensuring that no patient is left without access to the medicine that they require. Our firsthand knowledge and experience in this industry gives us a unique edge. We've seen the transformative power of cannabis in improving lives and are equipped with the tools and insights that sets us apart from those new to this field. This experience ensures a lesser learning curve for us and allows us to focus on what truly matters, patient care and community well-being. From the moment we are allowed to open, LeBlue will be ready. We have meticulously prepared for this moment, ensuring that every aspect of our operation, from facility management to patient education, is in line with the highest standards set by the state. Our team's collective experience in navigating the complexities of this cannabis industry has prepared us to handle the challenges of this emerging market confidently. We're not just prepared to open, we're prepared to excel. Our commitment is to operate a dispensary that reflects our values of excellence, transparency, and unwavering dedication to those we serve. We are here to be a reliable, compassionate, and knowledgeable provider for Alabama, ready from day one to make a positive and very lasting impact in the lives of the patients. Now, to the respected members of this commission, we reach the conclusion, and I want to express my and our sincere gratitude for your diligent efforts in shaping this Alabama cannabis program. Your dedication to making informed and responsible decisions is both recognized and deeply appreciated. Today, we've not just shared our professional backgrounds and plans, but also a glimpse of who we are at LeBlue, a team deeply rooted in Alabama, committed to well-being of its people. Our goal in introducing ourselves is to build a foundation of trust and mutual understanding as we endeavor to work alongside you in strengthening Alabama's medical cannabis program. We are not just here as applicants, but as dedicated partners in this significant venture. We understand the weight of the responsibility that rests on your shoulders, and we want to assure you that we do not take it lightly. Our team, primarily composed of Alabamians, is dedicated to investing in local resources, supporting Alabama's economy, and ensuring that the benefits of this industry extend throughout this great state. We firmly believe that our expertise, combined with our deep commitment to quality, patient care, and community engagements, positions us to make a substantial and positive impact. We are eager to make an Alabama medical cannabis program a model of excellence and compassion. So in closing, I'd like to respectfully request your strongest consideration for our application. We are excited about the potential to collaborate with you, and now we're fully prepared to respond to any questions you may have. Thank you for your time to present our vision for LeBlue Fields.
Thank you so much, Rory.
Thank
I
you.
know you're gonna have some questions. Any commission members want to
And if you have,
ask Rory anything?
yeah. And I was gonna bring my whole team so we can.
You got a lot of pinch hitters.
Or mine.
Anybody got a question for him?
They're going for.
Yes, Ms. Skelton. Oh, go ahead, Sam.
Hey, Mr. Murphy, great job.
Thank you.
How will your experience as a certified dispenser in Nevada help ensure that you can take care of the patients here in Alabama?
You know, because people are people, and I'm an Alabamian. So I think me having a broad breadth of people that I've worked with is only going to help me. Nevada, we get people from all over the world, but at the heart of it, I'm from Troy. So I feel like everything that I've learned educationally, as well as my bedside manner, if you will, is going to translate very well because I know how to communicate the message of healing.
Have you gotten any certifications or diplomas?
Well, I've studied
medical
you know,
cannabis.
I actually, studied, and I'm OSHA certified, and I've been doing it for 7 years. So
Okay.
I've got a lot of experience firsthand. Metric, I've got all of the regulations that you would need to be able to care for people within the cannabis industry or that space in general.
What software do you guys plan on utilizing at the dispensary?
Yeah, we're going to use BioTrack, and of course, Metric is going to be the overall. State recording, and so we're going to use BioTrack. That's what we're definitely most familiar. We've been using it since it started. We've seen it kind of grow as a program where it was real shaky at the beginning to now it's much more smooth, but we know it inside out.
At the dispensary that you guys are currently at, or yourself,
Mhm.
Do you do medical or is it adult use?
We started medical. You want to?
Thank you for the opportunity. We are one of the few in Nevada that is still doing medical. When all the publicly traded companies came in, they kind of went towards the recreation. And so we are one of the few that still service the patients. And, the team that we have here, it's been a blessing to work with them. And I can't even express the opportunity just to work with them. I've seen over the years, I've been with Rory since day one when we opened. And the day that he applied, there was 110 out and 100 people came in to sign up and for interview for a job. And I met Rory, and his vision was to bring it to Alabama, and we talked about it that day. So we are just looking so forward to be able to bring what we've learned, and going through the Nevada laws with metric and everything that they have a compliance board. They're very strict because they kind of go by the gaming laws. So we have gone through everything together, but our main concern is for the patients. And that is why we have been waiting for the opportunity to go to Alabama that is just medical. That was my favorite part of being in the cannabis industry, was when it was just medical, because we really got to meet some individuals. We work with senators just to get them to not forget about the medical patients, because that's just really where our heart is.
Ms. Gonzalez, while I still have you at the microphone, I see that you were finalists for Best Dispensary Owner in 2020, 21, 22, 23. Is that all in Nevada, or do you have other
Nevada.
dispensaries in other states?
There's 110 dispensaries in Nevada, and that was for all the dispensaries.
Okay. How many do you personally have?
We have two.
Two.
We have two dispensaries. One's right on the strip, one's 2 blocks off the strip. And we also have a grow, production, and distribution license. But just my personal experience, medical is where my heart is. It is because we have met so many people, and it has helped so many people. And there's a lot of older people with chronic pain. There's a lot of people that have cancer that we've met. But that is really where our heart is, for the medical patients.
Will you guys be doing debt financing with
No.
or is it up fully cash
You mean for our
for your investments?
We are going to be using our own monies. We have the monies collectively to be able to do it. And our 3 partners in Vegas, we finance the whole thing. We have no investors. It's just the 3 of us. And we feel like that is the best way that we can serve the community, in that we're going to do it for the patients. And it's kind of where we've always leaned towards.
In general, like over the years, because I think, have you been in this industry for 10 years?
Since 2014.
2014. In general, what do you typically see with profit margins at dispensaries?
Right now, it's a little lean. In the beginning in medical, to be honest, we're not going to make that much money in the beginning in medical. It really will. That's why we're so compassionate about it. But we feel like it's a product that will help the patients, and people are open to it. He's told you just one experience that we've had, but our very first 2 people were someone that came in, they were in their 80s, and she had just found out she had lung cancer, and he wanted to be there when she transitioned instead of going on morphine. When when you use cannabis, you're well aware of what's going on. So he used that for pain, she did, and she got through with this probably about 3 years. And we would never say it cures it, but it helps people to be able to handle it.
And then the last thing I'll ask you, do you plan on working with any healthcare providers here? Do you have any pharmacists on board, or
Yes.
physicians, or?
We are very lucky to have access to a registered nurse who actually teaches. She's an accredited teacher for the Veterans Affairs. So she goes around to all the physicians and all the veterans hospitals and actually teaches them about the endocannabinoid system, how it binds to your CBD1, CBD2 receptors. So she has a great wealth of knowledge of how cannabis marries with specific ailments, actually.
Is that the patient population that you're targeting, like veterans or anybody?
That's just the population she's teaching to, because they actually, even though it's federally illegal, they see the need to understand what's going on with the research. So She also has cannabis public schools, so she teaches freely on Sundays to anybody that wants to learn. So we have just kind of brought her into our fold to marry our knowledge with the medical knowledge with the body, so that we can at least, when we put you on a little plan, we know it's the best plan for you, low and slow, and it's actually going to be effective.
You guys have policies and procedures in place to prevent diversion?
Oh, I'm all about a great SOP and the policies and procedures. Absolutely. I think that's one of the beautiful things about Nevada is that's one of their highest things, money, money diversion, product diversion, security, very high on our list.
Gotcha. With that being stated, policies and procedures handling cash.
Oh, Alex. Well, she doesn't like to speak, but Alex handles millions of dollars between the three entities flawlessly. And I will say our CPA, Diane, we just had a big state audit. Literally, they tried to steal Diane from us because it was impeccable. They wanted her to go around and teach everybody on how to do the books properly. Because there is definitely a finesse between regular CPA and a cannabis CPA. As you know, there's so many little loopholes. I mean, even QuickBooks won't take you if you're
Oh, wow.
cannabis. So,
We're audited about 2 or 3 times a year
Yeah.
at each of our facilities.
Okay.
Matter of fact, we were just going through an audit with one of our dispensaries. So they're very in touch with procedures. They send people out to make sure that everything is taken
And
care
I
of.
think checks and balances are important. In our team, Alex handles all the money, but Diane is over her. I do a lot of the compliance, but Miss Brenda will check on that because, the more brains, the better. That's how you catch mistakes and that's how you improve the process. So I think that's very important. You just can't let someone have the money and run. You don't know everything and there's things that come up. So we like to do a lot of checks and balances within our team.
Thank you, guys.
Anyone else? Any other commission member have a question? Yes, Dr. Jensen.
The major ownership, Jablonski Frazier, how's he? Oh, you're Jablons. Okay, I missed that earlier.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah, and what's your background?
Been from Troy, Alabama all my life. Went to school here, Faulkner,
Uh-huh.
for
Okay.
4 years in grad school and been in Troy since 2007 as Director of Transportation, more in the rural areas of Pike County. A lot of familiarity with the needs of rural people, what they can and cannot have or access to. And my thing is veterans at this time in the state, especially in areas like Barber County, Lower Alabama, out in West Alabama, they don't have access, but the need to medical facilities is greatly. And I see it all the time. And one of my best friends, and when he came with the idea, I wanted to be involved with it because of the knowledge that I know that this state needs as far as on the medical side. And I know that this stuff works, but I know the need that people in rural areas can't get to. And that's why I wanted to bring my little bit of knowledge in it so I can try to give any kind of access or knowledge to the people that I know all over the state that can get to these places, like what we're trying to do at the Blue Fields.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I guess another question is that you got Gadsden here. Did you plan on any other sites?
We did. And that's what I kind of meant by bridging the gap, because when we were originally reading it, we didn't know if, where people were going to be. So what I originally read was that after the established licenses were handed out, we were to see where the needs were. So wherever locales we needed to go to, we could fulfill that gap. So we would have started with 4, of course, but we just didn't know exactly if everybody would be going to, the same spots, basically.
Which they are.
So it's like we kind of wanted to take the advantage of knowing that we can do it right just based on our previous experience, but also the flexibility to go maybe where it's needed, and fulfill wider ranges of populations that might not be served when the program first initially opens. So that was kind of our guiding light, I should say, if it comes to where we chose to be. And Gadsden's a great place, and we're welcome there, which is why we chose it.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have a question? We need to move on quickly. All right, Rory. Yes, go ahead, Lori.
quickly,
Right.
thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Enjoyed your presentation. Your location in Gadsden.
Yes, ma'am.
You say you could be ready the first day that you are licensed. Is there anything that you have to do other than have the product available?
That would be it. That
Have
would be it.
facilities
We have a strong security plan that we just plan on replicating what we know to do.
Okay.
You know, and we've gone through some trials and errors with that. So as soon as we would get a license, we would be working on that plan to get it ready.
Okay,
So
great.
you have staff?
Thank you.
We have staff. We plan on,
Well,
and we plan on.
that will work in the location.
We plan on training locally as well. You know, we plan on being, yeah.
Sure. So, in the absence of Aretha, I've had the pleasure of working with her in a lot of different, opportunities in regards to, workforce development opportunities, as well as training, as well as education. Cannabis in the community is an event that we hosted. So in terms of being able to work within the community and feel optimistic about being able to train people in a relatively appropriate amount of time, feel very consistent, as well as training manuals that are already in place to be able to allow individuals to become up to speed in terms of, I would say, the basics of medical cannabis to be able to service patients.
Can you tell us your name,
My
please,
name
sir?
is Thaddeus Payton.
Thaddeus?
Thaddeus Payton, yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else
And
before we?
and we plan on being there as well.
Yeah.
Like we're gonna be here. So the team that you see is the team that will be there.
All right, thank you, Roy.
Thank you.
All right, we appreciate y'all being here and representing, thank you for representing Aretha
Absolutely, absolutely.
so adequately and sufficiently.
Thank
She would be proud. All right, let's move on. We've got the Mark Daniel Jennings group. Good to have you here, Mark. Before you get started, I'm gonna let Mr. Justin A. Day mention a few things about your application for the benefit of our commission members.
This is applicant number 1670, Mark Daniel Jennings. You have the full application and the applicant summary, and there were no pass-fail items noted.
Thank you, Justin. Mr. Jennings, you've watched I think you had, what, a 15-minute allocation?
Correct.
So she'll have the timer right here in front of you, so just keep track of it.
Okay, good.
Go ahead,
Okay.
please, sir. There you go.
I believe I'll catch us up on a little time because I'm going to go quick and I just want to tell you a few things. First of all, thank you for allowing me to present to you what I feel like I can offer this commission, the citizens of the state of Alabama. I believe that I've followed this process since it started. And when I read what the legislature had said, I believe that I'm the guy that they were looking for. I've got the experience. I've got the financing. And I feel like as we move forward, that you'll see that I can serve the people. I'll tell you a quick thing about my story. When I was a senior in college, I did a residency at Baptist South. They hired me at the end of that to be director of home care. I was there for 5 years, doing essentially what we're talking about here, just not with cannabis. I then started my own business for the next 27 years, doing the exact same thing. I've been fortunate enough to be very successful. I've been blessed beyond belief. And since that time, I've been, I guess you would call a serial entrepreneur. I've been in different businesses and have enjoyed that. One of the things I think that would probably concern you is the financial aspect. If you were to give someone a license, just an individual by themselves, you have in front of you the finances that I have. And I believe that would certainly get us through the first 3 years. One of the things that I've listened to in these impressive presentations was about the 1 location versus the 3 locations. My whole premise was have 1 location, get it right, and then move on to the next one. I must tell you, I don't have cannabis businesses in other states. Right now, I'm a one-man show, but I believe I have the abilities, and I believe that if you would give me the opportunity with granting me a license, that I could show that it could be done by someone from here in Alabama and be successful at the same time. Thank you for your time. And if you have any questions, let me know.
You gave a lot of time for questions.
Yeah, I did. I told you I would catch you up on time. I was telling the truth.
All right. Anybody have any questions? So go ahead, Dr. Blakemore.
Do you have any healthcare providers that you're going to be working with, like pharmacists, nurses,
Right.
doctors?
Doctor, right now I don't. My whole premise was this. If granted a license, we could put our feet on the ground and get out there and start getting after it. Listen, it's an unknown right now. I've heard people throw numbers around as budgetary numbers for year one from 3 million to 1 million. And the truth of this is no one knows. It's uncharted waters. Will the people be accepting? I don't know. I think there is a modicum of business, but I don't know how great it will be.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you, Dr. Blakemore. I know we got some other ones. Yes, Ms. Skelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi,
Hi.
thank you for being here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, can you tell me a little bit about your facility location? You've referenced 60 days to be able to commence.
That's correct.
operation.
And listen, we will be pressing it. It is a location right now with just an open space. And I've submitted my drawings. And so the issue is, and another thing I've heard is these buildings being done in X amount of time. The real truth is I'll get a subcontractor, I'll press as hard as I can. And I believe that within that 60-day period, I'm very capable of having it prepared. But if I'm being honest, you know, it might run 7 to 10 days more. And I think that's just the truth of where we stand, you know, working with contractors.
I understand. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else? What about any of our commission members online? All right, Mr. Jennings.
I don't
thank
have a
you.
question.
Who's that?
This is Dwight. I said,
Okay, go
I said,
ahead.
I
Go
don't
ahead,
have a
Mr.
question.
Gamble.
Yeah,
Yes,
I
sir.
don't have a question. I'm sorry.
I think he said he did not.
Come on, Dwight, you can beat that.
I would like to know a little bit about your financial plan.
Well, I have about 5 million in liquid assets. And my budget would be, I personally believe that you could run the first year on $600,000 because of the unknowns. And so just so that you understand this, there are plenty of people standing behind me that would gladly want to be included financially. So that aspect of it, I believe we have covered.
Okay,
Does that
thank you,
answer
sir.
your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mr. Gamble. Anyone else? Anybody want to backtrack? All right, Mr. Jennings, thank you so much for your time
Appreciate
today
your
and
time.
presentation. We
Uh-huh.
appreciate that. So you got us a little ahead of schedule, so we do have a little bit of time built in. If Emerald Standard is here and wants to come, are y'all here? Okay, you go ahead and make your way to the podium and we'll be preparing for you. And as you're coming forward, I'll ask Mr. Justin Aday to bring a couple of facts about your application to the commission members. So Justin.
Okay, this is applicant number 1673 Emerald Standard LLC. You have their complete application along with applicant summary report. There are no pass-fail items noted. You also have printed materials that the applicant supplied in your materials as well.
We have an
Thank you.
updated one. Would you like to see the updated?
Is it, how much different from the current one?
Few slides that are additional. You might want to view as we speak.
If you want to pass them out, that's fine. Go ahead. And Brandy, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, well, Brandy, if you don't just kind of make note, Ms. Peters will put the timer up here.
Sure.
So just keep track of that. It'll be on the shelf right here. You got a 20-minute allotment. So, and I'll have you introduce your team as you need to. Thank you for coming today and representing Emerald Standard LLC.
That's right.
Go ahead. I got it. Go ahead, Brandy.
Hi, everyone. As you know, I'm Brandy McGuire, founder, champion, and one of the owners of Emerald Standard LLC. We would like to start today by thanking you, the commission, for being a constant in this little bit of a roller coaster ride that we've had. No way do we understand the weight that you're feeling, but we do agree that this is the right thing to do, meeting our team, asking us questions. You're going to a level above and beyond what many other states have tried. So please note your hard work will be highly appreciated from the patients that are in need of this medicine. We agree with you. This kind of decision, it cannot be made on merely documents alone. So we thank you for taking the time to meet us, and we thank you for the time to get to know us.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Spry. I'm one of the owners of Emerald Standard. I just wanted to echo what Brandy said. We certainly appreciate the opportunity to appear before you. This is a huge step for the state of Alabama and for its residents, and we think it's really important for you to be able to see our faces, and it certainly helps us to see your faces, so we appreciate it very much. I wanted to mention our first slide. We list the members of our leadership team. I was just going to go over some highlights of that team. We have 11 owners of the business, 9 of whom are residents of the state of Alabama, longtime residents of the state of Alabama. I was born and raised here. Our members were highly skilled. Our owners include an orthopedic surgeon, owners of retail pharmacies, a lawyer, accountant, compliance experts, industry dispensary experts. We feel the gamut covered on expertise for this business. The owners of Emerald Standard, as I mentioned, we own retail pharmacies. My family in particular, my grandfather started retail pharmacies in the late 60s in Killen, Alabama, in Rogersville, Alabama. We're in the small towns. We're seeing patients every day, and we still have those businesses. My dad was a pharmacist. He carried on the business, and now my wife is a pharmacist, and she will be our pharmacist for Emerald Standard. Our owners have medical practices, and we also have medical cannabis dispensaries in other states. So we have expertise within the leadership. We're going to be on the ground doing what needs to be done to serve the patients of Alabama. I mentioned my wife is a pharmacist. Again, she will be the pharmacist for the entity. She'll be on the ground each day, going from dispensary to dispensary. She'll be seeing patients. She'll be available to our staff, answer questions, and to be available for consultations. And I think one thing we wanted to emphasize in our case, I know that there have been some excellent presentations made over the past couple of days, and we've heard people will have experts and outside consultants. What we want to emphasize is our leadership team is made up of people who will be in the dispensary, will be on the ground. We're going to be there every day. The owners will be in the business. And so with that said, I thank you for your time, and we appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Spry.
As Drew said, we anticipate that we're going to be on the ground operating. We're not just, a fictitious group of people standing up here. I'm talking about operations. So my name's Eric Hackett. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Emerald Standard. Our ownership and executive team have extensive experience in building and operating 26 highly regulated retail stores, including 10 dispensaries across 3 different states. As you can see on the next slide, we pride ourselves on not only operational excellence, but we care about the communities we're in. Each location that we've opened, we remodel and we make sure that we're good stewards of the community and represent new properties. Rather than tell you about the experience we're known for providing, you can see on this slide right here, our Google reviews for 7 of our stores in Missouri. The lowest rating you'll see on one store is 4.7. Everything else is 4.8 to 4.9 stars. So that's basically our patients in other states and other locations that we operate saying that, they're very happy with the experience that we provide and the service we provide. We're good operators. We also understand how important it is to provide access to cannabis to patients in need. We have a track record of becoming operational in a timely manner. I know that that's something that I've heard a lot talked about here is, timeframes for operations. So I do think that it's worth mentioning in Missouri, we have 7 locations, and our Moberly store was actually one of the first to serve medical patients in that state. So we have a track record of successfully opening stores within the state guidelines and timeframes. Also just wanted to mention, our commitment. We're in this for the long term. It's no shock that a lot of states enact cannabis programs and licenses exchange hands very quickly. I do think that it's very important that we say every license that we've ever acquired or every license we've ever been awarded, we still operate. We're not looking to turn licenses over. We're looking to be a long-term steward of this industry. I believe that that really shows our commitment to the industry and the consistency of providing medicine to patients in need. We're experienced cannabis dispensary operators. We currently operate 8 dispensaries in 2 different states. We've got a track record of being 100% compliant. I know that that's really important. As we talk about cannabis, I jokingly tell people, you know, we're not in the cannabis or the retail space. We're in the compliance business. We know how to operate. We've never had any security issues. We've never had any instances of theft or diversion at any of our 10 locations across any of the states we operate in. We have experience using Metric, which I know is going to be the state, you know, seed to sale tracking system here. We understand how to educate and train our team and how to responsibly serve patients in a safe and compliant way.
Our next slide, we give just a brief overview of our financial capacity. Obviously, we go into a lot more detail in our actual application. I think the couple of points that I would like to make with regard to our financial capacity, we've heard there will be uncertainty related to opening medical dispensaries. We believe Emerald Standard has combated that uncertainty in 2 ways. One is we have owners who have experience opening dispensaries, running dispensaries and keeping them running. And then second, we have raised capital sufficient to hopefully combat any uncertainty that we might face. When we initially filed our application, we had $21 million of liquid capital available to the company. Since then, we've added an additional $5 million in liquid capital. In addition, and Eric touched briefly on this, our other dispensaries in other states have an excellent track record, in fact, a perfect track record of tax compliance, as well as the other regulatory compliance in those states.
Hello again. My name is Lori Glauser. I have 10 years experience in cannabis compliance with experiences in 5 states and 4 countries. We don't want to spend too much time on certain slides, but we did see some interesting scoring anomalies. So we won't waste your time on the process. We just trust that the process will be just and fair. As a part-time resident of Killen, I am too familiar with the challenges of accessing quality healthcare in Northwestern Alabama and in Florence specifically. I pray this pattern doesn't extend to medical marijuana. For the more than 300,000 Northwest Alabama residents, for most of the closest proposed dispensary is at least a 90-minute drive to Owens Crossroads. This means there's effectively no access with the current scenario for many Alabama patients who need it most. If Emerald Standard is awarded a license, we will provide access to thousands more patients across Alabama, including the Tri-Cities area and the Shoals. So, can move on. Okay. Our partner dispensaries have developed a cannabis education program with the Realm of Caring Foundation. Here's an example of a patient flyer and an image of past education classes. We will work with the foundation to curate an Alabama-specific education program at no cost to the patients or to their physicians. We also offer a patient phone hotline for patients to get their questions answered and escalated as appropriate to our pharmacists. Thank you.
We don't have them included in the presentation, but I think that we've got some additional letters that, you know, we'd like to present at some point. But we did have letters from 3 municipalities as part of our record of compliance. And I think that that's kind of rare in the industry that you'd actually get municipalities to, you know, put in writing an endorsement saying that, you know, we're good stewards of the industry and we're good operators from a compliance standpoint. In closing, our unwavering commitment to industry compliance, proven track record, dedicated focus on patient well-being position us as the obvious choice. We're confident that our expertise will not only meet but exceed the standards set by this commission. We look forward to contributing positively to Alabama's medical cannabis program. We appreciate your time and we eagerly anticipate the privilege of serving the patients of Alabama.
Thank you, Eric.
That's the Brandy.
In section 7, we've included some of our personal reasons why we're connected to the cannabis industry. Our mission is and always will be patient-driven. I'm now going to speak a little bit to my reason of involvement and my why. At the age of 13, I started having debilitating migraine headaches. And over the next 23 years, doctors tried seizure medication, nerve ablation, muscle relaxers, and increased narcotics, none of which worked to fix the migraines. At my worst, I would experience about 15 to 20 migraines a month. At the age of 36, while out of state and through a friend's suggestion, I tried medical cannabis. And I can remember throughout the week using medical cannabis, my husband continuing to ask me, do you have any pain? Do you have any migraines? And each time my answer was, I have no pain at all. I have no headache. We honestly could not believe the difference. And for the next 11 years, I would find ways to obtain legal cannabis as a solution for my migraines. How this medicine changed my life is how I knew I wanted to be a part of something that helped others in the state of Alabama. I am living proof that medical cannabis works. It has no side effects like narcotics that the doctors were continuing to prescribe me. And in May of 2022, at the age of 46, I was diagnosed with ductal carcinoma, ER-positive stage 3 breast cancer. My treatment plan was a double mastectomy, 26 weeks of chemo, including Red Devil, 5 weeks, 5 days a week of radiation, and continued medicine for the next 5 to 10 years. And if you guys and ladies know anyone who's dealt with cancer, chemotherapy, or radiation, you understand the devastation that it takes on your body, your mind, and your ability to live. So with the help of legal cannabis, it relieved the side effects associated with my treatment plan. Without cannabis, I don't know how I could have made it through the intense chemo and radiation. And once again, I want to say I am living proof. I know that medical cannabis works. So it continues to improve the quality of my life as I still battle with echoes from cancer and my ongoing treatment. So I stand today telling you that my why is simple. It's my passion to help people in the state of Alabama, people like me, find a solution. And as I continue to work on our Alabama medical cannabis application, while continuing chemotherapy, I became even more focused on the true mission of Emerald Standard, and it's helping the people of Alabama. And we thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Brandy.
You're welcome.
Does that conclude your presentation? Okay, got plenty of time for questions if commission members want to bring anything to the table. Anybody got any questions, either online or here in person? Go ahead, Dr. Blakemore.
Hey, Mr. Patel, how many locations do you guys have in various states? Can you go over that again?
So as a green relief brand, we currently have total 8 locations that are operating, which includes 7 in Missouri, 1 in Ohio, and then we have 2 additional locations coming up in Illinois that are about 30 days away from commencement.
Gotcha.
And then we also have a cultivation license that we operate in Missouri. We have a cultivation license in New Jersey that we getting ready to start construction on.
With all that varied experience in different states, how do you think that will benefit you in the state of Alabama?
Well, first of all, we have a great team here that have boots on the ground, and our experience that we have gained with multiple states, understanding of the product, understanding of the compliance, the security aspect of it, have really prepared us, to be ready for Alabama. The product selection for this state is going to be different. However, we're still going to be dealing with the same exact compliance and similar patient conditions.
What products do you foresee initially going with in your stores here in Alabama? Or are you just going to stick to what's being processed, or are you guys gonna hone in on maybe tinctures or capsules, or you know what your product mix is gonna look like, or?
Yeah, so as you stated, it greatly depends on what is available in the market to purchase. However, we are going to carry a full SKUs of product, including capsule, tablets, tinctures, topicals, suppositories, any of those that are approved by the commission, and any other additional products that gets added over the years.
Thank you. Who's my pharmacist?
I'm Jennifer Spry.
Miss Spry, Dr. Spry. Will there be pharmacies or pharmacists in each location, or how do you plan on managing all these dispensaries?
That's a great question. And I will be basically the operations person for each location. Currently, I manage our hometown pharmacies. And our plan for that is basically for me to pivot and focus on Emerald Standard. We will promote one of our pharmacy managers that's been with us for over 25 years to be the operations managers for our current pharmacies. And then my focus will be on Emerald Standard.
I'm not sure if you guys went over it during your presentation. What software do you guys plan on using?
I'm sorry. Tell me the name. Yeah, please do.
We're going to use Dutchie, I'm sure, like a lot of folks, but I've used Dutchie through and through. I've operated in Illinois and Missouri, Ohio using that software. We're very familiar with the software, that we feel like the connection there through the API connection with Metric is solid. Yeah, I don't foresee any software issues. We're very familiar with that software.
With your history in previous states, how would you guys handle an issue of diversion in the state of Alabama?
Honestly, preventatively, we don't like to be responsive. I know everybody can stand up here and say, hey, we don't really want to have any instances of diversion, but I've been operating in the cannabis space for nearly 5 years and I've not had one instance of diversion. I think that the first thing we do is we train our staff really well and we make sure that everybody understands the security measures that are in place. So, the first thing you're going to do is deter any criminal activity when you're hiring by saying, hey, you realize we have, cameras that cover pretty much every square inch of this facility. And then when I train entry-level staff, we talk about you guys' role in how we uphold the compliance standards. So one of the things that I'm very diligent about in training new staff is that, this isn't traditional retail. This isn't, I'm at Walgreens and I'm counting 6 Snicker bars and I got 5. And I've got a loss item on my P&L and I say, we lost a Snicker. I tell all new staff that if a piece of cannabis or 1 gram or 1 item is not accurate during in counts, nobody leaves until we find it. We do tape review, we go through customer sales and transactional histories. And I've done it many times and conducted numerous investigations. Never resulted in diversion. Usually it's honest mistake. Somebody didn't scan an item and it wound up in the bag, or the customer has to put an item back, but it was still in the ticket, which creates an over and under scenario. So I guess to your question, it was a long answer, but we plan to head it off. We plan to prevent diversion and theft. We plan to make sure that's not an issue. If it is an issue, we'll find it, we'll reprimand. We'll let the commission know if you guys have a reprimand process for, licensees in the industry. We'll do our due diligence to reprimand those people and take them out of the workflow.
I think final question for you. Mr. Patel, do you guys have any patient assistant programs in other states? And if so, how will you handle that in the state of Alabama?
We do. So we have a low-income patient program. We have veterans program that we offer in other states. So anywhere from 10 to 20% is what we offer, depending on the state that we operate. For example, in Missouri, when medical patients get their card, they come with a warning on the bottom of the card that says low-income patient. So in states like that, it's easier for us to provide them the discount. And then for the states that do not have those type of program, we have an application process that we briefly go through to make sure that the people that are in need are taking advantage of the program and not everyone else. We also assist patients that live at a distance with their transportation reimbursement that we offer.
Excellent. you bring up a great point. I remember reviewing some things in the state of Ohio regarding transportation and how that's going to be an issue. We only have 37 dispensing sites, so transportation's definitely going to be an issue here in the state of Alabama. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Blakemore. Any other commission member have a question or comment? Yes, Ms. Skelton.
Chairman, good afternoon. Thank y'all for being here.
Thank you.
Enjoyed your presentation. Your expertise is clear, your experience is well qualified, and your passion for wanting to do the job and do it well is certainly recognized and appreciated. If I could talk about your proposed locations just for a moment. Your Birmingham location, all 3 locations you have, they're contingent on receipt of the lease. And we recognize that these applications were filed, quite a while ago. So we just want to make sure all of this is still current and that this is basically all you need is a license and facility is waiting.
That's correct. And we can go through each one of them if you would like, but
Well, yeah, if you don't mind, the Birmingham facility, and I'll just group that with Russellville because you've got both of those 147 days to commence operations. Is that your target number? What would that entail? Just basic renovation, security? Can you tell me a little?
those are current buildings that we're going to go in and renovate. So the number was based on experience that we've had in the past.
Okay. And then the Killen, Alabama, that's a parcel. And that's
It is.
166. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
I can. It actually belongs to Jennifer and Drew. So yes, and it's very accessible to highways. All of our locations are. We wanted to make it very easy. The parking is fantastic. I mean, obviously we have enough room to build whatever we need in Killen, but the other locations, the parking's accessible, it's easily to get to, accessible. And we just need, Jay, you can probably speak to this if you want to, but 147 days to get them up and running.
Okay.
Or 146, I think 7, excuse me.
So instead of 166 in Killen, it would be 100.
Oh, in Killen, it would be a ground up.
So Killen, because it's a ground up, it takes a little bit of extra time. So we should be done in 166 days. We've done ground up projects that have taken 4 months from start to finish, which is, 120 days. And we've had remodels that we've done that are as early as 60 to 90 days.
Wow.
We do also have to understand that the timeline that we provided, that the department is ready to do the inspection. Because it's a new program here, one thing that the department might not know is we might be ready, but is the commission or is the inspectors are going to be ready? They might need some documentation for review. In other states, that they will ask for every single details, SOPs, and all the certifications, and it might take them 30 days to review. And then after 30 days of review, they have to schedule the appointment. And once they schedule the appointment, they'll come on site, do inspection. Most of the time, it's 90% of the time, first single inspection gets it done. There has been instances where they would come in and ask us to move some cameras around, add some other cameras, just by the practical visit, and we've been able to do that. And then there has been some states where once the inspection is done, you receive the letter next day. And there has been some states that you have to wait 3 to 4 weeks to get the letter. So all of those times, we didn't consider the department's time. We considered when we are ready to give a call and say it's ready for inspection.
Okay. All right. I also wanted to compliment you on your application. Very thorough.
Thank you.
Excellent work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Skelton. I think it's safe to say the commission's not going to be wasting any time. Somebody else may be wasting our time, but we're doing our best not to be wasting any time. We've wasted enough time. Anybody else got any questions before we move on? Brandy, your testimony about migraines, my wife would be all in for medical cannabis if she could hear your testimony on that. So I hate to tell her about it because she may be saying I got to have it right now.
You can call me anytime.
But that's very educational and insightful. So thank y'all for bringing the presentation from Emerald Standard today. We appreciate your willingness to come before the commission and share your thoughts and ideas. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank you
very much.
The group Floyd de Vie, is that how you say that? My French is not good. It's not existent. But That's all I can think. It looks like Florida V. Is that right? Florida V.
Like Florida Lee.
There you go.
No,
Florida
sorry.
V Wellness Incorporated.
Yes, sir.
So while y'all are getting ready to prepare, I'm gonna ask Mr. Justin A. Day to bring forth a couple of items pertaining to your application for the benefit of our commission members, and then y'all can have the floor. So Justin.
Right, this is applicant number 1678, Florida V Wellness, Inc. You have their full application and the applicant summary. There were no pass-fail items noted in the application. You also have the written brief that the applicant submitted in support of its application.
Thank you, Justin. Zachary, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Zachary Hugh, you've got the floor. Watch Ms. Peters. She'll give you the 20-minute clock up here, and you just kind of make use of it as you need to. If you've got somebody else you want to introduce, y'all can do that as you see fit. So y'all have the floor. All right. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Zachary Huey. I have the honor of speaking with you today on behalf of Florida V Wellness, Inc. I was born in Mobile, Alabama. I grew up in Daphne, Alabama. I went to college at the College of Charleston. And after working for a nonprofit for 2 years, I attended law school at the University of Colorado Law School. I've been working as an attorney in the cannabis industry my entire legal career. Here with me today is Michael Hayes. He is our CEO, who you will hear from shortly, and his father, Dr. Hayes, who is a shareholder in the company and a member of our medical advisory board. Florida V Wellness was founded by 4 Alabama families: the Hueys, my family; the Hayes, which is Michael's family, as well as my in-laws; and the Isbells and the Shinnecks, longtime Alabama families, the Shinnecks being the daughter of the Isbells. We formed Florida V Wellness because we are all rooted in Alabama, and we're all committed to making a difference for the people of Alabama by delivering medicine to patients in need. Each one of us knows or has been impacted by the debilitating conditions medical cannabis can help alleviate. With Alabama choosing to create this new medical cannabis healthcare market, we felt called to help contribute. All of our shareholders are connected to this state and are committed to its future. I would now like to invite Michael Hayes up to speak more on this.
Good afternoon. As Zachary mentioned, my name is Michael Hayes, and I'm the CEO of Florida V Wellness. I'm grateful for the opportunity today to introduce myself and our company to the members of the commission and to reiterate our long-term commitment to Alabama's medical cannabis program. As Zach mentioned, our organization is composed of individuals who are deeply rooted in the state of Alabama. In addition to several lifelong residents, our remaining shareholders, myself included, have generational ties to this state. For example, my grandfather, Claude Carter, was born in Weogufka, Alabama in 1919. He graduated from the Alabama Polytechnic Institute in 1941 and later served as a member of the Board of Trustees at Auburn University, where I, along with 2 siblings and 7 cousins, also graduated. Although my father's career brought our family to South Florida, where I was born and raised, we grew up visiting Mobile's Eastern Shore several times each year. So from childhood through college and until this day, the state of Alabama has been an integral part of my and my family's life. And so that's why I, along with my fellow Florida V shareholders, am so passionate about this opportunity to give back to the state that means so much to each one of us through our involvement in its new medical cannabis program. Specifically, we want to help ensure that patients in Alabama have access to safe, effective treatments and that they have a comfortable and welcoming environment from which to obtain their medicine. Further, we are dedicated to providing patients with proper education along the way. To this end, we have engaged with leading industry experts throughout the application and business planning process to tailor every aspect of our operations to achieving these objectives. In addition to our shareholders' financial commitment to ensuring our business is positioned for success, these strong relationships with premier cannabis industry consultants and service providers, which Zachary will describe in further detail, make us an ideal partner who is fully dedicated to the long-term success of the Alabama medical cannabis program. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Our connections to the state and our commitment to our communities is not our only merits. We also have the financial ability, relevant experience, and facilities necessary to rapidly bring these needed medical cannabis products to patients in need. I would now like to share a video with you featuring Bobby Isbell, a shareholder and chairperson of the board of directors, and Tara Morris, our chief operations officer. They wanted the opportunity to share with you their commitment to the patients, our communities, and this new industry. In addition, this video includes videos of our proposed facility locations, so you can see where we will be located.
So you need to take that clicker and start it.
I got injured probably 30 years ago and took a year to get over it. And some of the stuff that I was prescribed, I wasn't really comfortable with. And I've always thought there'd be a different, another way to relieve pain. And after reading and studying all the things that's come along in the future here, that I think is going to be beneficial to everybody. This is a good program that we want to be involved with. My name is Bobby Isbell. I've been living in Alabama 68 years, lifelong residence, retired from Birmingham Fire Department after a dangerous injury that I obtained. Was off work for a year and been in the commercial farming industry with the chicken industry for roughly 32 years, 33 years now.
My name is Tara Morris. I was born and raised in Alabama in Atmore. And I currently live in Daphne. I've been here for almost 24 years. And I have been working in the pharmaceutical industry for over 20 years. Of the 20 odd years that I've been in the pharmaceutical industry, the last 20 have been specifically in specialty pharmacy. My experience in operating pharmacy over the last 20-something years has primarily been with specialty pharmacy. So it's a specific niche, which I think is definitely going to help in the capacity of what we're doing with the medical cannabis dispensary. During that time, I have been involved in sales and compliance, human resources, and now operational. I think that being a part of each level of pharmacy has given me a great perspective on how to address different issues. I think that's going to bring a lot to our company because we are going to have to adapt as the laws change, as we run into production issues, as we run into as the volume increases in Alabama, and hopefully that we're going to be able to keep up with the different changes.
As a shareholder with Florida V, all the shareholders hold basically the same commitment of moving this business forward financially and physically with our efforts to present this program in a bright light for the patients of Alabama.
My primary goals for the operations of Florida V is to make sure that the patient has a safe, effective product and to make sure that they are comfortable and safe when they come into our operations, and as well as to make sure that our staff provides them with an experience so that they know that we are trained and we are capable of discussing the various types of medical cannabis that we have.
Our commitment and other shareholders' commitment to the industry is going to be financial stability and making sure we're here for the long haul for this program.
And then PowerPoint. He's got it. All right. So as a dispensary applicant, one of the most important parts of our application is our locations. Through the application process, I've had the opportunity and honestly the joy of getting to speak with officials in each community where we intend to operate and work with each city to ensure our locations are compliant with each requirement of such municipality. As demonstrated by the attachments in our Exhibit 18 facilities, we've received necessary approvals from each location, as well as ensured our locations comply with the current requirements of each municipality. We look forward to continuing to work with these municipalities into the future as they develop the necessary ordinances and regulations to govern this novel use in Alabama. In addition to ensuring our facility locations are suitable for the intended use, we have also developed relationships with each of our landlords. We've executed a lease or option to lease with each landlord and have secured the necessary site control to open rapidly. Our timeline in our application shows we will open our first location about 203 days, 203, 204, it's fully in Mobile, and then 230 for Troy. This timeline is based on our team's expertise in construction. My mother's 40 years of experience in commercial and residential construction as interior designer, but that means much more than that, as I can belabor when I don't have a time limit, as well as data from other markets. However, we recognize the situation in Alabama is unique, and with current delays, it is imperative more now than ever to ensure we are ready to serve patients as soon as products are ready. As such, we are committed to opening much faster than the timeline provided in our application and believe we can open as soon as 60 days following issuance of a license. This is aggressive timeline. However, we understand and acknowledge the healthcare market has entered unexpected waters and will require licensees to rise to meet these challenges. And I'd even go on to add, more important than a specific day is being open before the product is ready. That has to be our bright line rule, that we are ready to go as soon as before that product is ready. To give you a sense of what our dispensing sites may look like, we've had our architect create a few renderings. The first rendering is the exterior of our Mobile location, which you've already seen in the video as well. We want our business that is clean and will elevate the surrounding businesses. And also keep in mind, of course, our presentations, our materials and logos are all subject to commission approval before any actual use. The second rendering is the interior of our Troy location. When inside a dispensing location, we will have certified dispensers accompany each patient to ensure each patient has the individualized care and attention they need to understand the products they are purchasing, potential side effects, and have access to the necessary resources to make informed choices. Lastly, and beyond our roots, suitable locations, and preparedness to open rapidly, I would like to take some time to discuss why Florida V is uniquely suited to meet and surpass the license considerations set forth at Alabama Code 20-2A-56. 1, FDV is owned by 4 Alabama families. Each member of our ownership group possesses good moral character and the requisite integrity to operate openly and honestly. 2, our shareholder group has access to 5 times the required capital set forth as our sufficient capital requirement detailed in our application. As discussed in the video, our shareholders are committed to providing the necessary resources and time to make the medical cannabis healthcare market successful. 3, we are a new Alabama company comprised of Alabama families, and as such, we have not filed nor have filed against us any bankruptcy proceeding. We have not been served with a complaint or other notice regarding delinquent taxes under federal, state, or local law. We are not involved in litigation involving business practices. 4, while we are a local team and not associated with a multi-state operator, we still have the necessary experience in both cannabis and pharmacy to execute our business plan and accomplish our objective of providing safe, effective, and low-cost medical cannabis products to patients in need in Alabama. Our combined cannabis and pharmacy experience amounts to over 130 years. For our cannabis experience, it starts with myself as Chief Legal Officer and my experience as a cannabis attorney. Our accountant, who is part of the DOPE CFO network, which is an accounting group that specializes in cannabis, would be serving as a fractional CFO. And then lastly, our director of compliance, who's been involved in the cannabis industry starting out in Colorado, and is someone who I've worked with in my role as a cannabis attorney. This experience means This relevant experience in these core areas of legal, financial, and compliance means we have cannabis experience where it's most crucial. That's staying compliant and staying on budget in the unique cannabis industry. In addition to our personnel, we also have partners with extensive cannabis experience, which includes Sapphire Risk Advisory Group for Security, a leader in the cannabis space that has opened over 150 cannabis facilities. Cannabis Trainers, our partner for personnel education. They created the first responsible vendor training program in Colorado, and along with our Director of Compliance, will implement our training regime, which is further outlined on page 92 of Exhibit 16. And ARC7, an architecture firm focused on designing cannabis facilities across the U.S., which includes successfully designing and building over 30 dispensaries. They are licensed in Alabama and have over 18 years of experience, among other partners. These businesses have been involved in the cannabis industry for years and have helped over hundreds of cannabis businesses stay safe, stay compliant, and build state-of-the-art facilities. Our pharmacy experience begins with our COO, who you saw in the video, and runs from our medical advisory board down through our certified dispensers. Our medical advisory board consists of doctors, nurse practitioners, and pharmacists. This medical advisory board will perform an oversight function and will consider and help us address evolving ethical, practical, and medical considerations in our operations. For our staff, we are committed to ensuring every employee who serves patients meets the certified dispenser requirements. To this end, we have already secured commitments from 12 experienced pharmacists and pharmacy technicians to serve in our dispensing sites. In conjunction with Viridian Staffing, one of the oldest cannabis staffing firms in the country, we are confident we can meet our remaining personnel needs within 6 to 8 weeks, with an emphasis on recruiting staff from the communities where we operate. In particular, we are excited to work with the universities in each community: Troy, University of South Alabama, Spring Hill, Bishop State Community College, and other colleges and community colleges to support, train, and recruit the future leaders of the cannabis healthcare market. In addition to demonstrating a high level of excellence for the requirements in the statute, we also have several unique features as set forth in Rule 538-X-3-.11. Our bold approaches to community engagement and patient support will positively contribute to the diversity of business models, thereby increasing patient and caregiver choice. We have established a community partnership program with 15 local businesses to provide discounts to patients both in our dispensing sites and at local businesses, thus supporting locally owned Alabama businesses such as ourselves. We have established online resources to connect patients to certifying physicians, removing guesswork and removing barriers to access for patients who need relief from debilitating conditions. Lastly, we endeavor to not be a one-size-fits-all approach, and we are committed to tailoring additional community programs, volunteer efforts, and charitable donations to match the needs of the different communities where we operate. In conclusion, as dictated by statute, we have the necessary financial ability, cannabis and pharmaceutical experience, and commitment to Alabama to help make the medical cannabis healthcare market a success, as defined by delivering low-cost, high-quality medical cannabis products to patients to help alleviate their debilitating conditions, permitting them to lead fulfilling lives. Thank you, and return the rest of my time for questions.
Thank you, Zachary. Any commission members have a question for Zachary or Michael?
I have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Hatchett.
Do you or any of your associates or business partners or shareholders have interest in any cannabis dispensaries in other states?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Dr. Blakemore.
Where does your experience come at again with cannabis, besides being a lawyer? Can you speak on that?
Sure, yeah, happy to. So graduated from University of Colorado Law School, which at the time I graduated, the Colorado market was already well developed. So I joined a boutique law firm in Denver where I represented initially ancillary companies predominantly. So intellectual property, manufacturers, also represent licensed companies as well. So I'm barred in Colorado as well as Alabama. So a lot of my practice leads to me performing work in the Colorado marketplace. And that's what I'm relying on when I say I have cannabis experience.
Gotcha. Believe I saw her name in here. Your pharmacist, she's your chief operating officer. Is that Dr. Morris?
So Tara Morris herself is not a pharmacist. Our medical director is a pharmacist. She is the one.
What was her name?
The medical director.
Or the pharmacist. Like, do you guys have a pharmacist on staff?
Yes, sir. So our pharmacists on staff that we have right now, we have a pharmacist in our medical advisory board. We have a pharmacist as our medical director. And then we have Mrs. Morris, who is the experience operating and managing specialty pharmacies as our COO.
Okay. Who's going to be running the day-to-day operations of the dispensaries?
Of course. So running the day-to-day operations, we have a general manager who's the certified dispenser minimum qualification. Then they have their assistant manager, and that's going to be running, the front of house, as it were, patient care, handling intake, making sure everything's running smoothly. Then back of house manager would be our inventory control, who's specifically designated on handling intaking products, making sure metrics up to date, making sure our supplies are meeting patient demand.
Gotcha.
Then for further pharmacy experience in our application, we have outlined a medical director who would be a floater between locations. As this market has evolved, time has passed, I feel very confident saying and see the need for having a medical director for each location as opposed to the floater that is indicated in our application.
Okay. So currently, I guess let me restate this to make sure I got it all correct. Right now, your pharmacist is kind of in the C-suite position where they're kind of executive, like part of your executive team. And then the main person that you're going to have running each location is going to be a certified dispenser.
So using certified dispenser is the term of art of the person who's passed the necessary training programs in the state. That would be the qualification. And then what I'm adding that would not be shown in our application is, and what I feel comfortable committing to now is having that general manager position be a pharmacist as well. So you have your so you have your medical advisor, medical director, who's really for patient consultation, seeing oversight of different locations. And then we'd have our general manager, who is that boots on the ground person running their specific location.
Gotcha. Did you discuss anything about your software? What software you guys going to use?
No, sir. And while I do like Dutchie as well, and I think that's a great option, we have chosen to use All Leaves for our POS software. And the emphasis for us in choosing All Leaves is they really sold us on their ability to handle integrations with the patient registry software as well as with Metric. And we believe part of preventative practices to prevent diversion is redundancies in systems. And part of having effective redundancies is these systems have to communicate effectively. Otherwise, it all starts breaking down. So we chose All Leaves as our third-party software provider due to their ability to integrate successfully with the state-mandated software.
Do you have a bank in mind that you're going to utilize for your cash deposits?
Yes, sir. So I've already opened a MRB compliant account with the Safe Harbor Financial. And that is where I've been holding funds for this whole application process in an effort to make sure at all times we are aware of the unique regulated environment we are operating in.
And then when you state in your application that you have $10 million in funds to spend on these dispensaries, is that coming from debt or is that all cash?
So that is coming from shareholders. So that would be coming from shareholder cash. And then I believe you can see in our exhibit 4 regarding demonstration, right? It would be you can see our cap table layout where we kind of go into how we intend to bring in this additional equity, this additional cash considerations.
I guess the last thing I can ask you, you're familiar with the Colorado market, which is recreational. How can you take that experience from Colorado and use it for this market, which is solely going to be medical?
Yeah. Yes, sir. And that's where it's never one person. We stand on the shoulder of giants. We work better as teams. And part of that then is having the experienced personnel in each necessary area. So that goes with the financial experience from our fractional CFO, that goes with the compliance experience from our director of compliance, who's been involved in the Colorado market from the very beginning. And then also, and was very important to me, was bringing in the pharmacists and the pharmacy teams who bring their experience to ensure we're staying compliant at all times. And as far as the recreational versus medical, the key to me is it's dealing in a highly regulated market. It's understanding how these markets evolve. And honestly, I see it as a value asset because it's kind of like looking into the crystal ball of the problems these other markets have faced and what can we do in the goals of our program to avoid those problems on the outset.
Do you have any patient assistance programs you're going to offer for your patients? You know, money's always an issue here. In my practice as a pharmacist, I didn't know if you were going to have any coupons or patient assistance programs for your folks.
Yeah, no, yes, sir. I think that's a very good point, and I apologize for looking down while you're speaking to me, getting my notes in front of me. So I would direct you to Exhibit 9, page 17, as well as page 23. We intend to offer discounts to veterans and discounts on products towards end of shelf life products, so we can lower prices for some products. And then page 23, we do intend to offer at minimum a loyalty program, which would offer up to a 25% discount on products for patients. And that's where it's starting. And then that has to be a focus. You know, I mentioned the low cost and I meant that, you know, how can we lower these costs? We know from Minnesota that prices starting in 2019 were $311 for the 30-day patient spend. So with that information in mind, how can we be better than that? How can we offer more cost-effective products?
Hey, you know your stuff. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Blakemore. Any other commission members have a question or comment? Any of our commission members online? Guess y'all have done a great job. Thank y'all, Zachary and Michael. Appreciate your time today.
Thank you all for your time.
Telling us more about Florida V Wellness. If the folks from Statewide Property Holdings are here, you can make your way forward to the podium. Statewide Property Holdings of Alabama, another LLC. As you're coming forward, I'll have Mr. Justin Aday make a few comments about your application for the benefit of our commission members. So Justin.
Okay, this is applicant number 1683, Statewide Property Holdings. You have the complete application along with the applicant's summary. There were no pass-fail items noted in the application. You also have in your materials a brief in support of the application submitted by the applicant.
Okay, thank you, Justin. I think we've got 15 minutes allotted for your requested time frame. Is it Stromy Simon? Is that right?
She has COVID. She couldn't make it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Gloria Boyd and Joey Jacobs.
Yes.
And we've got another speaker, and that's fine. So you can introduce yourself there when you get ready to talk. Ms. Peters will put the time up here in front of you so you can kind of keep track of what your allotted time is remaining as we're going through the presentation. Thank y'all for coming today.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So, good
The
afternoon.
floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Joy Jacobs, and I'm one of the co-owners of Statewide Property Holdings. I was born and raised in the Gadsden area, and one of our locations will actually be located in Gadsden, Alabama. I am a pharmacist, and I started out as a pharmacy technician at 18 years old. And in the last 15 years, I have actually cultivated relationships with the local physicians. My own grandmother owns Wig World in Gadsden for over 20 years, and the majority of our clients are cancer patients. We look forward to helping all of our patients, and I would like to introduce my partner, Ms. Gloria Boyd.
Good afternoon. My name is Gloria Pisant Boyd, and I'm here on behalf of Statewide Property Holdings of Alabama. First of all, we truly appreciate the work that the Commission has done to ensure that Alabama's patients have access to needed medicine, especially having worked through the holidays. Today, we are here to ask for your nomination and for your votes to award our company a license to operate the proposed dispensaries located in Foley, Gadsden, and Coleman. I'm proud to say that we're a minority-owned company, and the company is 100% owned by women. I am a pharmacist. As you've met Joy and I are both pharmacists, and we have partnered with Nadal Zier, a lifelong businesswoman who operates 8 licensed cannabis dispensaries, a cultivation and a manufacturing facility. And a little bit about myself. As I said before, I am a pharmacist. I was born and raised in Talladega, Alabama. I now live in North Alabama, the Madison area, which is fairly close to the 2 of our locations, which would be Coleman and Gadsden. I serve on the vestry of my church. I have been practicing pharmacy for over 30 years, and I am a proud Auburn mom. Our company is dedicated to improving the lives of Alabama patients through access to high quality medical cannabis, a wide variety of medical cannabis products and delivery devices. We are dedicated to providing compassionate patient care and the most up-to-date education. I want to talk a little bit about what Ms. Jacobs and I do as pharmacists and how our practice relates to the duties of a certified dispenser. As pharmacists, we spend most of our days coordinating and collaborating with physicians, supervising the operation of point-of-sale equipment and maintaining patient confidentiality. These duties specifically relate to our exhibits 11, 12, and 13. We do believe the experience of pharmacists as certified dispensers will be invaluable in coordinating information from physicians as we ensure that our Exhibit 11 is executed as we have written in our application. Patient confidentiality is just a part of what we do as pharmacists every day. The entire operational pharmacy is designed around protecting patient information in compliance with HIPAA requirements, including those discussed in Exhibit 13. Before I turn this over to my team and Adam Burke, I just wanted to share with you, this is a very proud moment for me, as we are the only minority and women-owned company twice awarded the dispensing license by the AMCC. Again, today I ask for your nomination and your vote for our company to be awarded a dispensary license. Thank you.
My name is Adam Burke. I started my career at the United States Naval Academy in Annapolis, Maryland. Following the academy, I went to the Cornell Hotel School, majored at the SC School Johnson Business School. After graduating Cornell, I moved back to New York and did an MBA at the University of Miami in the executive program. I currently teach at Cornell, the cannabis and hemp class there, and have 300 hemp plants growing at the university for their hemp program. My career also started in New York in technology. I started the first online food ordering company called Osmio. I patented that technology, took it to 12 markets in the US and London, and it became Grubhub, the largest online food ordering company in the world. After Grubhub, I started a men's grooming company called Hide for Men, built the distribution to CVS, Walgreens, Rite Aid, Bed Bath & Beyond, Harmons, Mars and Home Shopping Network. And then 8 years ago, I entered the cannabis space. I started out with 500 square feet of cultivation and 3 employees in Eugene, Oregon, and built it to 1 million square feet of cultivation, manufacturing, and finished product goods across Oregon, California, Nevada, Oklahoma, Michigan, and Massachusetts. I built 8 dispensaries from the ground up, and then in COVID, launched the second largest cannabis delivery company from the ground up in California, covering 92% of the state. We had 250 drivers and 75 cars, and the first app in the Apple App Store that was approved for cannabis delivery. I've implemented, designed, and utilized many technology systems throughout my 8 years in the cannabis industry. Now let's talk a little bit about capital. We have $10 million of available capital by one of our partners that's ready to be deployed inside our system. We have community support in all the markets that we're going to be launching in. We'd like to share with you our goals for patient and physician education. We plan to offer education to our patients in person, online through webinars, and through our website, which is currently active. We will also provide physician education. We cannot dispense medical cannabis if doctors are not aware. The program, the qualifying conditions, how cannabis treats these conditions, and how to prescribe the product. Education is the key. We will serve as an educational resource for certifying doctors. Many aspects of our application touched on technology, including coordination of information from registered certifying physicians, POS responsibilities, confidentiality of patient information, and in Exhibit 17, shipping and receiving. Technology, some people think, isn't important, but I want to tell you how it serves patients and why doing it right matters for patients and for the overall credibility of the medical cannabis program. The administrative rules, specifically Rule 530-X-2-.07, subsection 9, outlines the complex dosing that can be recommended by a licensed certified physician. It starts out with the maximum daily dose of 50 milligrams and allows for increase in certain circumstances. That's on the certifying physician side. But what is applicable to us on the dispensary side, it isn't so simple. And deployment of the correct technology with the acknowledgement of how to use that technology ensures that patients aren't over-dispensed or deprived of the needed medicine. Our skills in this area differentiate ourselves from other applicants. Technology at the dispensary level is the linchpin to the entire program, and tech has been my core throughout my entire career. Nobody here needs a reminder of what happens when a dispenser sells more medicine than they're supposed to, regardless of the industry. It is almost an equal problem if people are not allowed to access the full amount of medicine they are entitled to. Nothing else matters if the technology isn't deployed properly, because it's the technology that tells how much medicine a patient is entitled to. Otherwise, somebody is trying to do these complex calculations on the back of an envelope or on a scratch pad. People might think that because Metric is the state seed-to-sale system, that it also provides information on daily dose tracking, but it doesn't. It only tracks the seed to sale for patients. I'm saying that it's the other technology within our dispensary that does the important work of ensuring that we do not over-dispense or deprive a patient of medicine that they're allowed to have. From the rules, the limits on dispensing are the lesser of a 60-day supply, the number of doses equal to the number of days since the last purchase, not to exceed 60, of course, or as recommended by a registered certified physician. The coordination of the purchasing limits and allowable amounts with our POS provider will ensure two things. One, we'll never oversell, and two, that no patient has to leave because we weren't able to calculate exactly what they're entitled to. This is more complicated because the burden's on us. There's no prescribed monitoring program for us to do the math. We have worked with our POS provider, which is going to be BioTrack, to configure this complex determination. I also did this in Oregon when there was the medical program there. I built an algorithm that flagged in the system to make sure people weren't purchasing too much underneath their medical card. Because of this, I don't think that many of the usual suspects in the POS cannabis business are going to enter this market. Most cannabis POS providers want to go to adult states where all they have to do is track a certain number of ounces per transaction, not how many transactions a person does per day. As you know, our CEO couldn't be here today, Stormy Simon. She was going to tell you a little bit about the team, but I'll try my best to go through some of the main people here. The minority owner of the company and our partner, Nadal Zaire, who's a lifelong businesswoman, she owns a chain of 8 dispensaries. She also owns a national cannabis brand and is licensed in numerous states. She's the perfect partner. She also has retail experience before cannabis. She's also our lender, so she's putting up to $10 million. We have provided proof of funds by showing a bank statement exceeding that amount. We project our budget for the first 3 years to be about $4.4 million, which leaves us with over $5 million for unexpected expenses. Stormy Simon, who is going to be our CEO, she has a ton of experience. She was the president of Overstock.com, one of the largest online retailers in the entire world. She also was in the cannabis industry for numerous years, from dispensaries to cultivation, running those, and also running High Times. Our dispensary director is Kerry Bennett. He's been in the industry a long time, and he actually ran my entire West Coast operation. Our training director, Drew Quigley, he'll be on staff training. He's trained for over 11 years with dispensaries in Oregon, California, Nevada, and Michigan. Speaking of the projected timeline, our application says that we'll be constructed and open from 4 to 6 months. We believe that we can do this closer to 3. We already have the location secured, and we've been paying rent for over a year. All of the locations have 5-year leases with 2 5-year options. We also have spent over $65,000 to have all of the plans developed for them. So if we're given a license, we are ready to start on day 1 on construction. I want to talk a little bit about security. Our security director is Tony Gallo. Everyone has been in the industry for an amount of time knows who Tony Gallo is. He's familiar with this company and high quality of service that it provides. He also owns a premier cannabis security company in the country, and it will ensure that our local security staff is properly trained. Once again, we'd like to thank you for your careful consideration of application and your due diligence throughout this entire process. We ask for your nomination and your votes for the Statewide Property Holdings Alabama LLC to be awarded dispensary license. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Anyone have any questions? For Statewide Property Holdings of Alabama? No, someone does. Go to Dr. Blakemore.
I guess I'll go.
Go ahead.
Can my pharmacist step to the microphone?
About a double whammy.
Yeah, double whammy. What type of pharmacy do you guys practice?
I've been primarily retail for most of my experience, for most of my years.
Retail as well for me.
Okay. The reason I ask, I practice in a pediatric setting, and I get moms and dads asking me when this is going to roll out. Do you guys have any products in particular that you could talk about related to pediatric care, or do you know anything about the dosage forms coming out here, or, you know, when you guys open up that can help pediatric patients?
I'd like to jump in for 1 quick second, sir. So actually in Oregon, our brand was TJ's Gardens, and our tincture treated 80% of the adult children with epilepsy in the state. So my team is very familiar utilizing tinctures to treat pediatrics. That's one of our expertise. And that's also why we have 300 plants growing at Cornell University doing F1 phenotype testing to make sure that they come out with the best sort of strain to treat these patients.
In general, can you guys discuss your operations? Who's going to run the pharmacies day to day? Are you guys going to continue to practice pharmacy in a traditional setting, or are you going to move forward with practicing solely in medical cannabis? That's particularly going to my pharmacist.
Well, we've not gotten to that stage. I think it all really depends on the application process and where we stand with the application. I'm sure that I'm at a point that I would be ready to move forward with being full-time with the operation.
Gotcha. Could you talk any about drug interactions and how you guys would offer consultations at your practice?
So I'm in the process of preparing that type of process. I'm actually studying a class on dispensing of cannabis, the medical side of cannabis. So that would be something I'll be very prepared for at the point in time of departure.
Have you guys, either one of you guys, ever ran an independent pharmacy, or has it been chain pharmacy?
I actually was with a independent pharmacy for 5 years. It was first Lawley Drug and Medical, and then it was bought out by Sarah Boggs and is now Southside Family Medical.
Gotcha. Were you the PIC or?
No, I was actually a pharmacy technician there, and it was right before I actually went into pharmacy school.
Okay,
But I was actually over our purchasing.
gotcha. So could you talk anything about could you talk any about the cost per unit for your products or when it comes to purchasing, or is that gonna be?
Yeah, so it'll be somewhere between $20 and $50. Obviously, we have to see when the manufacturers actually produce their products, what they're going to be selling it to for, and see what the COGS are. But we project somewhere between $20 and $50 per unit or per month, depending on the type of form factor that we sell throughout the facility. And we've seen these fluctuate sometimes market to market, time to time, right? So sometimes usually the prices start a lot higher. They're able to be reduced over a period of time. Also, obviously, our goal is to implement a discounting program right from the get-go. Once again, team taking our expertise from 9 different markets throughout the US, utilizing our best-in-class strategies, SOPs, and being able to deploy them here for the consumer.
And then my last point, could you guys discuss what you would do if any diversion occurred in your facility?
Yeah, and this is something that I know fairly well. So with the security system that we put in place and between BioTrack and Metric, there's a nightly audit that happens every single night, and we'll be able to see if any sort of units are missing out of the system. We'll be able to track where those units came from, what the barcode is and what the metric tag is, see where that's stored inside the facility. We'll then be able to go back to the camera systems, look at that, do an investigation, and within 24 hours then report it if we can track down that unit. But usually we're able to track it down pretty significantly once we start looking at the camera systems and where it came from.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Blakemore. Anyone else have a question? Yes, Ms. Skelton.
You, Mr. Chairman. Hi, thank you for being here.
Hi.
You referenced your 49% shareholder. I don't want to butcher her name, so.
Okay.
And you may have mentioned this, that she owns 8 dispensaries.
Correct.
Could you tell us where all of those are?
Michigan.
All of them are in Michigan?
Yes.
Has she had any regulatory issues at all or compliance issues that have been reported on any of those?
Each person on the team has sent their disclosures to the CEO and they deployed those disclosures through the proper system. So I'm not aware of anyone else but myself because I just filled out my own paperwork for myself. So everyone filled it out themselves and then gave all of their disclosures to the CEO, then disclosed inside the application or follow the proper chain of command of the data.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Skelton. Anyone else? Thank y'all so much for representing today and coming to talk about your company, Statewide Property Holdings. We appreciate your time today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before we move any further, I'm going to ask y'all need to take a little short break for any of our commission members before we finish our final 2. Well, huh? Yeah, let's take about a 5-minute break if y'all don't mind. And is Anthony Zuckra available? From CS Alabama Investments. We're looking for Anthony Zuckra. Anthony Zuckra, not in the foyer back there?
No, that's med shop.
Well, I tell you what, since y'all, is Med Shop ready to go?
Okay.
If you want to go, come on and we'll get y'all in here and we'll give you that much time to kill with questions if you so choose, and we'll wait on the other guy, see if they're going to show up. Justin, we're going to move on, I guess, to Med Shop Dispensary.
All right, this is
These
applicant.
guys are coming forward. Got a team of them.
Just a couple minutes.
This is
Not
applicant.
all gonna be talking.
All right. All right. So Justin Adair will give us some information pertaining to your application.
This is applicant number 1705 Med Shop Dispensary LLC. You have their complete application, applicant summary. You also have in your materials the pass-fail show cause response that was submitted by the applicant, as well as a brief in support of the application that was submitted by the applicant.
Thank you, Justin. Okay, I guess, Joe?
Yes, sir.
All right, the floor is all yours, and Ms. Peters, she will show you a lot of time here. I think y'all asked for 20 minutes.
Yes, sir.
So help yourself to all that time and maybe leave us a little bit for questions at the end. Yes. Okay.
There'll be a
you're ready to
couple
show
of
that.
points during this that I'll ask you to pause just so we can change speaker.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Brittany. We're good to go.
Good to go. All right. Well, good afternoon. We're Med Shop Dispensary. Thank you very much for the time to speak with us today. I want to establish one big thing. You guys have got, I think, probably the worst job in Alabama right now, just all the scrutiny that's been going on. So I want to personally thank you from my team for the opportunity to get to stand in front of you today. This is such an honor to be able to do this versus the other process that we had. I just want to introduce our team real quickly. Our CEO is Ann Macher from Birmingham, Alabama. Carl Jameson is from Tuscaloosa. As I mentioned, my name's Joe Shirley. I'm the CEO or COO, and I'm from Tuscaloosa. Joe Sokoloff from Birmingham. We got Jeff Rayburn, who's not with us today, but he's also from Birmingham. Dr. Virginia Lawley was able to make it today for us. She is our Chief Medical Officer. She's from Birmingham, Alabama. We got Ian Stewart, who came in from Missoula, Montana. He is our medical cannabis consultant. And a couple of people that couldn't make it today is Laura Deneff. She is our cannabis partner who owns 4 dispensaries in Illinois. And Barbara Moore, which is our eldest partner. She is a resident of Northport for the last 82 years. And I realize I'm the person standing between you guys and being finished today. And you probably need a big break from your presentations and hopefully we'll just say your favorite beverage after this, so you can kind of chill out a little bit. But we'll get through it quickly, and we've got a video. I just want to go ahead and start it, and then as I said, we'll pause a couple of times to be able to jump back in. These are locations that we've targeted. We've already got signed leases on everything. The first one is in Montgomery, and it's off of Atlanta Highway. Next, oh, I'm sorry.
How's that better?
Sorry about that. So our next one's in Tuscaloosa, on McFarland Boulevard, right in the main thoroughfare. You fly over to Birmingham. We were right in the middle of City Center on Second Avenue. That way we feel like we can service the most patients with our locations. Some pictures of our group, and the main thing we wanted you to notice on here is that we're that Alabama group that you're looking for. We're pretty much all based out of Alabama, Birmingham. We brought in the experts that we needed from out of state, but other than that, we're all Alabama people.
I'm Ann Major. I'm actually CEO of Med Shop because I was born in Tuscaloosa. I graduated from the University of Alabama. In 2012, I took over DC Scientific Pest Control, which is our family business. I ran that for almost 9 years. We had a branch in Tuscaloosa, which was our corporate, and then we had a Winfield branch and a Birmingham branch. Right. The value at that point was, a couple million. And over the full 8 years of being the president of DC Scientific Pest Control and running it every day, business in that 8 years tripled in size. Well, cannabis for me, again, I would have been on the far right side saying no until I got breast cancer and started researching, how do you help people with cancer? Because everything I kept reading was people that go through chemotherapy can't eat, get sick, and in other states where they have medical cannabis, they're using it and having incredible results. And I was like, Alabama needs to get aboard with this. Well, Med Shop is a dispensary, a medical cannabis dispensary. And in the past, it has been a pharmacy. I grew up with Joe Shirley, like he was my next door neighbor. Known him my entire life, or his entire life. And he's a great business person. He's a great person. I've always wanted to work with Joe. I've always admired how he handles himself.
You could pause just a second. She's already said my name a couple of times. I paid her to say all that, but I'm the COO, obviously, of Med Shop Dispensary. And after a 26-year career at UPS, I opened my first pharmacy in 2013 in Alabaster. And that led to us starting up 5 different pharmacies, 2 medical clinics, and a med spa that's in Tuscaloosa now. And I know that all of us in this room only have one goal. It's you guys' job to pick the best teams to represent the dispensaries in Alabama. And it's my job to make sure that at the end of this, hopefully on Friday, that Med Shop Dispensary is one of the names that you choose in that group. I couldn't help but notice that in the first couple of rounds that every dispensary winner, you can go ahead and start that back if you want to, every dispensary winner had a pharmacy background. And I think that's a brilliant move, because what you're looking for is the structure, the control, and the regulatory compliance of a pharmacy. It fits what a dispensary does. The reason I was elected COO of Med Shop Dispensary is because I've operated these 5 successful pharmacies. But keep in mind, filling prescriptions and dispensing medications is just a tiny part of what a dispensary or a pharmacy does in Alabama. We've got the full capabilities from startup to execution, and we've done it time and time again, 5 times in this case. The video that you see is the operation of 2 of the pharmacies that are currently still running in Alabama, and we service patients in 44 states. We're fully accredited In this particular location, Vital Care down in Dothan, we compound medications for some of the most complex patients in the community. It's all sterile compounding infusions. And over the last 10 years, we've dispensed thousands of medications under the directions of our pharmacists, and we've had zero issues with the DEA or with the state. And I'm not going to say that handling a single substance, in this case cannabis, is easier, but we have handled hundreds of controlled substances, and we'll do this in the same way that we did that and have no issues with it from a compliance standpoint. And moving forward, this video is almost over, but again, it's just a couple of locations that we have. Ian Stewart is going to take over and tell you a little bit about the dispensaries themselves. Thank you.
Wonderful. If you could please pause. Thank you very much. Thank you all very much for your time. My name is Ian Stewart. I'm here with my clients, Med Shop Dispensary. I am hired here to guide them through the process. I've been through this process countless times in multiple states, primarily highly competitive markets in the Southeast, Midwest, and the East Coast. My firm has been highly successful in licensing in these competitive markets. And so having gone through this process before, Med Shop hired me to walk them through the process in efforts to be awarded. In what you see here, this is Med Shop's facility that we have. And it's important to note that this facility here is indicative of how we presented and how we operate our facilities in Illinois. So the floor plan and everything you see here.
Sir, can you speak to the microphone, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that. So what you see here is a Med Shop Dispensary, the facility. And in general, that's exactly how the same flow works for our facilities in Illinois, of which you're about to see. If you could please continue the slide. These are the 4 facilities we currently have operational in Illinois. We're bringing on another 6. So as you see here, there is a patient walkthrough. So that first room, similar to here, is secure from the point of sale room, right, for purposes of security. So they go here. Now our patient's waiting in line. They go up to the point of sale system. In this case, this patient has put an online order that's ready for pickup. They show up, they get a double check of ID to make sure it's the proper order. The order is then fulfilled in the back through the inventory secure vault. You'll see the DEA cage on the left there, as well as all the inventory control management. This is all secure area, all secure vault. You'll notice here in this slide as we walk through that there's a tremendous amount of SKUs in this case. In the case of Alabama, the SKU sets will be more limited by nature, which will make things, based on what it is we can handle here, what we handle there. This is all the secure video surveillance, data storage, et cetera, in this secure room. Next, you'll be hearing from Med Shop's CEO, Ann Major. Thank you all very much.
Carl Jameson has been my personal accountant and our DC Scientific accountant for many years. So of course it was just a no-brainer to bring Carl on and have him to handle the books for Med Shop.
Yeah, I'm Carl Jameson, CPA with Jameson Money Farmer, PC, a 123-year-old accounting firm in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. I've been practicing accounting for over 42 years in Tuscaloosa and currently serve as the CFO of Med Shop Dispensary, LLC. Jameson Money Farmer will provide federal and Alabama tax compliance services to Med Shop Dispensary, LLC, as well as bookkeeping oversight and providing information to the LLC's independent auditors each year.
Having Dr. Lawley on Med Shop's dispensaries team was very important to me for patient advocacy and just her knowledge, being a doctor to give us guidance and support.
I'm Virginia Lawley. I am an ophthalmologist at Callahan Eye Hospital at UAB. I am from Shreveport, Louisiana. Went into University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. I went back to Louisiana to Tulane for medical school, and then came to Alabama in 1994 to do my ophthalmology residency at Callahan. I've been practicing ophthalmology here in Birmingham ever since. I'm a faculty member of the Department of Ophthalmology, and where I, teach residents the finer points of cataract surgery and see my own patients. I've been aware of the use of cannabis in the treatment of glaucoma for some time. Although that's not a treatment option available to us in Alabama, there is very good data showing that cannabis does lower the intraocular pressure in patients with severe glaucoma who have already lost a great deal of their sight. However, as an ophthalmologist, most of my patients are over 60. Many of them have very significant disease burden, chronic illness, advanced cancer, patients with conditions that cause chronic pain. And for those people, cannabis would be life-changing. When you are in severe pain, you can't think about anything else. You can't enjoy being with your family. You can't enjoy the way your food tastes. You can't enjoy anything because all you can think about is your pain. Patients who are able to use medical cannabis to control their pain can enjoy some tiny bit of improvement in their quality of life. And for many patients, it's the difference between being able to communicate effectively, potentially even work, raise their children. There's so many things. It's just hard to imagine if you're fortunate enough never to have experienced that kind of terrible pain, that it really is just completely psychologically and emotionally debilitating.
Joe Sokoloff is Dr. Lawley's husband, and he has been in the business world for many years. He is just so business savvy. I just wanted him to be a part of the team.
I graduated from the University of Illinois with an economics degree. Spent about 5 years on Wall Street doing a whole variety of high yield and private lending, followed by business school. Ended up in North Carolina at Duke University. Spent a couple of years there and ended up taking a job with McKinsey and Company out of Charlotte, North Carolina, where I spent a few years helping organizations really answer pretty broad strategic questions across a whole variety of industries. Ended up meeting my wife at a wedding in 2001. She lived in Alabama, and when we got engaged, I moved down to Birmingham, Alabama, and we got married in 2001. I ended up joining a bus manufacturing company as their chief operating officer, $400 million company based in Anniston, Alabama. Did that for a number of years, and then ended up joining a company called Partners in Performance, which is a spin-off of McKinsey and Company, a management consulting firm, really focused on, kind of picking up after the strategy piece and really focused on execution. How do you deliver the value when you have a strategy, but maybe don't have all the systems and capabilities to execute the way you'd like? One of the owners in MedShop, Ann Major, reached out to myself and my wife. We know her socially, and she had really put together the team that was going to be MedShop, and we're sort of compelled by the vision that she had. And we were like, look, if we can help, we like the team you've built. So, we're in, and my role here is really, where possible, to sort of be a thought partner, and where I can really help make sure we're making the right value decisions, and sort of navigating some of the operational, regulatory, execution challenges that come with really doing anything new. We have the expertise. We have the people who've run these kinds of assets, the dispensaries, the pharmacies. we have the facilities, we have the capital. So this was never for me a question of sort of, do we have the basic infrastructure to execute? That part was done, which is why I felt very comfortable. The part where I think I can add value is, okay, you have all these pieces. How do you make sure you're every day prioritizing and focusing on the things that really matter for value creation and really a customer-centric delivery of value and products and services? You have all the systems in place, all the infrastructure. Now it's just execution and decision-making around those things. And that's where I think I add value.
We formed a team, picked outstanding leaders, outstanding business people, an outstanding doctor, hired one of the best medical cannabis consultants in the country. I personally feel like we are the team that's going to be more of a patient advocate team. The MedShop has the personnel, the experience, the consultants, the finances to, once awarded a license from the state, to immediately start the process of getting our dispensaries ready. And I personally feel like with our experience and the planning we have put together, that we would be the first dispensary open.
Members of the commission, I'm Virginia Lawley. You saw me on the video, you heard my comments about medical cannabis and its benefits, but I just wanted to take a moment to address you personally. I do want to thank you for your time, but I also want to emphasize my confidence in this team. I believe that MedShop could run a first-rate dispensary. Our team is confident that when you've had a chance to review our application and our presentation today, you'll agree and that you'll vote to award us a license on Friday. Thank you.
That's our conclusion.
Thank you, Joe. One question I've got, I think, Ian, you mentioned a while ago before we opened up for a lot of other ones, it popped in my mind a while ago. It doesn't affect your proposed dispensary, but there were two dispensaries just a few, I don't know, couples of how many time ago? We had just previously two back to back, and they were proposing dispensaries probably a quarter of a mile, if that far from each other. Different groups, but that close. And my question was, how you mentioned being competitive. What kind of pricing wars do you get into, since you've seen it in other states? And how competitive is it? And what happens in that scenario when you have dispensaries located that close together, and invariably one of them is probably going to be going out?
Well, it's a great question. And so to answer, respective to the competition specific to proximity, in a state such as Alabama, with a limited set of licenses, whether it's 27, 37, 60, wherever the number ends up, if you're still within a threshold based on overall demand, based on total population, you're still going to have those dispensaries produce and make and create real profit. The issue you run into when it comes to proximities, specific to places like Washington or Oregon or California, or even in Montana, frankly, where I am based, is that there's such a saturation of actual licenses as a whole that it then would create that type of conflict. But in a market such as this, let's say, for example, dispensary A operates on this block, and 4 blocks, away is dispensary B. With this type of system and this type of limited license design, both operations are going to exist, and they're going to most likely succeed so long as they're practicing, so long as they're operating under best business practices. As long as they're compliant, as long as they're making sure that their customers are getting the best product possible. And ultimately, the one that'll win out, or the one that may gain additional revenue, is going to be offering the patients and the customers the best experience that they possibly can get.
That makes sense. In this situation, it was a very small town in Alabama, and I thought one of these dispensaries is probably not going to make it because the demand just won't be there.
Yes.
In that location. In a big city, it might be different. But what I saw, it just kind of struck me as odd that they were both proposing in the same location, almost beside each other.
Understood.
So anyway, I appreciate the explanation there.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else got any questions? Any other commission members? I know Dr. Blakemore got a question.
Yes, sir. We're gonna get out of here though. Med Shop Dispensary. Can you guys give me a breakdown of how many pharmacies y'all got, like licensed pharmacies in the state of Alabama?
Pharmacist or
Pharmacies.
Pharmacies, there is.
Come on.
I'm sorry. Right now, there are 3 that are operating. Now, they are not under the Med Shop Dispensary. I'm just one of the shareholders inside of Med Shop Dispensary. Med Shop Pharmacies, we have 3 locations. Right now, there's Care Direct Pharmacy in Alabaster. There is Total Pain Solutions up in Fultondale, and then I've got Vital Care down in Dothan.
Yeah.
And that's just been due to some consolidation, locations not doing well, kind of like what you mentioned, too close to a big chain store or something like that. But we've kind of concentrated just on the specialty markets. And I don't mean specialty as in our world, but just concentrating on certain disease states, that type of thing.
Because I wanted to make sure I understood. Is Med Shop Pharmacy a franchise?
No,
Then-
and it actually does not exist any longer as a name brand. It's just really a holding company now.
Gotcha. And then, so Med Shop Dispensaries, what we're doing today, that is a multi-state operator in different states?
No, you're welcome to answer that, but go ahead.
It's specific. So Med Shop Dispensary, so the way it worked, in order to ensure that the acumen is there specific to cannabis retail or cannabis dispensing, based on Joe's experience running the pharmacies, we found it important for this project to bring on a existing operator that's executed in the space specific to cannabis. So Med Shop Dispensary, to answer your question, is solely focused to Alabama, whereas our operating partner has operations in existence running and operating in Illinois.
And she's a 10% owner, but the expertise in the cannabis world, we felt like we needed it because we just know pharmacy. Everybody in Alabama has to learn dispensary. So we brought in the partners that have already done it multiple times to be able to have that back end and have our backs as we build these.
I saw you mentioned your career at UPS. What did you do at UPS?
I did everything at UPS. Fortunately or unfortunately, I started off as a porter. I cleaned the floors. I did that for a while. I was a loader, supervising loading. And then when I finished up at University of Alabama, I became tech support. So I've got a technical background. Went into engineering, drove for a little while. I wasn't very good at it, so they moved me out of that pretty quick and put me in supervision. And then I went into sales. And crazy enough, sales is what led me to pharmacy. I was, not that you guys care about my story, but I was exposed to a lot of different industries. And my wife's a nurse practitioner, and most of my friends are physicians or pharmacists. And I fell into that world and started selling pharmaceuticals, and it rolled into pharmacy ownership.
I'm always interested in my guys that worked at UPS because I worked at UPS for 2 years.
Did you?
prior to
In Birmingham?
pharmacy school.
Or here?
I was in the Chattanooga area.
Okay.
And I was a loader.
Yep.
Part-time loader.
In the mornings?
In the morning.
Yep, that was me.
And then I became a part-time supervisor.
That was me.
There
Same
you
thing.
go.
That's pretty cool.
So I just wanted to know, how did that impact your overall business acumen?
Well, everybody else in the room might not know it, but you know exactly what it did with my business acumen and my work ethic. Dude, it was military. Sorry, y'all. It was military back then. I mean, you did what you were supposed to do. You showed up on time, and I think the motto was honest day's work for an honest day pay. And, that really turned into a nice career, and it gave me the background. Although I was scared to leave UPS after 26 years, the pharmacy was doing so well. That's really where my heart was. I left UPS to do that. And over the past 10 years, feel like I've became really good at it, especially startups and that type of thing. Now I leave the expertise to the pharmacists that work with us or work for us. And, That's what we're going to do in this. We're going to plug them in where they need it. We're going to plug Sokoloff in where he's needed and Carl Jameson where he's needed. And my deal is you put the right people on the bus. Somebody chose each and every one of you guys because you're the right person for that seat on the bus, and you take care of what you take care of, and then we'll manage the operation as a whole. And that's just been my world, and it came from UPS.
Gotcha. Who's going to do your day-to-day operations of the dispensaries? Pharmacy
Day-to-day
location?
operations, and I'll let Ian answer some of this, but overall compliance piece, Dr. Alyssa Pate, who is a pharmacist that works with me now, and she's actually my partner in Dothan Vital Care. She will handle the more intricate operations of the rules and regulations, making sure everyone's credentialed properly. We aim to put at least a certified tech as running one of the businesses. I don't know if cost effectively we can put a pharmacist in every business, but those certified techs will report directly to her. She'll report to me and Ann, and we'll kind of break it down that way. And then the other people will, some of it will be pulled from current organizations, and some of it will rely on the community and hopefully put some jobs out there for people.
With your financing, is it debt or is it going to be all cash?
It's all cash.
Gotcha. How would you prevent diversion of medical cannabis?
First of all, hopefully the security that we set up in place, and by background checking everyone and making sure we're getting, again, the right people on the bus, that we won't have that. But in the case that we do, to prevent it, probably you heard it 17 times today, great security systems, great cameras. We'll do inventory every night. Everything's barcoded. In the event that we do have some diversion, immediately report it to our director of security, be reported to the authorities, get them involved to do the research to see what happened. Luckily, in all my years of a pharmacy, we haven't had to deal with that, but I realize we're dealing with a product that people might want to grab. But I mean, they've done a real good job of not doing flower and not doing smokable, and it's not as attractive to the crowd that might try to divert some. I hope that answered your question. Okay.
Yeah. Did you guys talk about your software that you're going to utilize?
I'll let Ian handle that one.
Absolutely. So, and just to add to Joe's point as well, I mean, that's what it comes down to is on the software, the seed to sale tracking system, the ability to kind of run everything and cross-reference it based on the manifest. In our case, for our point of sale system, now currently with our operations in Illinois, we utilize Dutchie as a POS system, which then communicates with Carrot. In this case, Carrot is the on-site interface, which then communicates directly with either, in the case of Illinois at the moment, they're under BioTrack, but it's actually moving to Metric, which is obviously going to be used here in Alabama.
Now, who's going to be your bank?
The bank is Central State Bank, same bank we've been using for purposes of this project, maintaining our operating accounts.
Alabama-based.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Blakemore. Anybody else got a question? Yes, Ms. Skelton.
Mr. Chairman, good afternoon. Thank y'all for being here.
Thank you, ma'am.
Talk about your locations for a few minutes, please. The Northport, Montgomery, and Birmingham, do you currently lease that, or do you have an agreement to lease those 3 locations?
Yes, ma'am. All site control is current, meaning we are in full control and have the leases under contract.
Okay, and these numbers may have changed, so I want to give you an opportunity to address it.
Yep.
On the Northport location, you have days to commence operations 413. Is that still accurate?
The Northport location is the one that has the longest lead time for us. The other 2 are whole lease deals, whereas the Northport deal is it's under site control, but that's actually a build to suit to lease deal. Therefore, the lead time being the longest. The other 2 will commence and operate significantly less lead time.
263 days?
Yes, I mean, that was conservative. We in the way I go about doing these deals when I, provide consulting services is I try to present what's conservative, right? So we under promise, and over deliver.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Skelton. Anyone else have a question? Any of our folks online? Speak now or we will be gone here shortly.
Quick question.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Hatchett.
Any regulatory or compliance issues in Illinois or any other states that you're currently associate or co-owner is operating in?
So to answer that question, what I will say is this, is the operations that we have in Illinois, we are still one of the last remaining privately owned enterprises in the state. We were initially awarded about 7+ years ago, one of 22 vertical licenses in the state with 12 million people. We are and pride ourselves in compliance, right? We don't have product that's produced within our vertical facility. In this case, in Illinois, we're vertical, not just a retail operation. We've never had a recall of our produced products, which then also essentially waterfalls down into how we operate our dispensaries in the same fashion. So for us personally, as an enterprise, no, we've never had that issue.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Joe. Appreciate y'all got an impressive team that came today, and thank y'all for sharing with us and all of you coming and giving your thoughts and your passion for what you want to do for the commission. I think it's very valuable for us to hear what you're thinking. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you all very much.
Great job.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Y'all have a nice night.
You too. Thank y'all for coming. Thank y'all for being willing to go a little earlier. We're still waiting for one more, so I'm gonna put one last call out for CS Alabama Investments. Anthony Zuckra, is he available? CS Alabama Investments. If not, I'm going to ask Justin Aday to go ahead and run over make mention of the last, I guess, the few applicants that chose not to make a presentation. So Justin, do you want to address those?
Yes, sir. You have applicant number 1610 Green Wellness LLC. You have their complete application, their applicant summary. They were sent a pass-fail show cause notice and they did respond, and that response is included in your materials. Next, we have applicant number 1645 Kush Medicinal LLC. You have their complete application and applicant summary report, and there were no pass-fail items noted in their application. Next is applicant number 1661 All Green Alabama Medical LLC. You have their complete application and applicant summary report. There were no pass-fail items noted in their application. And then finally, applicant number 1701 CS Alabama Investments. You have their complete application and applicant summary report, and there were no pass-fail items noted in their application. And that concludes the dispensaries.
Thank you, Justin. It's been a long day, I know. Anyone else have a question or comment before we adjourn? Anything, Taylor?
All of this group gonna be back on Friday.
Taylor, anybody else got any questions before we adjourn? I'm gonna ask for a motion in a minute. Yes, remember, all of you folks that are still online with us, Friday at 1 o'clock, we will convene. And that will be the day that we will take up the 5 categories that we have taken up thus far with all the presentations made and not made. So you got anything else to talk about, Justin, Daniel? Mr. John, anything to mention before we adjourn? Brittany? Thank y'all for all the legwork y'all provided for us up to now. Couldn't have got it done without y'all burning the midnight oil. Y'all have done tremendous work for us. But if nothing else, remember 1 o'clock this coming Friday. And then next week we'll do it all over again. I do need a motion to adjourn. Got a motion from Dr. Jensen, a second from Ms. Hatchett. Any discussion? All in favor of adjournment, say aye. We are adjourned at 3:44.
Yes.